Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Two Dark Wizards. Please land on the ground immediately and be checked. The leading wizard shouted at the two. Please hand over your wand immediately and be checked. Interesting. Tom looked at the wizard and chuckled. How did you know that we are dark wizards? I remember that I have never used black magic before. Strong words and unreasonable words. Resist in the corner. The wizard buttoned Tom's hat in a spirited manner, looking very skilled in his business, and the four wizards behind him were slowly approaching on broomsticks. They hovered in a position where they could take care of each other, and the first two blocked staying in the direction Nelson and Tom were heading. The latter two were holding up their wands to seal off the apparition in this airspace. Are you auras of the Magical Congress of America? After escaping the spell, Nelson did not move extra. He stood quietly in the air and asked the leading wizard, but he didn't answer Nelson's question directly. He just repeated the words of disarming and surrendering. With Tinner's exhorter pinned around their waists, their aura identities are already on the horizon. But even in the air, even facing twice as many enemies as their own, Nelson and Tom didn't worry too much. Tom even asked jokingly, are you judging the identity of a dark wizard based on my color? Do you want to? If I wear a red dress and dye my hair red, can I pretend to be an American wizard? You still have 5 seconds. Hand over your wand and cooperate with the inspection. The leading wizard said forcefully, and the three pointed their wands at Nelson and Tom, their lips trembling slightly, as if they were accumulating magic. You're really dishonest. Nelson laughed. It's obvious that the anti-apparition curse will be cast successfully in 3 seconds, so I have to say 5 seconds. Don't worry, though, said Tom leisurely, crossing his arms over his chest. We haven't learned to apparate yet. Through the black crystal mask, their voices showed a gritty roughness, which really sounded like the speaking style of the dark wizard in the story, and Tom, who was surrounded by smoke, looked extremely evil, as if the next second some powerful black magic is about to be used. Compared with them, the 5 embarrassed auras who came to obstruct the investigation looked like decent people. Slow down, I want to determine their identities, Nelson whispered to Tom. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space suddenly suffocated. The clouds shook, and a spherical area was faintly cut. The two wizards behind put down their wands, and the anti-apparition spell had been cast. No problem, no problem. Tom lazily said that, even though auras are often the elite of wizards, they are too slow and too stupid in the air for someone like him who can easily fly without tools. So he quickly pulled out his hand. At the moment when none of the 5 wizards could react, a cold light flashed over the head of one of them and instantly penetrated behind him. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind came long after the light faded. Hearing the strange movement, the leading wizard turned his head and looked behind him, only to see the one at the back with a surprised face. They froze in the air for a while, and the wizard at the end of the line even wiped his forehead with his hand, and then raised his palm in front of his face. Did not see blood stains. He just wanted to tell the leader that the other party's wizard made a magic mistake, but found that the 4 people looking at him all showed astonished expressions. What's wrong? He was still in a daze, and suddenly, he felt his center of gravity suddenly drop. The wizard riding on the bare pole fell into the cloud beneath his feet, before he could even make a scream, and smashed an abstract hole like a skewer in the cloud that was shining with lightning, and the scattered broom heads were floating in the air one by one. Flew away under the action of the airflow. Tom stretched out his hand to hold a straw, and held it in front of him to observe carefully. The Magical Congress of America is very rich. The latest silver arrows cost 100 galleons for second-hand ones. The leading wizard turned his head, his face livid, and stared at Tom, while another wizard who had previously cast the apparating blockade quickly plunged into the clouds to find his fallen companion. You are so cruel. I'm now convinced that you are dark wizards. The leading wizard gritted his teeth and said, you will be executed. That's right. Tom didn't even pay attention to him, but just said to Nelson, their apparition counter curse is not the kind that needs to be maintained. It seems that the spell has been learned well. You have to believe in the teaching level of Alvermorny, Nelson said. They are not inferior to us in Durmstrang. A German wizard? The wizard became nervous, raised his broom, and formed a triangular array with his subordinates, who were quickly pressing forward. The German wizard's enthusiasm for black magic made him razor point. Vigilant, with one hand behind his back, he gestured to his two subordinates. Let me introduce myself. My name is Karkaroff, and the gentleman who looks like a dark wizard is called Chamberlain. Nelson said with a smile. It's a pity that the other party couldn't see the smiling face under his mask, and what the aura didn't know was that his gestures had been clearly seen by the mayflies hiding in the clouds, and the meaning of the gestures was very simple. Tina once shared these unclassified contents with Nelson at the dinner table. The use of high power spells is allowed, and live capture is not required. It has to be said that in some respects, the American auras are much more pragmatic than the British teachers of benevolence and righteousness. What are you doing here? The wizard tried to delay the time with words as much as possible. The 5 people above the clouds seemed to be on an outing or a meeting. You haven't told us your name yet, Guy. He replied solemnly. Remember, the person who captured you is called Guy. Oh, we do have a request from you. Nelson nodded. Can you tell us about the deployment of Second Salem, and why the American auras block the way to this famous anti-wizard organization? On the road. How deep is your cooperation with Second Salem? I don't understand what you're talking about. There is no such person. It's a fake name. At the same time, Nelson quickly passed the list of American auras collected by Nermengard in his mind, and said softly to Tom. It seems that they don't want to say anything. That is to say, 80% have no reinforcement. Why do you like to play some intrigue games with these people so much? Tom felt a little bored. Why don't you just disarm and arrest them? Seeing Nelson and Tom chatting on their own, Guy was not annoyed. On the contrary, he was a little thankful. Tom knocked down his subordinates so fast that he couldn't react at all. They wasted time and gave himself a chance instead. After all, the magic should be ready. He raised his spirits, held the broom tightly, stared at the 2 intruders in front of him, and made up his mind that he must not let them go. Under the gust of wind, the clouds under his feet were slowly spreading upwards. Wisps of cloud smoke obscured his vision. He felt his 5 senses become dull, and his hands became numb due to the low temperature at high altitude, but he could only hold the broom and confront the enemy, for fear that they would interrupt his subordinates' spell casting. Although the figures of his subordinates below were almost completely swallowed by the clouds, this gave them a chance to brew magic. The corners of his mouth curled up a little, the perceived smile. Even the weather is helping me. There was a burst of beeping that was imperceptible to the human ear, and then quickly fell silent. Guy stared at the 2 talking and laughing opposite him, not even noticing that the sky had turned white like clouds, nor did he notice his sense of time, already cluttered with slow and fast clouds. Suddenly, Nelson in front of him flickered like a phantom made of clouds and mist. Guy blinked, and Nelson was still standing on the silver metal plate, no different from before. But he was sure that the person in front of him must have made some movement just now, so he shouted loudly, but the shout was a bit too weak for the sky. Karkaroff, what the hell are you doing? It's nothing. Nelson smiled, and then Guy noticed a black shadow covered by clouds and mist that suddenly appeared behind the metal plate. He took a closer look, and it seemed to be a person. Guy blinked again. The figure was somewhat familiar. He turned his head suddenly and looked down. One of his subordinates was still there, but on the other side, a lonely broomstick was slowly falling because it lost its owner cloud. When did you? Before he could turn his head, he felt something sharp like a wand pressing against his throat. His eyes slowly rolled down, and Tom's hand holding the wand came into view. Don't worry, calm down. Are you going to use thunderstorms? Nelson's voice sounded from behind. Although your tactics are very strict, but Mr. Guy, this is already the air combat tactic of the Magical Congress of the United States 30 years ago. As far as I know, the Silver Arrow series of flying broomsticks is different from the Meteor model equipped in your previous tactical manual, and there are some runes in its connection that use a lot of metal materials. I'm saving your life. How do you know? It's been a long time since you have fought wizards in the air, and even the thunderbirds that you often face have turned into a natural disaster. That hasn't happened for a long time because of the existence of Newt Scamander, Nelson said, shaking his head. Otherwise, you should know that the silver arrow may be suitable for dexterous movements in Quidditch, but it is not suitable for high altitude combat. It has neither the ability to run long distances, nor is it easily struck by lightning. Listening to Nelson's detailed account of their predetermined tactics, and his familiarity with the tactical loopholes even surpassed his own, Guy's heart sank. In fact, their team also had 2 wizards who provided fire cover. It's just that those 2 people disappeared at the beginning, and the Aura's tactical manual will not be released to the public. Thinking of this, he became more and more anxious. Guy wanted to run away, but as soon as he raised his wand, he understood why the 2 men had to stay in the air until the apparition blockade was over. Damn. He squeezed the broom tightly and cursed secretly. Boom. The sound of thunder sounded obliquely below him, and the subordinates who needed to cooperate with the thunderstorm had lost their minds by their uncontrollable magic after suddenly losing their helpers. I'm still curious why the American wizard who has the most tense relationship with Muggles is willing to be a lackey of Muggles. Nelson snapped his fingers and lightly waved his magic wand. An increasingly loud buzzing sound came from the clouds. Soon, 3 limp figures came out of the clouds suspended by a few mayflies, and became drenched all over, much more desolate than the distressed appearance when he first saw him, being hung in front of Guy by mayflies, just like meat for sale on iron hooks in the market. I do not know what you're talking about. The mouth is really hard, but the hands are too soft. Tom put down his wand in boredom and shook his head in disappointment. I should have looked for you on the ground. I didn't even break a sweat. Feeling the disappearance of the magic wand in his throat, Guy stared stiffly at the last subordinate who was still surrounded by the lightning he summoned, gritted his teeth, held the broom tightly, and after saying sorry in his heart, he turned the broom around head, plunged into the cloud. The 2 wizards didn't come after them, and they couldn't seem to lock themselves in the thick clouds. Guy felt a little joy in his heart, and accelerated to the northeast direction. As long as he could escape the range of the apparition blockade curse, he could lead someone to kill a carbine, but before that, he hoped that his 4 colleagues could hold on. He must report this news to the Magic Congress and the garrison not far away. 2 dark wizards from Germany have invaded the United States. Grindelwald still has not given up his ambition. Do you want to chase? Tom floated in the air, looking at Guy who was slowly flying to the northeast, and said, as you thought. He really flew in the direction of Salem. Guy didn't even notice that he had been cast with the stasis curse. His thinking was as slow as his frozen body, and he almost lost his sense of time. The speed he thought he was flying was actually not much faster than Nelson riding a broom. Of Nelson, if you can fly on a broomstick. No, I sent Mayfly to follow him. Nelson shook his head. Let's see where he goes, but don't worry, as long as Mayfly follows, he will never be able to apparate. You're really wicked. Tom said disgustedly. I think you should predict that you will become the Dark Lord. Is this kind of cat and mouse game interesting? Don't let him believe that he escaped successfully. How can he lead us to find what we want? Nelson shrugged. Although the guys who were caught by the mayflies just now have explained a lot, but their rank is a little lower, son. So the Wizards of America really hooked up with Second Salem? This is the strangest part. Nelson shook his head. This guy's reaction is also very strange. Just for a moment, I pulled him closer to the misty illusion. He doesn't seem to know much, but luckily I collected it. Their battle data is actually the same as in the intelligence. They are still using old things from decades ago. Muggle fighter jets are flying faster than them, so there is no sense of urgency at all. Are you going to bombard the Magical Congress of America? Tom squinted at him. Not really, but I reckon we might be wanted like Newt. What was that feeling like? I don't know. Maybe it's similar to a chocolate frog card. Nelson shrugged. And what Chamberlain and Karkaroff did have anything to do with us? Chapter 350 To the Real Salem. Boom. A thick pillar of thunder clung to Guy's side and roared straight to the ground. There was a buzzing in Guy's ears, and he became dizzy, even turning the sky and the earth upside down. Double images appeared in his eyes, Thick clouds billowed above his head and under his feet, and lightning flashed in the gaps in the clouds, attacking him from time to time, but brushing past his body like a provocative witch, rushing towards the wider world. Even though the whole person was about to be frozen into a popsicle, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Guy's forehead. Why is it so cold? He gritted his teeth, and the gums were pressed to produce blood. The pain made him wake up slightly. It shouldn't be so cold. That's right, it really shouldn't be this cold. Not far above his head, Nelson and Tom were looking at the poor guy quietly, while Nelson was stuffing a cold little ball into his cuff, and Tom looked at the little silver ball and shivered unconsciously. Shake. Dementor? Tom said with a toothache on his face. Does it have to be like this? To be honest, I'm a bit cold, too. No, Auror is a well-trained wizard. If it is not such a critical moment, he will not easily take us to his lair. Nelson half closed his eyes, expressionless. His body covered there was a layer of silver light belonging to the patron saint. Seeing that Tom was shivering from the cold but stiffening, a strand of the silver light was wrapped around Tom's neck like a scarf. It's cruel, really like two dark wizards. Easy, strangled. Tom patted his unique scarf. After breathing smoothly, he squinted at Nelson and looked at the 4 sleeping spells floating behind him. The wizard, his teeth hurting even more, asked, "Are you serious? You released the Dementors, you caught them, you released the identity of the Dark Wizard. Now you tell me you feel a little cruel." Okay, Nelson shrugged. I just want to make myself feel better on the moral level, but for this kind of wizard who is in collusion with the second Salem, even if he has any difficulties, he deserves to suffer of. How did I not know? When you became a wizardist, you misunderstood, Tom. Nelson shook his head. They are as disgusting as those muggles who serve wizards to pray for prosperity and wealth. Humph. Let's follow up. Nelson looked at Guy who was dangling and flying away and controlled the metal plate under his feet to chase forward. The wind may not be peaceful on top of the clouds, but the sun is beautiful all year round. But below the clouds is a completely different scene. Damn it, I must escape. With the wind whistling overhead, Guy held the trembling broom with his icy hands. What Karkaroff said was indeed right. In this thunderstorm weather, silver arrows with metal parts were indeed difficult to control. Fortunately, those 2 arrogant dark wizards didn't catch up. Karkaroff, Chamberlain. He kept repeating those 2 names, as if it would bring him strength. He clearly felt that his body was losing vitality, and his spirit was becoming weak under the high altitude wind. Want tried to apparate, but failed repeatedly. He didn't think that those 2 people would follow behind him to block the surrounding airspace. The explanation of his superiors was circling in his mind, but he was soon tortured. Banish the nightmare. But he didn't care about that much anymore. Guy just felt that all the unpleasant memories from childhood to the present flooded into his mind. The desire to survive overcame all thoughts. Driven by simple beliefs, he rode a broom straight flew towards the station. His heart was full of sadness. Not only was he once proud of himself and ranked first in the Auror assessment, he was placed in such a corner, but today he ended up in such an embarrassing end. Those 2 guys didn't even make a move on him. But the fear in his heart defeated him early, sniffing the scent like a lost dog looking for his nest. What an ugly gesture. Look at that man. He looks like a dog. Tom looked at Guy and said with a smile, he never had any sympathy for the weak who made it their own. You said a classic line, Tom. Nelson ordered the chasing mayfly to lock onto Guy, dragged the platform under his feet, and stopped looking at him. Just looked at the sun, dazed. I used to like to bask on the roof the sun, but there is only endless fog in London, and being so close to the sun today, I feel that it is not as mild as I imagined. You're in the sky. Tom curled his lips. Didn't the sun by the sea be very pleasant when we were in Albania? Yeah, I hope that before we leave, we can also wait here for a good weather suitable for seaside fun. Yes, I also heard that there are many sunken ships left by Britain in those days, Tom said enthusiastically. His thoughts had already drifted to the treasures on the bottom of the sea. He glanced down and reminded, nah, he landed gone. In the wilderness ahead, there was a railway track buried under the wind and sand. There was a small dilapidated bungalow beside the railway track, with a thick pine tree folded in half on the roof, and Guy on a broom was slowly approaching there. Not far from the north, Nelson can see many factories. It is Salem, a Muggle city that cannot afford the expensive land rent in Boston. It is a small town, but it is actually a miniature city. On the land, they can unscrupulously squeeze the blood and sweat of the workers, and most of the people who work here even live in the suburbs of Boston, and come here every day on foot, or in a car, that looks like a chicken coop. Although the area under their feet is also in the northeast of Boston, it has deviated from the eye, and it is deserted. If it is really the second Salem's garrison, then the concealment methods are indeed somewhat level. Wait, Tom. Nelson stretched out his hand and grabbed Tom, who was flying forward. He rubbed his chin with great interest, and a common sparrow hair flew out of his sleeve. The sparrow left the sleeve and rushed forward like an arrow leaving the string, but somewhere in the sky, it suddenly disappeared. Is there any difference? Tom slammed the car on the brakes and looked at the normal sky ahead. It seems to be the same magic as the Woolworth building. The entrance appears. Nelson stretched out his magic wand, tapped lightly in front of him, and a little owl made of light particles like fireworks flew out from the tip of the wand, fluttering its wings and hit the invisible barrier. It exploded with a bang, and the scattered light particles condensed into a string of spells in the air, appearing in front of the two of them. Could you change the animal? Tom said with a toothache again. Do you have to use an owl? It's not my fault, Tom. The entrance sign of the Magical Congress of America in the Woolworth building is an owl. You need to cast the correct magic on it to enter the space belonging to wizards. Nelson looked at the spell in front of him with a playful expression. It's the latest spell. It's really interesting. The Aura's tactical manual is still a Linoop decades ago, but this protection spell is updated very quickly. Tom watched Nelson's dazzling operation and saw that the spell in front of him was flying forward like a net under the command of the wand, and it was tightly attached to the barrier in the air. Soon, the image of brick and stone appearing in the air, starting in front of Nelson, a huge hemispherical cover covering the wasteland in front of him flashed away. Why are you so proficient? Tom asked curiously. Did you work as an Aura during those years in the United States? No, Tom. This is another long story. A descendant of a traitor, who after several generations was finally cleared of his crimes, but chose to betray his own ministry of magic again. Nelson carefully observed the cracks in the bricks with the magic power flickering in the room. I gently picked out a trace with my wand and condensed it on my fingertips. If I can ask his permission, I will tell you. A man from Nurmengard? I have to say that Grindelwald does have a lot of friends. Nelson nodded. His eloquence in persuading others to betray is even more extraordinary. Even people in high positions can hardly escape his bewitchment. After all, Nelson took out the two combined coins from his pocket. The magic wand on the front of the coin pointed straight ahead. He stuck the coin on the phantom wall in front of him. The wall did not resist him, and his hand passed through easily, and half of his arm disappeared, which looked rather strange. Nelson turned his head, looked at Tom, and said, Tom, we might go to war with the country's Ministry of Magic. Are you afraid? For the chocolate frog card, Tom yelled out a funny catchphrase listlessly. Don't be alarmist, nah, or I might really have to use some unstoppable magic. Well, Nelson shrugged. I mean, it can now be confirmed that Second Salem has a direct connection with the Magical Congress of America, and this barrier is very new. How new is it? The second day after the magic power in the Hayabu Horcrux dissipated into reality. That's really efficient. Tom snorted coldly. Dumbledore sent a notice to the world through the Wizengamot, right? They hide it like this, and they don't really want to research anything from this disgusting thing. Good stuff, right? No way. Well, our Mr. Mouse is coming too, Nelson said with a relaxed smile. Now it seems that I don't feel sorry for him at all. Guy swooped down on the broom and rushed straight towards the hut next to the railroad tracks. It's still one step away, as long as we can get to that place when approaching the ground. Guy's spirit was completely relaxed, but his physical strength had not been fully recovered, so when he was about to land, his hand slipped from the broom and hit the ground with a bang. His body instinctively curled up and rolled forward. Guy? There was an exclamation from the hut, and a witch in Aura costume came out to meet her. Have you caught those two intruders? Huh? Where are they? Guy finally showed his first smile today. Although he was extremely embarrassed, he finally arrived. As long as he entered the door, he was safe enough. He simply gave up getting up and let himself be rolled forward by the inertial trend. The witch quickly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly raised her wand, ready to catch Guy. But she froze quickly, and when Guy was about to hit her, with a sound of bones compressing and deforming, Guy's wizard robe fell to the place, and a frightened grey mouse waved its limbs and tail from the thick. She broke free from her robe and let out a cry of creak creak. Seeing this scene, the witch stared at the mouse in front of her, and opened her mouth in astonishment. "You almost hit the lady." One hand stretched out to the ground, pinched the tail of the throbbing mouse, and lifted it upside down. Nelson straightened up and shook the mouse in his hand. 2 stickers the coins fell from its body. He picked up the coins with his wand and said to the witch, "You can call me Mr. Karkaroff. I'm here to help you self-righteous guys wipe your asses. I'm Chamberlain." Tom turned around and suddenly appeared in front of the witch. He developed a wonderful use of half of Nelson's disillusionment charm to confirm the direction of the coming person, and the 4 sleepy wizards were suspended behind him. He said bluntly, "As for the they you care about, here they are." The witch was trembling and unable to speak. Even in this extreme panic, she tremblingly stretched her hand towards the position where the admonisher was hanging on her waist. "Are you looking for this, ma'am?" Nelson waved the silver device in his hand. "Is it new? Does it have the function of notification?" He looked at the small box in his hand that was very similar to Tina's advisor but slightly different, and gently snapped off a fingernail-sized parts from the bottom. "Numagad's magic communication module?" Nelson laughed. "No one is more familiar with it than me." Holding the coin, he took a step forward and approached the stunned witch. She was even groping around her waist. As soon as she entered the room, a disgusting smell that was so familiar hit her face. On the wall facing the small door of the wooden house, there is a thick, iron door, which is wide open, presenting a completely different world from the outside world, with indiscriminate unaesthetic, matchbox-like grey houses stand everywhere, and here is a hidden town. Many wizards wearing aura costumes can be seen in the road, and there are some researcher-like wizards standing scattered in the crowd. They hold iron chains in their hands, and the other end of the chain is tied around the necks of a group of ragged guys. Those people without magic wands were lying on the ground like beasts, with thick black air rippling from their bodies. A cold but fanatical atmosphere permeated the sky above the town. Fragmented and crazy laughter could be vaguely heard. "You guys are so bold that you actually want to study this kind of thing." Nelson finally knew how the Dementors were born, and he felt his scalp tingle, and he couldn't help admiring the ignorant fearlessness of American wizards. Come on. Nelson shook his head and walked past the witch. Her feet were weak and she fainted. "I have nothing to say to the front desk." "What's that?" Tom tied up the 4 prisoners, and 1 person, and 1 mouse in the house, frowning and looking at the town behind the iron gate. None of them noticed the change in the house. That's rubbish, but some people just don't believe in evil, and they just like to get gold out of shit. Nelson frowned and said, "I've never seen such a situation. I'm afraid it will take a lot of trouble." Chapter 353 Battle of Chocolate Frogs. "What are they holding?" Tom's eyes showed great disgust for the blood-stained iron chains. Even if he was as humble as dust, he shouldn't be treated like this. But Nelson, who was usually indifferent, burst out with angry flames in his eyes at this moment. A small silver ball was twisted open a small crack at his fingertips, and manic black air burst out from the gap, rushing towards Nelson's eyes. "That's a man, Tom." Nelson raised his right hand, and a dark wand covered in knots appeared in his hand. It turns out that there are such wizards everywhere in the world. Nelson gritted his teeth. The current situation is different from the 2 black wizards in Nocturne Alley, Chamberlain Karkaroff, and the one too many 2 in the Scottish Highland Village. The aura training of the Magical Congress of America has Sue, and the magic that I'm good at attacking is fiend fire. Although it is different from the kind of weak hands that can't control fiend fire. Once the fire surges, it will burn indiscriminately within the range. If you don't burn this place in vain will not give up. And Alexander, who can also draw on his strength, is even more powerful, and when he appears on the stage, he will destroy the world and shake the earth. But in the small town in front of me, besides the members of Second Salem, the researchers and auras of the Magical Congress of America, there are also many muggles, and captured little wizards who have nothing to do with them, even though they have been captured by the soul of Haya. Pollution from escaped magical power in the device, but only innocent people. Even if the power is reduced to attack indiscriminately, they will be the first to fall. From this point of view, he can only use Peeves' power to increase his magic power. This is the first time Nelson has faced his own shortcomings. In fact, he had already seen signs of it when he was fighting against McGonagall's mother. Herbo's magical power has been drawn out by this group of researchers, and he can't grind his guns before the battle. Tom looked at the cracked and blackened little silver ball in Nelson's hand, and his thoughts went back to the afternoon when Slytherin took him to the Chamber of Secrets. He took a step forward and held out his hand. Tom, can you imagine what it's like to have another voice in your head? Salazar Slytherin, who came out of the portrait, stood in front of his own statue, with his hands behind his back to Tom, and said softly, "That must be annoying, Professor Slytherin." "That's right, it's very annoying," Slytherin nodded. "This is also where Oina is the smartest. For her, sealing the little wizard's uncontrollable magic power in the castle is the most trouble-free way. But wouldn't this kind of magical power accumulate more and more?" Tom was puzzled. "It's like discharging sewage into a pool. Even your castle, I'm afraid it can't bear the heavy pressure accumulated over time, isn't it, Peeves? Isn't that how it was born?" "Yeah, but that's a matter for future generations. Roina's greatest wisdom is not being smart, but knowing that she is not the only smart person." Slytherin sighed and shook his head, but Roina didn't expect in the hundreds of years after her death, it was only a naughty castle elf who completed this work instead of her. What she didn't expect was that after this castle elf was polluted by evil, someone would use such an extreme way to solve this problem. Nah, he used the magic power accumulated by Peeves. It's mainly emotions, Tom. If you want to become a truly powerful wizard, you must understand this truth. Emotions are 10,000 times more important than magic power. Your current headmaster is a talent, but he is still wandering in front of the door, Slytherin said. Turning around, looking at Tom with piercing eyes, he seems to be trying to figure out what love is, but that's something even the great Salazar Slytherin couldn't figure out. "I don't care about that, Professor Slytherin," Tom asked, putting aside the really powerful wizard, and asked in a loud voice, "What will happen to Na?" "Him. As the name suggests, he's going to be powerful, so much magic." Slytherin shrugged, as if displeased that Tom wasn't doing it. "You just said that emotions are 10,000 times more important than magic. It is annoying to have another voice in your head, so what about thousands of voices? You also said that Professor Ravenclaw's magic can only absorb those malicious magic." Tom narrowed his eyes. "What will happen to Na? Is there any way to save him? He doesn't need to be saved by others. He is saving people by doing this, and so on." Seeing that Tom was about to say something, Slytherin raised his hand and interrupted Tom as if to listen. Tom stood where he was and maintained this action for a long time. A few minutes later, Slytherin had a look of surprise on his face. "What's the principal? What's the matter, Professor? That friend of yours sealed a magical power he took from Peeves in a small gadget," Slytherin said, stroking his beard, confused. "He is mediocre in every way. How can he be so ordinary in terms of soul? With such accomplishments." "That's right. A guy who can wander around in the illusion must have something. But since he can extract the magic power, why not just throw it there?" "Oh, I understand. This is also a guy who is unwilling to be lonely. What will happen?" Tom asked urgently, forgetting the honorifics. "You should know he's average in every way." "Na is strong," Tom retorted. "I know, but you should also know what I'm talking about," Slytherin explained. "Look at what he can do. A brat who was abandoned thousands of years ago and only Godric can do it. Combat, transfiguration, all kinds of shaper-shifting objects, which is enough for him to defeat most of the enemies, but it can't make his spells more powerful. I watched your competition in the Triwizard tournament. Maybe he didn't realize that he was just like the little girl from France. Almost all the spells were based on extremely skilled transformations, such as the series of explosions. Many people can do it with a lot of magic, but it's very special. He deformed the air at the explosion site. The principle is very complicated, but I think you should understand." Slytherin paused, glanced at the thoughtful Tom, and continued, "I'm digressing a bit, but I'm really surprised by his soul surgery. With these freely available magic powers, He can upgrade his magic spells whenever he wants, to unimaginable intensity. For example, defeating your death curse with a disarming spell. Professor Slytherin, I don't know how to curse death. Tom regained his senses and began to act obediently, but that is after all, the magic power that contains emotions, as you said. It's okay to use it occasionally, don't be so rigid in your thinking. Slytherin shrugged, but I personally think that he should use these things on the gadgets he is good at. After all, it will inevitably give him. It has a bad influence on personality and even affects the soul. You see, after he came into contact with Peeves, the condition of the patron saint has obviously worsened. Damn it, he is obviously from my academy, so why is the patron saint an eagle? That's a falcon, Professor. Tom nodded. The first day of Slytherin's tutoring had been tedious, but the conversation stuck with him. Let's go, Tom. And many more. Nelson turned his head when he heard the sound, and Tom's outstretched hand held the small silver ball on his fingers and fingertips. Damn it, I always feel that you lied to me. What you see in the prophecy is not a self-righteous nah who played himself to death. The manic magic power spread to Tom's hand in an instant, and the black energy that penetrated into the soul was as hard to get rid of as if it was stained with fierce fire. His right hand was quickly covered by the black magic power, feeling the sourness of the soul and the sharp pain that suddenly appeared in his ear. Howling, Tom clenched his fists and raised his wand, with blue veins on his forehead. The unconstrained magic power was forcefully forced back into the fragmented ball by him who didn't understand the principle. Are you going to risk yourself in the face of miscellaneous fish? Tom teased. Big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He panted slightly. Tom quickly regained his composure, let go of the hand holding the ball, and a slender and delicate emerald chain emerged from the tip of the stick, wrapped the ball tightly, and his brows burst out with a powerful and unparalleled self-confidence. I said, this is my chocolate frog card battle. Tom, help me bind the downed enemy. Tom leaned forward, and in the next second he appeared in front of the pair of researchers closest to them. In front of the two auras guarding the side, he used the same spell to penetrate the bodies of both of them. It all happened in an instant, and he turned around and gave Nelson a thumbs up, as if to say, watch me perform. And the half-drawing spell behind Tom, who turned around, played an unexpected magical effect at this moment. No one saw him, only a blonde wizard with a mask standing motionless in the entrance hut. There are enemies. With a cry, the nearest aura raised his wand and sent a red firework into the sky. You guy. Nelson shook his head, smiled dryly, threw the locked bowl back into his pocket, raised the elder wand, and pointed at the sky above his head. Several mayflies flew out of his pocket and scattered towards several key nodes of the barrier. After a while, dense crackling sounds came from above the head, and the invisible iron curtain shone like a brick wall. Under the attack of the mayfly, the luminous bricks at the key nodes fell from the air, were shattered by Nelson's magic spell, and became light particles that dissipated in the wind. And the dome that lost the transmission of magic power also flickered like a short circuit, and soon became dull. Pieces of walls depicting runes broke away from the dome, dissipated in midair, and reflected in the background of the red warning fireworks, like aurora generally gorgeous. Not far away, many people in the town of Salem, Boston saw this spectacle. The golden light rain shone like a rainbow under the cloudy clouds, and an eye-catching firework exploded in the air. But no one can imagine that under this beautiful spectacle, there is a scene called hell. Innocent or guilty mortals are led like dogs by high-ranking wizards, and they inject innocent people into the bodies of innocent people. The magical power of the world is only to master the ethereal power, and the master of this power is indeed a notorious dark wizard. Or is guarding the place are guarding the safety, but two people called dark wizards are destroying the world. The only hope for evil. Finally, in the dark alleys, infested with shadows and cockroaches in the city of Boston, a disabled old man was pushed out of the store by a wheelchair. This old vampire was bathed in the sun, but the discomfort of the sun was nothing compared to the suffering he had suffered. What? He looked in the direction of the fireworks, showing a relieved expression. Mr. Troker, I'll just say they can do it. A greasy middle-aged man in fancy clothes pushed his wheelchair with a smile, and placed him in the alley with the best view. Put on his top hat, he said politely, thank you for your willingness to pass on the gift for me. What? Dagu? Are you going to die? Old Troker kept his eyes on the fireworks. Sin is coming to an end. Mr. Troker, the owner of the alchemy shop that can be seen everywhere, touched the scar on his face. Second Salem has long been contrary to the original intention. As a businessman, I know that there are gains and losses. This principle. I'm not interested in your nonsense things. Old Troker looked at the fireworks in the distance with enjoyment, but Dagu beside him had long since disappeared. In the garrison of Second Salem, Tom was on the rise. After Nelson helped him destroy all the protection here, he was invincible like a poisonous snake mixed with rats. Although the auras were the elite wizards, what they are facing is not an enemy that can be easily dealt with on weekdays, but they have never seen such a fast enemy. Unlike Nelson's agile body, Tom seems to know people very well, and he knows where to hit them will hurt, where people will fall. No spell is superfluous, and no spell is ineffective. The flash of the tip of the staff flickered in front of each researcher like a deadly ghost, and then they fell to the ground. He was like a precise scalpel, sharply cutting into the enemy's heart and shattering their souls. Before the first firework was even completely extinguished, no one could be seen in the Second Salem garrison. To a researcher, who is still standing, after pinching soft persimmons, it's time to gnaw hard bones. Tom flashed in front of Nelson, turned around, and faced the wizards gathered on the main road, raising their wands and pointing at Nelson. I'll leave it to you, Tom. I'll transfer those polluted people, Nelson said to Tom's back. I need you to cover me for a while. Hey, Urbo's magic power is always troublesome. Then, he raised his wand high and slashed down, or thunderbolt fell among the auras, instantly breaking up their tight formation. No problem. Tom twisted his neck, but I always feel that these hard bones are not much softer than persimmons. Do you think they deserve me to be a member of the Chocolate Frog Card Wizard? Not sure, but I think they'll at least make you a member of the High Bounty Dark Wizard. Chapter 354 Justice. Boom. In the sky, the array of mayflies burst out with intense electric light. Although this magic power was almost negligible compared to the power accumulated in the rain cloud, it was enough to wake up those thunderbolts that were already about to move. Under Nelson's attack, regardless of defense, a series of thick thunderbolts fell from the sky to the ground, and the auras who were caught off guard couldn't help closing their eyes. They still flexibly avoided or resisted the thunder's harassment. But this was Nelson's goal. Under the dexterous positioning of the auras, their rigorous formation was dismantled by him. Just when they were complacent about the failure of Nelson's offensive, the passive fog quietly rose from them. At first, these lost fogs were hidden in the dust excited by lightning, and they were not very conspicuous. The proud auras didn't notice the dust under their feet. Their attention was all attracted by Tom hiding in the dark. Nelson was just a fancy dark wizard to them at the moment. But when a red light from the shadow of the house pierced the belly of an aura in the corner as it had done several times before, and hit the chest of the teammate next to him, the tension began to spread in the crowd. The resident was eerily quiet, and any sound of disturbance could be heard clearly by those present. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence of the crowd. They're gone. Paul and Oliver. They're gone. The two auras who were lucky enough to have their own names were the two who were knocked down by Tom. They fell on the edge of the crowd. In order to avoid the enemy's rescue from the corpses, the auras did not act rashly, but at this moment, they were lying on the ground. His teammate suddenly disappeared, leaving only the white mist that almost covered his knees, and the wizard who issued the warning shouted again, "Damn it! What is this?" Everyone's eyes were attracted by his voice, and they saw that the wizard was quickly wrapped in the white mist rising from his feet, struggling helplessly like a prey wrapped in a cocoon by a spider, and his roar quickly came out of it. He was full of anger and became vague, and gradually became silent, as if something in the weird fog swallowed him alive. The wizards who were closer to him took a step back in unison. They looked at each other, but found that the surroundings had been covered in white. The surprise mist was like a seasoned acromantula. Before the prey was aware of it, the venom had already injected into their bodies. From a distance, the aura team at this time is like a spider's delivery room, and the undulating mist is surging like waves, dividing the close people into a world separated by yin and yang. American auras have no experience in this regard. Facing this impenetrable fog, which may never come back when touched, they quickly panicked. This gave Tom an excellent opportunity. Like a seasoned hunter, He relied on an almost perfect trap, surrounded by the most brutal herds in the forest with an extremely accurate shotgun. The enemies fell one by one, and Tom, who was occasionally using legilimency, became more and more aware of the truth of the matter, not much different from what Nelson said. Second Salem, an organization established and in power by Muggles, has been it is impossible to compete with the Great Wizard Lord, especially after Dagu, the patriarch of Second Salem, was expelled by the wizards hiding in it with some small means. This organization, whose mission is to expose the existence of wizards, quickly became American magic, the perfect pawn for Congress to do something inconvenient, whether it's using the venom of a crooked demon to create a potion to control the rulers of the Muggle world, or using them to steal baby wizards around the world for inhuman experimentation. The Magic Congress of the United States became more and more wild after tasted the sweetness. Again and again, this group of criminals, speculators and descendants of blind people who invaded the homeland of American wizards exposed their unscrupulous methods. So the crazy, stupid, pitiful but a hateful woman, the woman who took Salem as her name, emptied her family and angrily swung the butcher knife at Hogwarts, which was out of reach. But unlike Nelson's somewhat lucky idea, Tom knew that the auras sent here were the part of the Magical Congress of America who knew the inside story, and there was no such thing as being used or kept in the dark. The hostility in Tom's heart was slowly drawn out. He was no longer limited to using less lethal magic to stun his opponents, and he no longer deliberately avoided the opponent's vital points. As long as they didn't lose their lives, what pain would they suffer? Isn't it karma? For a moment, the satisfaction brought by the godlike power to punish evil filled Tom's heart, and his shots became fiercer. Falling down one after another under the spell, Tom became more and more happy, but the pain accumulated on those losers became more and more. At the same time, Nelson, who has completely covered the station with the lost fog, saw a strange scene that he had never seen before, and did not want to see a man chained to death and his life was going to end. His neck turned 180 degrees, and he looked at himself with his back turned. His pure black eyes were full of hatred for wizards. Even though Nelson was not the instigator, the reverberation of despair still enveloped Nelson. Nelson didn't know what the man was thinking in the last moments of his life, and he couldn't empathize with a stranger across the ocean, but the monster born of pure despair was all too familiar to him. The man's body fell heavily, and his twisted neck turned back with a swish. He lay flat on the ground, his mouth opened like a snake, and then his body quickly withered and shriveled. A pale, mucus and blood-stained hand, larger than his head, protruded from his mouth, followed by a skeleton-like dry arm, wet black rags, and after a while, a nearly 3-meter-high humanoid monster covered in a hood floated in mid-air, and the corpse under it turned into ashes without nutrition, and fell into the soil. A Dementor. Nelson spat secretly, raised his wand, and a silver chain shot out from the tip of the wand accompanied by a groaning sound, binding the newborn Dementor tightly. With a slight force on his arm, the Dementor was pulled to the front. It looked at the alluring soul in front of it, raised its hands, and held its hood. "Don't kiss me, it's disgusting." Nelson frowned, and the delicate silver lighter flashed in his hand. The blue flame instantly swallowed the Dementor's robe, and it took less than half a second to burn it into a torch over 5 meters long. There is no time to study this newborn Dementor now. The magic power that does not belong to them in the controlled Muggles is violently twisting, devouring their lives greedily. Seeing this scene, Nelson closed his eyes, and the magic power appeared on his fingertips. A ring inlaid with resurrection stones, and plunged into the blurred environment. He didn't have time to rest, and ignored the scene of observing the surrounding factories. He ran towards the group of Muggle souls lying on the pure white ground. During the attack, his coat began to shine with silver light, as if he was running in an illusion. The figure became looming. In order to divide the battlefield, some auras were dragged into the blurred environment by him, but they didn't find Nelson at all, and they were still puzzled by the environment they were in. Nelson appeared next to a girl in earth-colored rags. It could be seen that it might have been a bright red dress before. Her soul was full of scars, and her legs were bent at a strange angle. Thinking of what those beasts had done to her body, her empty eyes were covered with black bloodshots. These bloodshots spread from the eye sockets to the pupils, and they were about to twist her soul into the shape of a Dementor. Nelson half kneeled on the ground, stretched out his ring-wearing hand, and stroked the top of her head. A stream of translucent steam flowed from her forehead into Nelson's palm. The price of reading memory is not high, but the memory of seeing is. His face stinks in an instant. The black bloodshot permeates faster and faster. The girl's left eye is almost completely black. The manic consciousness of the dementor becomes more active, and even greed and mocking emotions are revealed in the eyes. Nelson's forehead was bulging with blue veins. He stared into the girl's eyes and shouted angrily, "Get out." His palm was completely covered by silver light, and the powerful aura of the patron saint burst out. Behind him, the proud silver falcon spread its illusory but real wings. His left hand was in the shape of a falcon claw. The girl's left eye popped out of its socket. "I'm sorry, Adele," Nelson said softly, "but please believe that there are people who love you." His left hand slammed hard, and the pitch black eyeball was instantly crushed. A scream and wail that only the soul could hear burst out of his hand, and violent black air splashed everywhere. Nelson did not understand the language of the dementors, but it must be cursing herself. The severe pain restored the girl's remaining right eye to a sliver of clarity. She raised her head in a daze and saw a face under the mask. Although she couldn't see clearly, she instinctively reaching out, wanting to touch Nelson's mask. But this simple movement was also extremely difficult for her. Her raised shoulder touched countless hideous scars all over her body, which made her soul fall into weakness in an instant, and the black bloodshot eyes in her right eye also began to tenaciously move, regrowing. Nelson took her hand and stuck it to his mask. "Don't worry, your parents are doing well. I will send you home when I finish what I should do." Then, Nelson appeared in the original log cabin, covered the girl's whole body with the light of the patron saint, and placed her gently on the ground. But he didn't care much about the girl. Instead he appeared in the crowd again, and there were too many people who needed his rescue. Feeling that the outside world was killing Tom, Nelson frowned, but he didn't want to stop it. On the contrary, if Tom switched with him, he might go too far. After confirming that Tom has grasped the situation, Nelson turned the ring, and the auras in the blurred environment were thrown out again. When they saw the familiar environment, they thought it was their companions who had gained the advantage, but they never thought that they would fall into the real world and hell. Nelson non-stop helped an old woman who was only breathing but not breathing, and covered her forehead with his hand. After a long thunderstorm, the dark clouds over Boston dissipated, and the long-lost sunshine once again shone on the land. Tom leaned against the wall, sitting on the muddy ground without regard to his image, with his mask thrown aside, his chest violently ups and downs. He was already very tired. Some good players among the auras, after their companions fell one by one, they figured out some of Tom's ways, and began to cause him some unprecedented troubles. Tom could only use power to more. The great curse and the greater consumption of mana made him unable to do one-sided massacres anymore. In short, in this 2 versus many battle, Tom was far more embarrassed than he imagined, but no matter how many difficulties and obstacles he had gone through, he finally won. A group of wizards in aura costumes, a group of wizards hung upside down in the sky, unconscious, a group of scum, a group of self-righteous scum. These are the results of Tom alone. But he didn't have the consciousness of enjoying the fruits of victory at all. He just silently looked at the small house at the entrance, counting the number of people who appeared inside. Nelson hasn't returned yet. Tom clenched his fist and wiped his wand with the hem of his coat. 45. Tom counted silently. He knew that there should be 50 people there. Only a dozen or so auras, and 3 full-staffed aura squads, could control so many muggles and little wizards. He cursed loudly dirty words, let out a foul breath. Suddenly, the white mist in front of him condensed into the shape of a person. Tom immediately stood up against the wall, patted his buttocks, arranged his clothes with magic, and stood straight in front of the person in the fog. The figure in the fog became clearer. Tom raised his hand in front of his mouth and coughed lightly. Nah. Nelson's figure staggered out of the fog. Although there was no battle damage on his body, his face was extremely pale. Tom had never seen Nelson, known as the physical king of Nurmengard, so weak. Tom was about to say something when he saw Nelson go limp, lean forward, and lunge at him. Regardless of his exhaustion, Tom hurriedly supported Nelson. "Now, what's wrong with you, Tom? There are 5 people left in the fog forever. Nelson shook his head sadly, put on the mask, and helped me stand. Tom helped Nelson stand in the center of the second Salem station. A giant hand made of steel stretched out from the fog, enveloping the two of them in the palm. Alexander, go back. There was a humming sound from the steel, which slowly dissipated. In the next second, more auras appeared around than before. As soon as they appeared on the stage, they pointed their wands at Nelson and Tom. But Tom was extremely calm at the moment, and even wanted to scold them. A witch came out from the center of the aura team, approached the two, held up her wand vigilantly, and looked at the masks of the two and their colleagues floating in the sky. I wouldn't be that close, if I were you, Tina, Nelson said softly. This aura was Newt's wife, and her eyes widened in disbelief when she heard Nelson's voice. Tom, Nelson said softly. His wand-holding hand jerked up, and someone in the aura ranks screamed, "Stop them." In an instant, countless spells were shot from all directions, but Tom used his last bit of strength to block the first wave of spells, and took Nelson's entourage to the roof of a nearby building. Ha ha. Nelson's arm was hanging down weakly, and he almost couldn't hold onto his wand, but everyone present didn't dare to act rashly. In the blue sky, the dark Deathly Hallows symbol was hanging high and covering the sky. Chapter 355 Reinforcement. Continue. A sneering smile appeared on the corner of Tom's mouth. Although the two of them had lost the ability to resist at this moment, even though they were surrounded by auras, the offensive seemed to be reversed. No one dared to approach, and no one acted rashly, as if they were surrounded. Tom raised his head and looked up at the dark mark on the sky. He was so tired that he could hardly move, but he still endured the pain and straightened his back, putting Nelson's weight on his shoulders. Time seems to be frozen. The breeze blows through the station, exposed to the sun, although the sun is shining, but the auras feel as if they have fallen into an ice cave. The battle in New York in 1926 is in their minds, and the name left them so impressed was the sight of his mark that they were as if disarmed by a disarming spell. The air became extremely oppressive, overwhelmed by an imaginary imprint and a name. How ridiculous. A few young auras are finally ready to move. Grindelwald was still young in those years, when he was most active, and young people are always not afraid of authority. Only after they keep stumbling and falling, they will have a long memory. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a boy who was dissatisfied with his cowardly colleagues stepped forward. There are many obstacles. A transparent wave blade rushed towards Nelson's head. Nelson's head was tilted slightly, and his smooth blonde hair shook slightly. He sideways avoided the spell, but it still hit the side of the black mask, accompanied by a sound with the crisp sound of gold and stone colliding. Nelson's body was thrown back, and the mask was blown away from his face, spinning and falling into the crowd. Under the mask was a face that was not as clean as a dark wizard's. Nelson's head shook, then drooped again, and the hair on his forehead covered his face. After seeing this face, the expressions of the auras present were different, and most of them felt incredible. Could it be that these auras hanging in the sky were written by this young man? There was more consternation in the crowd, but for quite different reasons. Several auras backed away quietly, exchanged glances with each other, and raised their wands. Despite hearing Nelson's voice, Tina still couldn't believe the scene, and after a moment's hesitation, she looked around and gripped her wand tightly. The young aura's shot triggered a series of chain reactions, and several spells struck Nelson and Tom, but some people in the crowd reacted faster than them. The few guys who shot on their own were all knocked down, and the auras were surprised to find that among the colleagues who had just come together, many of them left the team and locked them from behind. After knocking down the attacking wizard, they raised their wands and prepared to protect the two on the roof. But their movements were a bit slow, but this didn't affect Nelson and Tom. For the saints had come. A middle-aged man with well-combed hair suddenly appeared in the middle of the aura encirclement. The moment he appeared, he had already observed the surrounding situation clearly. He suddenly raised his wand, and a solid barrier appeared in front of Nelson. After blocking the incoming spell, the barrier quickly dissipated. Master Wordling. He turned to face Nelson on the roof, nodded slightly, and then raised his wand. A black beam of light rushed to the sky and merged into the mark of the Deathly Hallows summoned by Nelson. Sorry, I'm late. It's not too late, Nelson said hoarsely. Thank you, Abernathy. The appearance of this person caused a commotion in the Aura team. He used to be a member of the American Aura team, and even Tina's immediate boss, Abernathy, was a powerful spellcaster. During his time as an Aura, he was also considered to have achieved remarkable results, but after Grindelwald escaped from prison, he quickly fell into the arms of Nermengard. Nelson and Abernathy once had a bond in Krakow. Abernathy nodded, scanned the surrounding environment, and saw many familiar faces with solemn expressions. He quickly understood the situation at the moment, and said to Nelson, "Do you need to evacuate? I will cover you." "No." Nelson shook his head. "We'll wait." "Okay." Abernathy's acting style was like his spell, without any muddled water. He raised his wand, and the saints who had escaped from the Aura team appeared beside him one after another, and the encirclement was slightly squeezed apart, making Nelson's breathing easier. "Abernathy, you have the face to face us." Seeing her former boss, Tina scolded angrily. "Long time no see." Abernathy did not respond to her greeting, but just greeted with a smile. Under his command, several people opened the battlefield and set up a barrier that could block it for a while. Tina deeply forgot about Nelson's glance, and their eyes collided in the air. She seemed to be questioning whether what Nelson said to her at the dinner table was deceitful, but Nelson did not avoid his eyes as she imagined. Looking at her with guilt, his eyes were so clear that Tina was slightly shaken. But her identity didn't give her much time to think. Seeing that the barrier led by Abernathy was about to be completed, she also ordered an attack on the surrounded people. Two fists are no match for four hands. The barrier is crumbling under the indiscriminate bombardment. Several auras are struggling to support, but they are not afraid. As long as they raise their heads, they can see the imprint of the holy artifact above their heads. They know that the reinforcement has come. Crack. A hideous crack appeared in the barrier very quickly, and even a disarming spell invaded through the crack, shooting straight at Nelson in the middle, but he did not dodge or dodge. A saint quickly appeared in front of him, cast the spell block. In the next second, the air around Nelson twisted, and an old man with scars and a hideous face appeared beside him. "Huh? Nelson? What are you doing here? You got hit. Andre, why are you here?" Nelson was also a little confused. Shouldn't he be in Europe? "I'm here to do something. TSK. Boston is my sad place." Andre shook his head, observing the surrounding environment. "Abernathy? What do you call him for?" A veteran saint of his kind didn't take much notice of a man like Abernathy. "I answer the call, Lord Andre." Abernathy even had time to raise his head and retort. "It is my honor to protect Wiltoning by the stream. HMPH, I hope you take good care of it." Andre raised his wand with a smirk, and a thick black light beam shot straight into the sky and merged into the mark of the Deathly Hallows. It became bigger and more conspicuous. "You think he needs your protection?" "I need it," Nelson said hastily. Andre didn't participate in the defense led by Abernathy. He raised his wand until the gap where the disarming spell flew, and the wand spit out green light bullets like a machine gun. Flying into the Aura team in the middle, a series of explosions were set off. "It's a bit difficult." Andre looked at the dark crowd in front of him, the scars on his face twitching. "Did you step on their tails? Why are there so many people? I'm looking for Hayabo's Horcrux, but the Magic Congress of America wants to use it to do bad things." No wonder. Andre understood that he knew a little about Nelson's deeds. Needless to say, he jumped off the roof, walked out of the barrier, and continued to fight back the auras approaching the barrier with his own strength. Andre attracted a lot of firepower, which put a lot of pressure on Abernathy and his team who were maintaining the barrier. Although they were not against each other, they were still able to play exquisite coordination, especially Andre in front of and behind the barrier repeatedly jumping horizontally, did not suffer any damage. "Increase the firepower. There will be more and more of them. We must take them down first." A relatively sober leader among the auras commanded, and their spells began to focus on the torn wound of the barrier, which made the barrier more fragile. After a few seconds, it shattered, and Nelson was once again exposed to the auras under the wand. Tom raised his arms, ready to squeeze his magic power, and joined the counterattack. He understood why Nelson didn't choose to retreat, and he also knew that, as long as they persisted in this paragraph, they would become the victor, and become the party of justice. Not to mention, only to the worst personal time is long gone. But Nelson lowered his hand and shook his head slightly. "Raw." A huge black monster with no specific shape suddenly appeared, swallowing up the curse shot at Nelson, and Nelson vaguely saw a somewhat familiar figure. Silently, as soon as he appeared, he showed crushing strength, and it took only a moment to break up the formation of the auras, dividing a blank area between the two warring parties. After doing all this, he quickly disappeared as abruptly as when he came. The sunny day suddenly turned cold, and the air in the center of the second Salem garrison was distorted and deformed everywhere. Figures appeared in the circle surrounded by the auras. Luo contended, but soon, their team grew larger. There are men and women, old and young. Some are dressed in luxurious long-distance running. Some are dressed in Muggle attire. Some are alone. Some are in groups. They have different skin colors and different accents, but just take a look. Then they became clear about each other's identities, and after confirming the situation in the field, the coming wizards raised their wands, and more black light beams merged into the Deathly Hallows imprint in the sky, making it even bigger and more powerful. It is more conspicuous, like a star falling to the earth, enough to attract the attention of people hundreds of miles away. Nermingard is strongly announcing its return. The moment they saw the imprint of the holy vessel, the saints had already rushed to the assembly point without even having time to change their costumes. This made these saints from all walks of life look like a motley crew, but their ranks were in disarray. The auras were much more tidy. They were silent, orderly, and formed a neat line around Nelson. Many of these American saints have never even met Nelson, but the moment they saw the mark, they had already made a decision. More and more saints appeared here, making the already sizable resident of Second Salem suddenly become cramped. As the number of saints increased, the ones of the auras gradually became silent. The auras retreated under the persecution of the saints. Under the pressure of the number, they quickly became the surrounded party. Unlike being intimidated by Grindelwald before, they really did not dare to act rashly. Finally, after the foothold was continuously compressed, a curse was shot from the Aura's team at the saint. This spell was like a sparking fuse, instantly igniting the dull powder keg. Countless spells were shot at the enemy from both camps. There was no indication of purpose, no formation of troops, no pre-battle mobilization. The battle started like this. The spell knocked down the enemy, or was knocked down by the enemy. The wizards in the hail of bullets have no choice. Compared with these saints from all walks of life, the auras are undoubtedly much stronger in battle, but their numbers are not dominant. Not to mention, a few minutes ago, their companions had already attacked from behind, and the price is not just downsizing, but jealousy. Not only do they have to face the overwhelming offensive of the saints, but they also have to be wary of their companions who are fighting side by side, lest they suddenly turn their wands and add firewood to the sacred mark above their heads. Head against yourself. The independent auras have left behind the tactical manuals they have memorized during training, and rely solely on their personal abilities to mediate in the battlefield. But this is undoubtedly to make them useless their martial arts. As far as duels are concerned, there are also hard-working players among the saints with a strong sense of faith. They are weak in coordination, but compared to the auras who have lost trust with each other at this moment, their cooperation with each other is particularly strong. What's more, there are still a steady stream of wizards appearing on the battlefield, joining the queue of saints. But the auras are the best among the wizards after all. Their battle of trapped beasts should not be underestimated, and many saints were injured and left the field under their crazy counterattack. The battle became more and more fierce, and more people were injured and fell down. Tina alone caused a lot of trouble for the saints, but there are people who can withstand the pressure, and naturally there are people who cannot bear the pressure. There were a few auras who had apparated away, and they had escaped at such a critical moment. Perhaps they were calling for reinforcement, or perhaps it was a rational choice to evacuate in such a situation with such an advantage in numbers, but fleeing the battle greatly affected the fighting spirit of the auras, and more people made the decision to fight against them. The same choice, only a small group of people headed by Tina remained in place. I thought they would be disheartened, but the group of people left behind is the part with the strongest belief in the auras, and they are also elite. The situation even reached a stalemate for a while, until the imprint of the Deathly Hallows on the top of the head slid down like fine sand, raining black rain on the land. In the rain, black yarn filled the sky. Chapter 356 The Dark Lord's Guilty. No piece of sky has ever experienced such a big change in one day. The black veil hangs from the sky, like a skirt left by a water god. Like the doomsday, it not only fell from the sky, but also devoured the sky, tearing the sunlight on people's heads to pieces. The light of the sky weakly shone through the veil, casting a black and white filter on the wizards fighting on the ground. A movie with a similar picture was being played in the city of Boston. The experience of being played with by rabbits. When I first entered the city, the voice actor next to the screen let out exaggerated screams, and the dignitaries in the auditorium were laughing rudely. They may be the only people in Boston who have not noticed this strange sky in the closed darkness. At this moment, the roads in the city are too crowded to walk, and the pedestrians have no intention of moving. They are looking at the icy sky in the northeast, the triangular pattern, and the black veil surrounding it, the eyes full of fear of the unknown. The black gauze brushed the imprint of the sacred artifact in the sky, and it slowly wrapped the imprint, forming it into a bud-like shape, gently inflating and swinging like breathing. But the auras below had to suppress the fear in their hearts and fight back with an enemy who is more heroic than before. Everyone has been painted with a layer of grayscale. Only the spells of various colors are still dazzling. Under the reflection of the dazzling spells, Nelson in the center has become the only golden color, just like the snitch on the Quidditch pitch, generally eye-catching. This also reminded those auras who were about to lose their hold. Although they still don't know what happened, they still understand the principle of capturing the thief first, and gave up the fight with the saints. Beams of various colors flew towards Nelson in unison. At this time, Andre didn't know where he went. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen." The loud voice appeared in the center of the battlefield and radiated to every corner. Grindelwald appeared in front of Nelson, and the spells stopped suddenly, like an urchin inserting a pencil into a movie projector. The moment Grindelwald appeared, all the spells traveling in midair suddenly stopped. Not only fireballs, water bombs and even flying stones, even the light beams seemed to be locked in the photo and froze in midair. He was smiling and well dressed, as if he was about to attend someone's wedding, when he flicked his wand, and the spells that had been around Nelson disappeared, as if erased by an eraser. The moment he saw Grindelwald's back, Nelson closed his eyes, and the saints also put away their wands, and saluted Grindelwald respectfully. They were not worried that the spells of the auras would hit them, because for the wizards of the era, if you want them to be alert, you only need to say Grindelwald is coming. But if Grindelwald really comes, they will only be left with fear. "Nelson." Grindelwald turned around immediately and looked at Nelson behind him. "Is there any problem that even Mr. Wurtling can't solve?" Ahem. Nelson straightened his back on Tom's shoulders, brushed the hair on his forehead back, looked directly at Grindelwald, and said, "I'm not yet qualified to fight against wizards of a country." "No, you are eligible," Grindelwald said softly. "Always remember that not only are you standing behind them, but they are also standing behind you." Suddenly, he took a step forward, ignoring Tom's raised wand, grabbed Nelson's left hand, squeezed his little finger, and brought it in front of him, where a green ring with the pattern of Ouroboros was shining with a venomous death light, tightly strangling Nelson's knuckles. The flesh was cut by the sharp edge, and the dark red blood seeped from the gap, but was greedily sucked clean by the ring, leaving only dried blood stains in the corners. "You're so messed up," Grindelwald said reproachfully, and he shook his head immediately. "But yes, if you call for backup at the first time, it's not you." Nelson withdrew his hand, smiled, and said nothing. Only then did Grindelwald scan the battlefield and noticed the saints who fell in the battle. He frowned, looked down at the auras who were squeezed into the corner, and asked coldly, what did you do? Get out of America." A young aura who had fought to the end finally couldn't bear the pressure and couldn't hold back his emotions, screamed. His voice became distorted with excitement and fear, and the hand holding his wand trembled. "Oh, your courage is commendable." Grindelwald took a step forward, and while staring at Grindelwald, the wand in the aura's hand couldn't hold it, and fell straight to the ground, and he himself was like a cold statue, frozen in place, teeth chattering, unable to speak a complete word, and this may be the only place in his body that can move. His mind is completely filled by Grindelwald's eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Deep and cold, more terrifying than the black veil. that covered the sky and the sun, as if to tear his soul out of his eye sockets. But recklessness will not help you save the situation. Grindelwald stepped forward again, and those auras who were struggling to support fell to their knees one after another, their knees colliding with the hard stone road, making a muffled sound with a bloody smell. Grindelwald. Tina gritted her teeth, stood in front of her colleagues, and looked at the familiar figure standing in front of Nelson. "Oh, hello, Miss Goldstein." Grindelwald waved unhurriedly, but he quickly tapped his head with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Sorry, it should be Miss Scamander. Time flies so fast, and you have also found your own happiness." He waved his hand, and moved his fingers lightly. Those static spells suddenly burst into flames. The clusters of blue flames seemed to be cut from the blue sky. The pure flame devoured the magic power in the spells, growing himself, becoming stronger and more gorgeous, dotted among the wizards watching him, like a painting sprinkled with gold, gorgeous and exquisite. It's a pity, there is no new spell, it's not good enough. Grindelwald shook his head in frustration, as if disappointed. "Mrs. Scamander, do you want to add some color to this painting? What are you going to do? What do you want?" Grindelwald. Tina bravely glared at Grindelwald, but was not overwhelmed by his aura. She had fought Grindelwald before, so she naturally dared to face the pressure of the devil again. "I don't want to do something. You should ask what Mr. Wurtling wants to do." The old giant who Grindelwald figured out the situation with just a glance. He sneered. "Don't you even give a chance to say a word? Mr. Wurtling doesn't want to have anything to do with me, forcing him to make such a move. What are you afraid of?" Tina was at a loss for words. She was the kind of aura kept in the dark that Nelson said to Tom. Her overly upright character made her have no chance to understand what happened here, but at this juncture, she was caught. Magic will throw to clean up the trash. "Look, our symbols have been hanging here for almost a century. Why did the Magical Congress of the United States only send you people?" Grindelwald showed a look of pity. "Did they abandon you? It's really pitiful." "No," Tina quickly retorted, but there was no confidence in her words. A sound like rain came from behind, and the only remaining auras who could still stand lost their fighting spirit, and their wand slipped from their hands one after another. "It's nothing if it's like what I said," Grindelwald said with a smile. "After all, I'm not someone who likes to chase and fight. What you need to appease is his anger." He turned sideways, stretched out his hand, pointed at Nelson behind him, and even took 2 steps back to give the stage to today's protagonist. "Thanks, Tom." Nelson whispered in Tom's ear, then dropped his arm from Tom's shoulders and stood up. Tom nodded, but still took a step to the side, blocking the direction of most people, including Grindelwald, from facing Nelson. "Mr. Riddle, relax." Grindelwald shook his head with a smile. "With me here, no one will attack him." Frantically, all eyes were attracted by Nelson, who stood up. He stepped on the eaves. His coat was blown by the wind, and under the sky, filtered by the black gauze, he looked like a statue on the top of a church. Tina stood helplessly on the spot, and the fierce flame burning with the curse was reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Nelson for help. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that she had not misjudged the person. "Tina," Nelson said in a low voice, looking at the old acquaintance, "you can look behind you." His voice was hoarse and very small, but the audience was silent, which was enough to make his voice spread to every corner of the Second Salem garrison. Tina followed his gaze and looked behind, whereas one of the escape routes, they were firmly blocked by the saints who were encircling back, but at this moment they gave way to a wide road, enough for Tina to see clearly ahead at the end. The unremarkable house, the dark doorway is like a huge hungry mouth, which is unbearable to look at. Even in the gloomy Second Salem resident, it is the darkest place. What exactly is there? A corner of the black veil on the top of the head faded away, allowing the sun to shine from the sky and illuminate the building, but this was not enough to dispel the coldness there. Tina felt the discomfort instinctively. She understood that it might be Nelson's intention to face the aura. The reason is that she took a step and stumbled towards the hut. The saints tried to stop her, but Grindelwald shook his head, and they backed away, leaving a wider path for Tina. But as she got closer, Tina felt as if she was walking on a thin steel wire like a knife point. Her feet were cold, and her calves seemed to be filled with lead. Gradually, the situation inside the house appeared in her eyes, and an empty dead-like eye suddenly appeared in her line of sight, which made Tina stop in her tracks. She suppressed the instinctive discomfort and continued to walk forward. "Have you ever seen a Dementor, Tina?" Nelson's voice rang out behind her, above the second Salem garrison, in everyone's heart. "It is a kind of monster that is condensed by all the negative emotions in the world. They grow in the most foul-smelling and foulest corners. They are monsters born of the pain inflicted by people. They feed on human souls. Paradise is in the cemetery of mankind. To breed a Dementor, you need to capture a person who is innocent or happy, and put him in the place where the despicable Hayabo's soul breath leaks, and let the magic power of the black magic that has been bred for thousands of years destroy his body, replace the blood in his veins with cold poison, let the curse of despair eat his nerves. Say no more." Tina had already walked to the front of the hut, and she could clearly see the corpse-like lifeless people in the room. "Break his bones apart inch by inch, so that poisonous insects can penetrate into his flesh." Nelson was still babbling to himself, and more importantly, destroy his soul, everything he really loves. His beliefs, his dreams, his chastity, using all conceivable capital punishments to make him and Hayabo's magic become one. "Sorry, Tina, I'm targeting you. I understand that you don't know about it, but that's what the Magical Congress of America is doing. They're raising the second Salem like a dog, the same Muggle organization you fought against while you were on vacation in England, and they're piling their sins on them. Whitewash the peace. Tina, you have been deceived by them. We are friends. Senior Newt is an important person in my life. I don't want to see you being kept in the dark by such a group of people." As Tina's friend, Nelson knows that, when she is not in love, she is a very righteous and stubborn person. Words of this level cannot hurt her at all, but are more effective. Snapped. The sound of dry branches breaking came from inside the house. A dirty little girl with twisted arms was picking up the sharp gravel on the ground and crawling towards the sun with her scarred hands. This scene is more convincing than any words. Tina covered her mouth with her hands and was speechless in a daze. She turned around, stared at Nelson firmly, with repressed anger in her eyes, and said softly, "Thank you." Immediately afterwards, she raised her wand, twisted the air, and disappeared in place. Several saints broke away from the team. One of them ran towards the little girl lying in the sun, and the rest seemed to be chasing after her. No more chasing. Grindelwald stopped them. "We waited for the people from the Magical Congress of America to come, and we never thought that we wanted criminals would still stand on the moral high ground and ask those who wanted us to blame us day." Hearty laughter rang out from the crowd, and the saints began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner and treat the wounded. "Is Zweig here?" "Sorry, I'm late, Master Grindelwald." A big bald head appeared in front of Grindelwald. "I'm going to treat Nelson right now." "It's not too late." Grindelwald nodded, looking at Nelson who was already sitting on the roof. "Let's go and see those rescued by Nelson first. Don't let them die." "Right, where's Andre?" "When he found me, he went after the fleeing auras." "Yeah." Grindelwald nodded, looked at the busy and united saints, and looked up at the sky. "Hurry up, I can't wait." After Zweig left, a Bernathy approached Grindelwald obsequiously and asked in a low voice, "Nelson, is it really that important to you? I mean, why can he get such help from Ermengarde?" "Him? To me? If I have to say it, I really look forward to him, but it has nothing to do with the so-called help." Grindelwald first glanced at him in disgust, then shook his head and explained, "He earned respect by himself. Where you don't care, he has done a lot for this world. You may have noticed that this is why these wizards who are not combatants can fight to the death for him. Abe, don't you appreciate him, Nessie?" Chapter 357 The Price of the Price. "Nelson, leave it to me." A big thick hand covered Nelson's shoulders, and he raised his head. It was Zweig, the first saint he knew who was as reliable as a rock, blocking all the wind blowing towards Nelson. "Zweig, I still haven't been able to protect them with the patron saints as you said." Nelson lowered his head, and the wand slipped from his fingertips to the ground. This legendary wand, which was enough to arouse the greedy hearts of all wizards, just fell into the dust, covered in dust and filth. "You did everything you can, Nelson. When I taught you the Patronus charm, I didn't expect you to be so good. Zweig showed a gentle smile, and the usually taciturn man scratched his head, said, "If you believe in me, go to rest first, and always believe in your goblin friends. You will not forget. I." Nelson said nothing, shook the girl's hand vigorously, stood up with Zweig's help, and patted him on the shoulder. "I will trouble you." "Yeah." Zweig helped Nelson to Tom, who was directing the wizards to expand the space beside the hut, turned and left in silence. Zweig, this dangerous dark wizard who is wanted by many countries, this wild-looking big man approached the girl lying on the ground, and said softly, "Little girl, are you okay?" He half kneeled beside the girl, and gently stroked her scar exposed in the air with a clean handkerchief. What a hideous scar it was. Even if Andre came here, he would stare at them, and shake his head. Layers upon layers of welts covered the girl's left shoulder. There was not a single piece of good flesh on the entire shoulder, and new granulation sprouts had grown between the old scars. But it was brutally pierced by new wounds. The girl's immature face has lost all innocence. One of her eyeballs has become as cloudy as a beaten egg, but the other eye is staring intently at Nelson, who is sitting against the wall not far away. "I'm alive." Her voice was as piercing as rusted metal, and those people tortured even her vocal cords and internal organs. Zweig shook his head pityingly. The tattoo on his face shone with soft milky white light, which made this fierce man look extremely holy. He threw away the handkerchief and lightly brushed the girl's twisted legs with his fingertips. The regrown bones broke again with a tooth-piercing explosion, but they were quickly spliced straight. The scars scratched by the nails opened again, and the black blood with a cold atmosphere was squeezed out. "Call out when it hurts. It's okay. I don't hurt." The girl was so sensible that it made her feel distressed. She tried her best to smile at Zweig, but it was uglier than crying. While receiving treatment, she never took her eyes off her savior. "Hey, that's really good." Zweig rubbed the girl's dirty hair, pressed her shoulders with both hands, and a warm current flowed through the girl's body in an instant. If a person has experienced pain beyond imagination, how can you understand the pain? Tolerance will increase. The girl lay silently on the ground, and Zweig just casually drew a few strokes like this, and she really didn't feel the pain now. "Are you looking at Nelson? You can consider living in Ermengarde in the future. There are no bad people from the Magical Congress of America here. By the way, you should be a little wizard." Seeing the girl nodded, Zweig turned her. He turned his head upside down. "I won't watch for a while. He won't die. Come and see me." The girl looked at Zweig obediently, and saw that he pulled out a sharp silver dagger from his sleeve, and with a flash of white light, it cut his wrist with a swish, blood dripping from the wound filled with milky white halo. It fell, and it just fell into the girl's cloudy eyes. Zweig helped her close her eyelids and stood up. "Let's rest for a while. I have to take care of the other wounded." The girl nodded with her eyes closed, but as soon as Zweig left, she opened them, and looked at the tired Nelson. Such scenes continue to happen in the residence, and the hands of the saints who understand the situation become softer and gentler. Similarly, their dissatisfaction with the Magic Congress of the United States is also constantly accumulating, which can be destroyed by the notorious wizard terrorist organization. A government that holds grudges from a moral perspective is also incredibly rare. Tom, who settled Nelson, immediately ran to help. At this moment, the temporary hospital had just been built, and several saints built a teleportation rune in the center of the second Salem garrison. Soon, support and supplies came here. Tom returned to Nelson's side again, and when he saw that he was a little less tired, he held out his hand. "Nah, these bastards." Tom spat lightly, and punched the wall with his fist. "If I were Grindelwald, I would have killed them all 10 years ago." "Who isn't?" Nelson grabbed Tom's hand, stood up, patted the dirt on his buttocks, and watched the busy saints carrying these unknown wounded on stretchers, and gently nodded. "I went to help, you know, a potions expert like me. Thank you, Tom." Nelson nodded, and walked to Grindelwald not far away. The sun moved slowly to the west, coating the wilderness with a layer of golden red. Grindelwald sat on the roof, raised his hand, and stared at the golden edge of his palm in a silent trance. Nelson stood at the corner and jumped. In midair, a silver glow suddenly appeared under his feet. With the push of the mayfly, he jumped onto the roof. "The Elder Wand is with me." Nelson walked towards Grindelwald, and drew his wand from his pocket. "Oh, I remembered. I asked Credence to give it to you." You should have seen him just now. He's strong. I'm impressed. He's as shy as you, but he appreciates you. Grindelwald waved his hand. That's your wand, do you remember? In New York. Yes, Nelson, Grindelwald said, turning his head, twiddling his ordinary wand in fancy movements. You won it from me, and let me tell you a little secret. Even Albus never. How does it feel to beat me in a formal duel with the 3 holy artifacts? Very useful, especially when facing Hayabu. You might be like a god when dealing with dead people, right? Grindelwald nodded. I really didn't expect that you hid the resurrection stone for so long without saying a word, and I didn't expect that Credence would save you. His little girlfriend went out to grab the invisibility cloak, so much so that when Albus told me you needed the last hallows, I thought he was joking. Ironically, we both spent our lives chasing these few things, but in the end, it turned out that our common students completed our tracing. I can give you back the Elder Wand. No, please don't. Grindelwald shook his head. Albus once laughed at me as a coward who only chases external forces, and now I don't need it anymore. Not to mention, Nelson, you should. I need it more. What happened today? If you don't have the Deathly Hallows, I'm afraid you can only save 2 people, but 5 still died. Then what can I do? The Americans have done a great job. Grindelwald shook his head and sighed. Even if people stereotype me as brutal and heartless, when I come here, the strong breath of death actually scares me. When it comes to me, I'm different from those enemies who died in my hands. I'm nothing compared to them. Will they get the justice they deserve? Not necessarily, but I promise they will pay the price. Nelson nodded, walked up to Grindelwald, and jumped off the eaves. Be careful. Grindelwald poked his head out, but unfortunately he didn't see Nelson lying on the ground. In the midst of the bustle, as the sun set, Voldemort's huge body was dyed red. It had been hanging in the sky for too long. Panic had already set off in Boston, but there was still no news from the Magical Congress of America. This is so anomalous. Until the night fell slightly, the Saints on the Edge were attracted by a group of uninvited guests. The guest the Saints have been waiting for has finally arrived. A group of wizards with flustered expressions suddenly appeared outside the Second Salem garrison. It was at the door of the hut next to the railroad tracks. There was a strong and pungent smell of potion, and Nelson was standing at the door of the hut, staring at the parchment in his hand expressionlessly. Just 5 minutes ago, an old man who was unfortunately involved here passed away. Nelson had a deep impression on him. His memory is very long and full of happy memories. This gave Nelson, who has been immersed in depressive memories, so much minutes of breathing time. This retired old postman who moved from Miami to Boston was planning to spend his old age with his daughter and son-in-law. Who would have thought that his life would be left in this strange land the second day he arrived here? Hayabu's remnant soul did not defeat him, but he still fell under the unbearable pain. This is a gentleman. The Dementor repeated over and over again. Child, this monster is about to wake up. You can't fight him. Kill me. A silver-haired old hag stood sternly in front of the crowd, looking like a grumpy version of old McGonagall. Young man, where is Mr. Gellert Grindelwald? But Nelson didn't even lift his eyelids. He ignored the dark wizards in front of him, and ignored the witch at all. His attention was all attracted by the report in his hand, and the old man's voice and smile appeared in his mind. Although he only met once, with the help of legilimency, he almost accompanied the old man all his life before his death. The sadness nearly overwhelmed him, but Nelson had turned it into uncontrollable rage. His left hand holding the parchment was tightly clenched into a fist, and the edge of the parchment was torn apart with an imperceptible burst of fibers, and the right hand holding the wand trembled, causing the wizards in front of him to be vigilant. Where's Tina? After a long while, Nelson squeezed out a cold question from between his teeth. Thank you for letting her deliver such important information to us. She caused a scene in Congress, but we all understand why she did it, the old witch said with a smile. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have it. Cannot be found that colleagues inside have done such a heinous thing behind the back of Congress. Behind. Nelson sneered, waving his wand unexpectedly. An unprepared middle-aged man was lifted out of the line behind the old witch and hit the ground heavily. Is this the back? Ah. Seeing Nelson raise his wand again, the wizards behind the old witch became alert, but the saints only gathered around Nelson in a split second, firmly guarding him in the center. Tom had quietly appeared behind the old witch, put his wand against the back of her head, and nearly knocked her to the ground. Back, I want to see if they dare to make a move. Nelson experienced the exhilarating feeling of a fox pretending to be a tiger, but it was not enough. The crowd parted a passage, and he walked out slowly, and came to the man who was dizzy from the fall, looking down at him. Grant Pierce, are you the person in charge of this film? I remember Mr. Leonard's lung was pierced by you with a tree branch, right? Who is Leonard? Pierce asked in confusion. Of course you don't know. He was a muggle who died a few minutes ago. People like you shouldn't remember the name of a lowly muggle. Nelson raised his head and stared at the person behind the old witch. Serafina Picquery, I don't understand why the Magical Congress of America would send a retired wizard here, and I also don't understand that you can come to treat the injured quickly, but you insist on delaying until now, but you may not know. He lightly tapped his temple with his index finger, showing a mocking smile. Even if everyone is dragged to death by you, their pain will remain in my mind. Sins cannot be washed away by delay. The most important thing now is to solve the problem. Picquery didn't care about Pierce on the ground. The wizard, who was the first person picked out by Nelson, had been given up by her. Responsible for mistakes. Error. Sorry, I used the wrong words. Picquery understood the importance of the situation better than anyone else. When she knew that Grindelwald was present, she already understood that the problem cannot be solved by force. The most important thing at this moment is to put the "it is better to bury everything that happened in the same place, no matter how much it costs, than to spread all over the world." A few weeks ago, the current speaker just participated in a global meeting on the treatment of Herbo Horcrux. At the meeting, he even one of the initiators of the destroy proposal. We will give conditions that satisfy Nermengard. From her point of view, Nermengard was about to grab the price by his braids. Grindelwald stood up in the distance. He was almost amused by this old acquaintance. Nelson stood on the spot like a statue. Her breathing was a little unsteady. Picquery thought she had offered a good price, but she ignored the position of the person in front of her. Everyone held their breath and looked at the lonely face. To Nelson in the crowd, the only sound in the air was the howling of an increasingly furious gale. You really made me laugh. Nelson started to stroke his hair again, and Tom knew he couldn't contain his anger. The hand he was holding the one slightly tightened, and the burning sensation stimulated Picquery's nerves. But no one dared to act rashly, just because the man who hadn't appeared was standing on the roof in the distance and looking here. Handsome, look over here. A discordant voice suddenly sounded from the side, and everyone turned their heads to look at the owner of the voice. Penguin holds the camera and presses the shutter. Crack. The spotlight successfully caught everyone's eyes, including Nelson. The smoke dissipated, and a photo was slowly spit out from the camera in the penguin's hand. The people in the photo had different expressions and were well dressed, as if they were having a grand banquet. Desire magnified their ugliness infinitely. Nelson and Tom and the crowd looked extremely clean. It's time to make big news. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, The Broken Door. News from our newspaper. Correspondent Penguin. Recently, a horrific and vicious incident occurred in Salem, a small town in the northeastern United States. Actually openly arrested muggles and underage wizards to carry out inhumane and anti-human experiments here. It is reported that the purpose of the experiment is to study the principle of the evil magic props buried underground in Salem, and hope to put related technologies into the armament of Macusa Point. This evil magic item is related to the despicable Herbo, a black wizard thousands of years ago. 3 weeks before the incident broke out, the International Federation of Wizards had just passed a proposal initiated by Macusa to destroy Herbo's remaining magic weapon. It's even more sarcastic. Salem has a close relationship with the establishment of Macusa. After the famous Salem witch trial broke out in 1692, MACUSA was established under the call of the first speaker, Josiah Jackson, hoping to unite North American wizards and lead they come out of the post-event dilemma point today, more than 200 years later, under the leadership of Mr. Milhouse Jackson, the great-great-grandson of Josiah Jackson. North American wizards abandoned the creeds of their ancestors and opened Pandora's box with their own hands. According to people familiar with the matter, the disclosure of this illegal experiment came from 2 Hogwarts students who went to the United States to visit friends Mr. The deeds of the adventurers of the tournament are turned down to the 4th edition. They disembarked in Boston Bay, encountered an American horror attack on the way to the former residence of the famous Muggle poet Longfellow in the Northeast, and stubbornly resisted the enemy's offensive. Finally, they waited for the rescue of righteous people. In the process of wandering here, the 2 young wizards discovered these inhuman experiments, and inadvertently unearthed the relationship between MACUSA and the famous anti-wizard organization New Salem Mercy, also known as Second Salem. Relevant content is forwarded to the 3rd edition. Obscure connection. Snapped. A big hand slammed a thick stack of newspapers on the desk, and Milhouse Jackson, then the chairman of the Magical Congress of America, stared angrily at the silent congressman in front of him, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. In the conference room on the top floor of the wizarding space in the Woolworth building, Speaker Jackson clutched his hand, that had lost consciousness due to too much force, and glanced at the surrounding MPs, who all shrank their necks, wishing to hide their heads and go under the shoulders. Less than half of the people were seated in this usually magnificent meeting room at the moment, and the candles were not lighted. The slightly dim lighting made this place look like a magic black market trading site. Who can tell me what this is? Speaker Jackson roared. Didn't Pickwill just set off? Why is there news now? And these top secret information, did our people leak it? Speaker Jackson slammed on the desktop again, and the first page of the report was blown away by the wind, revealing a large photo on the back. In the middle of the night, a group of American auras standing in the wilderness, facing a dilapidated building. In the hut, there was an unusually eye-catching young wizard in the crowd, who was pointing his wand at the back of the head of the witch standing in the front. On the opposite side of the crowd, an equally young guy stood guard in front of the hut, firmly confronting the group of wizards. This animated photo was filtered through a filter that Speaker Jackson had never seen before. The officials and auras were rendered in black tones like a group of dark wizards infected with dragon plague syphilis. The 2 young people looked like as a righteous person. Who can tell me why? Just after Pickwill arrived there was a report with photos. Speaker Jackson continued to roar. Why? They can pass through the layers of defenses of the Woolworth building. Throw this costly newspaper on my desk. The surrounding councillors were silent for a while, and they stretched their hands under the table in unison. Amidst the murmur, almost everyone took out an identical newspaper. The Quibbler? Whose subscription is for Congress? Jackson's bloodshot eyes patrolled the members' faces, as if he was about to pick out a raw one and eat it in a second. Is there no one? Did it fall from the sky? I know, Lord Speaker. A voice came from the corner. This is the meeting material that you ordered your secretary to send us before the meeting. I decided it. Jackson pointed at himself. His eyes darkened, and he almost fainted with anger. After a while, he recovered and asked with his forehead, "Where is Pierce? He is not a representative of New England. Why didn't you come to the meeting?" Speaker Pickwill said he wanted to know the situation and took Pierce away. You can take a closer look. He is in this photo. Lying on the ground is a little hard to find. There was a long silence in the conference room until the door suddenly opened and time began to flow again. My lord, the British Ministry of Magic sent a letter asking why we haven't carried out the Horcrux removal work. A rash wizard broke in and said out of breath. After he spoke, several people broke into the conference room and the conference room became noisy. I found it, Mr. Speaker. The 2 people in the photo are indeed Hogwarts students. The blonde-haired one was once the head of Ermengarde in Poland. We suspect that he may be a relative of Grindelwald. This matter should have been planned by Ermengarde. Sir, the representatives of those states are stuck downstairs and want to break into the meeting room. My lord, Dagu, the most wanted criminal, rescued Tinnagold from the temporary prison. Scamander. Sir, the members who did not attend the meeting also received newspapers. Master Speaker, Damn it, that's enough. Jackson waved his hands angrily, and the door of the meeting room was slammed shut, shutting out the noisy voices. Damn it, what kind of newspaper is this? Jackson sat down on his luxurious chair, but now he felt that this moderately soft and hard chair was damn hard on his butt, but he didn't care so much, and flipped through the newspaper to the last page. On the first page, the various heart-wrenching reports in the middle made his head hurt even more. Finally, on the last page, a piece of silver metal inlaid between the papers appeared in front of him. It was about the size of a business card, with the symbol he is least willing to face, the mark of the Deathly Hallows, Grindelwald's logo. At the bottom of the symbol, a line of words for him is engraved in beautiful small characters. For the trial version of the speaker, follow-up subscription, please keep your hand over the nameplate. Remembered. Jackson leaned weakly on the back of the uncomfortable chair, stretched out his hand, and covered the metal sheet in front of him. The moment he stretched out his hand, the newspaper suddenly flipped on its own, and letters flew out of the report, forming paragraphs of words that looked like advertisements, but were actually threatening. In the sky above the conference room, the Quibbler, produced by Nermengard, brings you the truth under whitewashing piece. With the support of Nermengard's production and transmission technology, we promise that the original appearance of the event will be presented to your desk within half an hour after the occurrence, so that you can know the world without leaving home. This newspaper does not use owlpost to protect the cleanliness of your study windowsill. We guarantee, all over the world, delivered at the same time. All over the world. Speaker Jackson looked at the lead-like advertisement above his head and knocked on the table weakly. The clerk beside him handed over a cigarette in a colorful manner, which was placed above the no smoking sign. Speaker, if the instigator of this practice is an emerging force like Nermengard, this should be a threat. A congressman blindly analyzed. They may need the support of our discourse in the international community, so they made this move. Shut up. Jackson stretched out his wand, but the flame at the tip of the wand couldn't be aimed at the cigarette butt. He wanted to spit it to the ground, but the cigarette holder was stuck by the saliva on his lips. He lowered his head. Shen Sheng said, "You don't know Grindelwald at all. He can really do this kind of thing." Boom. The door was blasted from the outside, and several stinking wizards broken together. It seemed that the visitor was not friendly. Jackson looked at the person who came. It was a familiar face he had a meeting with a few weeks ago. International Federation of Wizards. In addition to the participants of the meeting, there is also the youth representative of the British Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore. It seems that Mr. Jackson is very leisurely, and he still has time to smoke now. An old man who looked very grumpy waved his wand, and a fireball the size of a wash basin flew towards Jackson's face. "Why? Don't order? Milhouse, you have really disgraced your ancestors. If it hadn't been for those two young people passing by, we wouldn't dare to imagine what would have happened." An elderly witch said slowly, What do you want to do? Control second Salem, study Horcruxes. If you can't beat Grindelwald, are you going to join him? The clerk on the side tried his best to block the flying fireball, but how could he be able to bear the spiciness of Leo Jiang? The fireball deftly avoided obstacles like a big golden snitch, and exploded suddenly at a distance of 1 meter away from Jackson's face, burned the eyebrows, beard, and hair on his face into charcoal, but he did light the saliva-stained cigarette. Speaker Jackson, we have received a newspaper. The old man who threw the fireball threw the newspaper that everyone present had read on the ground, and said with a sinister smile, "You are really doing well in front of wizards all over the world. It's a sight to behold." Like an elementary school student trying to play dead to avoid homework spot checks, Jackson lowered his head and said nothing. "Mr. Jackson," Dumbledore stepped out of the crowd and asked seriously, "is everything in the report true?" "Ah, really?" Jackson's mind was filled with a crisis that he had never encountered this time, and his thinking ability was greatly restricted. Hearing Dumbledore's question at this moment, he seemed to grasp the straw. He said loudly, "Grindelwald. All this is a conspiracy by Grindelwald. He wants to subvert the wizarding world in the United States. You must stop him. Albus, you must stop him." As soon as the voice fell, the door that had just been closed opened again with a bang. Magfeng rushed in, found Dumbledore who was at the front of the crowd, supported his knees, and said out of breath, "I just went there, saw Tom and Nelson. They're alright. Just a little out of whack. That's good. Dumbledore nodded. Minerva, don't worry, speak slowly. But the situation there is worse than what was written in the report. There are traces of black magic everywhere, and even Grindelwald himself is there to rescue the wounded. Since Hayabo's Horcrux was leaked, they have captured a total of 475 muggles and 37 young wizards, plus the original 800 people in the second Salem resident. Most of them are muggles. A total of 1,000 people participated in that experiment. 1,000 people. Dumbledore frowned. They saved 1,000 people. No. Albus, most of them were burned to ashes, and they were not buried, and they were piled up in a small house there. McGonagall panted heavily, with emotions fluctuating even more than breath fluctuations. According to Nelson, there were only 50 people left in the end. He rescued 45 people. Before I left, only 45 of these 32 people survived. Hiss. All eyes were focused on Jackson's face. His mind was running fast, and he was almost about to emit green smoke. Suddenly, an idea popped up. Yes, they have no evidence, as long as I destroy those materials in advance, and push this matter to boom. The door rang again, and the antique wooden door finally couldn't bear today's continuous torture. The door and its frame fell off the wall, and Nora rushed in, with a mournful face, and shouted, "Mr. Speaker, Tina and the wanted the criminals raided the secret place together. Newt Scamander blocked the outside. We can't get in." "Ah, who are you?" Boom. How can the door be opened again after falling? Just when everyone was wondering, Speaker Jackson had fallen limply on his desk. "I'm very interested in your proposal to pay the price." At the second Salem station, Nelson, who had received the parchment report again, tore the parchment to pieces angrily, but after turning around to face Picquery, he replaced Bin Bin in just a second. A polite smile. "But I have a more reasonable proposal. We will definitely satisfy you, Nermingard, and Mr. Grindelwald." Picquery wiped the sweat from his brow, and said happily, "Just say it." "Well, since you said that you will be responsible for your definite mistakes, then naturally I can't fall behind." Nelson wrung his fingers and said slowly, 475, 37, plus 848. The total is, how much is it? 1,360 people. Here 1,360 people died because of the greed of the Magical Congress of America. Tom said in a low voice behind Picquery. Now he can't wait to stick his wand into the old hag's head. What an astonishing number. Percent survival rate. Tom, I feel like I've never seen so many people in my life. Nelson said with a big smile on his face. I'm not very good at putting a price on life, but one life, and one life can indeed be equated. You Picquery secretly thought something was wrong. Hush, let me finish. Nelson raised his index finger to his lips, and Tom also used his wand to force Picquery to shut up. I will also be responsible for my confirmed mistakes. Injured or here, I will take the responsibility. If you want to lose money or arrest me, I'm willing to arrest me without a fight, but you need to pay the same sincere price for the innocent victims here. I just don't know. Are there 360 wizards in the Magical Congress of America? Chapter 359 Dead Soul. I don't understand what you mean. A gust of cold wind blew by, and the wizards behind Picquery suddenly felt chills down their spines. Like Picquery, they still didn't understand a word of what Nelson said clearly. Does this guy want wizards to kill muggles? Someone figured out the joints, but quickly rejected this absurd idea. How could the wizard's life be placed on the same balance as that group of mud-legged people? Woolen cloth. What's more, the person who said this sentence is also a wizard. This sentence must have a deeper meaning. It's just that I was stupid and didn't think clearly. Can't understand English? It's okay, I can translate for you. The crowd behind Nelson couldn't help but suppress laughter. Like muggles, many wizards took pleasure in making fun of these mud-legged people in America. Sorry, I can understand, but I don't quite understand. What is the price of the same sincerity you said? Is it hard to understand? Nelson swung his hand holding the elder wand vigorously, and a gust of wind blew up, and the doors of a row of dilapidated warehouses beside him slammed open. Pale powder piled up like a granary to form hills. A flood gushed out of the house like a flood, and under Nelson's control, it merged into a pale boa constrictor, and entangled behind him. with the shouts of countless people. Do you know what this is? I'm sorry, I don't know. Piccoli covered her mouth and nose with her hands and took a staggering step back. Death has no smell, but at this moment, she smelled an extremely strong smell of death. But she couldn't back down easily. The pain of being pierced by the wand in the back of her head pulled her back from fear to reality, and she had to face it. This is the ashes. Nelson put his hand down to his side. These ashes filled the warehouse were burned by the people who died in Second Salem. This group of insane researchers not only played with them during their lifetime, but even after their death squeeze out the last trace of value. The ashes of people who died desperately under the torture of black magic are the best black magic material, and there was such a good batch of goods in Nocturnally not long ago. It's really hard to imagine. Miss Pickery, 1,360 people. 1,366 people. Nelson raised his palm, and the head of the pale boa constrictor gently moved up and rubbed against his palm. Nelson complained angrily, more than 360 people, even standing together, are enough to fill all the open space here, but after their death, there is only such a little left. Pickery and the wizards behind her stared blankly at the boa constrictor, who showed affection to Nelson and were too frightened to speak. No matter how many people were seen from the report, they were just numbers, but when they really faced all this, they feel the shock. Someone in the line couldn't help vomiting. Do you find them disgusting? Do they make you sick? Tom gritted his teeth in disgust. Another wand appeared in his empty hand, and he stretched out his hand without looking back. A flash of red light flashed, and a person behind him was hit by a bang, flying and causing the wizards behind him to suffer. They huddled and fell to the ground, stinking with vomit. I don't think they are disgusting at all, but rather innocent. What do you think? Nelson asked coldly as he brushed his fingers across the scales of the giant white python. The wizards behind Pickery kept nodding. Devo, they've lost their fighting spirit. My lord, please don't touch it. The black magic contained in it will cause great harm to the body. Someone from the saint behind reminded him, but Nelson did not follow his advice. Instead, he gently stroked its forehead, turned around, and whispered to the concerned saint, to tell you the truth, I just saved them, became a serpent, and did nothing after that. Grown-ups, do you understand what this means? These more than 1,000 victims are approaching me. I don't feel the erosion of the so-called black magic at all. I only feel the same body temperature as me, that's right. Before I found out, they were living people just like me. Nelson turned his head violently and angrily said, but some people wantonly deprive them of the right to live, breathe, and emit the same body temperature as us, and wantonly trample on other people's lives. Is it worth drawing our swords against each other? The air froze, only the sound of the flashes kept ringing, and the penguin was blowing, moving around, looking for a shooting angle. After a while, the sudden loud noise in the saint's procession almost made him throw away the camera. Worth it, worth it, worth it. Fine. Nelson continued, taking his hands off the snake's head. Should we just sit back and watch this? This time the roar came more crisply and neatly than last time. No way, no way, no way. Then what price should they pay? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's right, if you sow the wind, you will reap the storm. Nelson stared at Pickery and the wizards, and said softly, don't worry, I won't kill innocent people indiscriminately like you. This is ridiculous, it's crazy. Pickery kept shaking his head. Please believe in the Magical Congress of America once. We will definitely find all those involved in this matter, and give them a fair and open trial. Forgive me, frankly speaking, neither you nor Nermengard can guarantee true justice, and only by working together can we give the victims a satisfactory explanation. Is it? Nelson took off his robe slowly, and handed it to the saint, who came forward behind him, almost crushing him to the ground. A silver glow began to flicker from his neck, and soon covered his body with a cloak that shone like a starry sky. He raised the Elder Wand straight to his chest with his right hand, and wore the Resurrection Stone ring pressing the back of his right hand with his left hand. He raised the Elder Wand above his head, as if holding a holy sword. At this moment, the sun set in the west on time, and the world was plunged into darkness. One sun puts out another, and the hoe and the wand are in the same hand. Amidst the whispering chants, a dazzling light that was so dazzling that it was hard to look directly shot out from the tip of the Elder Wand and shot straight into the sky. It only took a second for it to penetrate the body of the Black Voldemort above his head, pierced straight into the center of the imprint of the Deathly Hallows hanging high in the sky, passed through the imprint's logo, and continued to march toward the distant starry sky. Finally, after the sun sank to the west, another sun shone in the sky. Someone in the ranks of the saints had seen a similar scene. It was a cloud floating faintly above Nocturne Alley. The sun is like an eye, indifferently scanning all living beings under its feet. As the light from the Elder Wand becomes more intense, it slowly bursts open, tearing open a wound filled with mist in the night. The lost fog dripped from the cracks, covering the surrounding night scene with a layer of dreamy silver. Nelson's face turned pale again, and the pure white light fell from the crack to the ground, shining on the wizard and a pale boa constrictor on the surface. A humane sense of relief appeared on its face. Guided by the light, the body of the snake exploded from the inside, turning into white bone powder all over the sky. Dots of silver light emerged in the white beam of light, heading towards the crack like reversed rain. So beautiful. Traumatized, but recovering some spirits, the little girl Adele stretched out her blood-stained hands to touch the slowly rising rain of light. She knew what the rain was, and said her final farewell to them. She originally thought that the rain should be colder than the real rain, but she never expected that those fairy-like light particles would dance and sing around her, lining up to kiss her forehead. In the sound of rain, she heard a familiar voice. Come on, Adele, go back and take a shower. You are still the most beautiful girl. Live on, little girl, and you can become a lawyer in the future. You're going to have a great future. I swear to God. Oh no, I swear to myself. If you get bullied, you can go to my son. He's a cop in Cleveland. She has heard all these voices. They were the prisoners who accompanied her during the nightmare time at the second Salem station. In the rare night of respite, they once encouraged each other and looked forward to the coming of the savior. She felt the tears in her eyes, moisture filled the air, and the tear glands that had been dried up due to the death penalty gushed out tears again. Little girl, you've recovered a little bit. Zweig squatted beside her and gently touched her head. She raised her neck and looked past the densely packed saints in front of her eyes, the hut, the darkness, and the light, firmly condensed behind Nelson. The American wizards behind Picquery had never seen such a battle. At this moment, they only wanted Nelson to withdraw his magical powers. Some people with faith were even on the verge of mental breakdown and raised their wands again. Tom turned around, the wand in his right hand still resting on the back of Pequel's head, staring vigilantly at the panicked crowd behind him. Leave this to me, Riddle. A deep male voice rang in Tom's ear. He turned his head. It was Grindelwald. He was looking up at the gap in the sky and murmured, "It's so beautiful. Is it to master the power of death?" He lowered his head, grabbed Tom's wrist, took it off the back of Picquery's head, and said softly, "You're tired. Go to Nelson. He needs you." Tom nodded without saying anything and walked over to Nelson, past Picquery. Grindelwald looked at Tom's back and smiled. The moment he walked out of the crowd, a blue fierce flame gushed out from the ground against Tom's heels, and a wall-like ring of fire locked all the wizards firmly. On the spot, he flicked his fingers, and the flame burst out suddenly, growing to a height of more than 3 meters. He stood quietly on the spot, admiring the beautiful scenery in the sky, which was the scenery he had dreamed of. Tom. Nelson greeted Tom with a hoarse voice when he saw Tom coming towards him. "You're?" Tom pointed to the sky. "I'll help." "How can I?" Nelson shook his head, motioning Tom to approach. "I'll give you back the ring of the Gaunt family." Tom shook his head, stretched out his hand, and took away the Elder Wand held by Nelson. He could see that it was the holy artifact that needed the most magic power. He carefully maintained the beam of light, and the magic power in his body was being greedy by it. As he plundered the ground, his face suddenly turned white, shining white in the light. "It's kind of silly, Tom." Huh. Tom snorted softly and straightened his back even more. Suddenly, he felt Nelson grabbing the Elder Wand together with him. With the joint efforts of the two, the three reunited holy artifacts showed a greater power. The gap on the top of the head is getting wider and wider, and the light sprinkled on it will embellish the surroundings as bright as day. Under the silver light, the ashes floating in the air disappeared in an instant, and the souls locked in it by the black magic were freed. But they did not act immediately, but instead gathered around the two of them, as if they were doing their last bid farewell. Nelson suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Looking down, wisps of milky white steam emerged and rose from the surface of the cloak. That was the memory he read when rescuing the remaining 50 people, and those desperate and painful memories were in his soul, dissipated under their baptism. The burden on Nelson was suddenly much lighter. He smelled gratitude in the light around him, but it wasn't enough, and black sludge was torn from his temple after the milky white memory transpired. It was the memory of Peeves whom he had glimpsed. 100 years of pure malice had always accumulated in the depths of his soul, making Nelson involuntarily sensitive and violent, but all this disappeared under the gift of the rescued. Sorry for not coming sooner. Nelson closed his eyes. Maybe without me. Hey Urbo's Horcrux wouldn't. Tom finally knew why Nelson was so caring, and even blamed himself so much. He was about to say something when a hand made of light spots came out from the night, stretched out a finger, and pressed Nelson's lips immediately afterwards. It opened its palm, caressed Nelson's cheek like a mother, lifted his face up, and took out the small black ball wrapped in chains from the coat, held by the saint behind him, and placed it on the mosso gently in the hand. The black was instantly melted and disintegrated, and the chain returned to the form of magic power, and floated in the air, leaving a milky white, smooth, bone-like delicate sphere. Son, listen to us. You don't have to stand on the opposite side of the world for us. We are already grateful to you, but there are better solutions to everything, especially for you. There are more people in suffering who need you to save. You don't have to set yourself up for a group of greedy, ignorant people. It's here. Look at that little girl. She is still alive. The living is the most important thing. I was a lawyer. I'm a soldier. I'm a farmer. Look, this next to me is my wife. Please let us protect you once. You are too tired, child. Protect yourself. Listen to me. No. Nelson shook his head and clenched his fist firmly. I must judge them. No, you don't have to. Your justice will be twisted into power and brutality, and if you use the same methods as this, everything you do will fall short. But we can. We are already dead. Let us judge them. Another group of people appeared around the station, and the leader was Dumbledore. Their eyes were first attracted by Grindelwald's fiend fire, and then they quickly noticed the heavenly vision. My god. Chapter 360, The Trial of the Dead on the Living. Grindelwald, what do you want? Dumbledore asked Grindelwald loudly through the firewall. Oh, Albus, long time no see. Grindelwald bowed politely, watching the wizard pointing at him with a wand around him as if nothing. He turned his head to look at the magnificent scenery in the sky, and sighed. I never imagine a day like this, Albus. What? I can stand on the moral high ground and accuse you. I have to say, this really makes people feel intoxicated. I suggest you take us out of what you call you, said the grumpy old wizard disapprovingly. Grindelwald, we are not on the same side as the fools of the Magical Congress of America. I understand. Grindelwald nodded. That's why you are still able to stand here healthy and comment. But where do you stand now? Grindelwald put his left index finger against his lips, interrupting Dumbledore's questioning. Under the watchful eyes of wizard leaders from all over the world, his right hand holding the wand was raised like a band conductor, as if he had returned to the Triwizard Tournament Ball. The Bob Bowie moment takes center stage, and the bursts of explosions from the restless flames were like a heavy metal rock music that bombarded the eardrums, replacing the sound of the howling wind in the air. The members of the band, the blue flames surrounding the crowd, swelled violently under his command, and abstract faces of irony and arrogance faintly appeared in the flames, just like himself standing proudly among the crowd. The blue fierce flame burst out with even more astonishing heat waves, even distorting the surrounding air, and the surrounding area of the flame core was rendered with a faint red layer, and then, the red spread rapidly, and the surrounding wall made of fierce flame was actually shattered, dyed a violet like elegant lavender. Dumbledore covered his face with his sleeve, and took 2 steps back. He knew better than anyone else that this beautiful flame contained heat far beyond cognition. Backed back again and again under the threat, the witch who had angrily scolded Speaker Jackson in the Woolworth building said in surprise, "Is this fiend fire? It's much more violent than I imagined, and it seems that Grindelwald's flame is stronger." Dumbledore waved his wand quickly, and 4 walls of turquoise water appeared around the wizards around him. The cool moisture quickly dispelled the scorching air for them. The distorted air also caused the water wall to continuously emit steam. The vision of Dumbledore and his party was quickly covered by the dense water vapor, and they didn't even notice that the lost fog scattered from the gap in the sky had enveloped them. Under Grindelwald's control, the lavender fire climbed up the water wall made by Dumbledore, forming a delicate shell like a birdcage like a vine. The thick pillar of fire gradually became solidified, and then when the dome was finished, a purple Colosseum-like structure of flames rose out of the field. This is a court for public trials. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, and the memory returned to the Norwegian forest. That's right, Albus. For the trial, this kind of building is undoubtedly the most suitable. Grindelwald smiled, put down his wand, and walked leisurely through the American wizard, through the wall of fire, through the curtain of water, into the after entering the building. That was almost exactly the same as Dumbledore's public trial. He stood beside him and enjoyed watching the increasingly solid light in the sky. During that trial, I saw from the Wizengamot's verdict that their unique understanding of justice is that they don't know whether there will be more universal justice coming to this world today. Dumbledore looked over the water and fire and fixed on Nelson and Tom in the center of the beam of light. He approached Grindelwald and whispered, "What do you want? You will destroy them like this. Repression is what destroys a person, Albus." Grindelwald shook his head. "Wait and see. I have far more confidence in your students than you do." Dumbledore wanted to say something more, but the sudden mist covered his vision. The next second, in the dense mist, a cloud-like railway track appeared above his head. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Understood that at the moment he was in a blurred illusion. Ugh. The sound of the siren came from a distance behind them, and everyone turned their heads. A train painted with beautiful red paint was spouting steam and galloping along the rails. The wheels passed through the riveting gap, and there was a rhythmic impact sound, complemented by the sound of flames bursting. The moment the railroad tracks appeared, Tom and Nelson lowered their hands and walked aside silently. The gate to the land of life and death had been opened, and their mission with the Hallows was completed. One can never make any decision for another, whether it's forgiveness or revenge. Nelson repeated the instructions of the soul, half kneeling on the ground, and together with Tom, turned the old wand upside down and inserted it into the pure white ground, then took off the ring in his hand and carefully put it on the wand. "What are they doing?" Dumbledore suppressed his tension and asked curiously. "I don't know since when. The building built by Grindelwald with fierce fire has become several times bigger. It's like moving the Norwegian Colosseum into the illusion." Dumbledore sat in the front row with him, and the railroad track passed overhead. Passing through, those American wizards who were locked in the cage of fierce fire were currently staying in the center of the Colosseum in a daze, bound by ropes, condensed by purple flames, kneeling on the ground in the most humiliating gesture. The towering Roman pillars are engraved with human memories, and the story from birth to death is told around the building. White torches are inserted on the pillars, and blue flames burn in them, illuminating the place brighter than daytime. Dots of light are suspended in midair, like passengers waiting for a bus. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. The moment he entered the Colosseum, he lost control of Fiend Fire. He was afraid that Fiend Fire would cause damage uncontrollably. He originally wanted to use magic to regain control, but burned it outside. At this moment, all the flames are peacefully like a real rope, peaceful and serene. It seems that they are still short of the last sacred artifact. I didn't expect that what we are after is really so powerful. Grindelwald looked at Nelson and Tom in front of the trial seat with interest. The building is too big. Already, the Colosseum, which can seat 10,000 people, has only a few hundred people including the saints. It is so empty that it is lonely. The dark old magic wand is inserted into the judgment seat with a ring on it, and the resurrection stone is shining breathtakingly. I really trust my great aunt now. Ugh. The sound of the whistle became louder and louder, and the sound of the axles was like dense and chaotic drum beats, as well as the sound of a heartbeat. Finally, a white shadow fell from the top of the head, and the train stopped over the Colosseum, and the silver light behind Nelson followed suit. His arm climbed up his arm, and wrapped around the ring inlaid with the resurrection stone. Boom. A gust of wind picked up, and the invisibility cloak wrapped around the tip of the Elder Wand was raised high like a banner, spreading out a starry sky in front of Nelson. A sense of dizziness hit all the wizards present, and when they opened their eyes again, whispers like a bustling city suddenly sounded in their ears. The points of light disappeared, and did not disappear. Dumbledore looked to the other side, and saw an old man sitting next to him at some point. He was hale and hearty, with a smile that a man of his age with a happy family and a happy life should have on his face, even though he was wearing a body that was pale from washing. In green, with a weathered postman's hat on top of his head, he held out his hand to Dumbledore, and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Dumbledore, my name is Leonard, and I'm a postman." Dumbledore suppressed the confusion and surprise in his heart, turned sideways, and took the old man's hand. The hand was nothing like he'd imagined it to be. It was warm, dry, and calloused, almost like, no, just a normal hand. "I'm making you laugh, Mr. Dumbledore." The old man scratched his head with a silly smile, "shaking your hand in disheveled clothes, but I have a whole set of high-end suits in my suitcase, which my daughter bought for me, and it cost $40. Dumbledore shook his hand stiffly, but said nothing. He proudly patted his chest, then lowered his head desolately. "I should have listened to her. I always wanted to save it for formal occasions, and I also wanted to save it for my son-in-law, so I have no chance to wear it now." Dumbledore felt the weight of the old man's hand, and he covered the other hand and patted it hard. He looked around blankly. At this moment, the stands around them were densely packed with people. There were men and women, old and young, tall and short, fat and thin. There were more than 1,000 people. The stadium, which could accommodate 10,000 people, seemed cramped and heavy at the moment. Nelson and Tom, one on the left, and one on the right, one in black, and one in white, sat on the clerks' seats on both sides of the judge's high-backed chair, holding the vacant chair between them, looking expressionlessly at the bound defendants. There is no one on the high-backed chair belonging to the judge, but the starlight occasionally sprinkled through the invisibility cloak. It seems that there are countless people sitting on it, and it is like a stone door covered by a curtain, opening to those who stare at it. A broken wooden chair appeared in front of the American wizards, just in time for Pickwill, who just raised his head to see, and Nelson's voice rang in her ears. "Miss Serafina Pickery, please take a seat." "Where is this?" Pickwill raised his head and looked around blankly. "It's ridiculous," Grindelwald commented to Dumbledore. "This is the field they want to reach in their study of Hayerbo's Horcrux." But when they actually got here, she started to be afraid and confused. "In fact, she should never come here, unless she died like me," Leonard said from the side. "But if she really died, then she wouldn't stand there." "Oh, you know a lot." Grindelwald moved closer and chatted with the old man through Dumbledore. "What did they do?" "Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask." Dumbledore looked at the people in the auditorium, but he didn't hear the conversation between the two of them. Those pale and blurred faces flickered frantically. Their souls seemed to be mixed due to the accumulation of remains and black magic. Indistinguishable from each other, but with the passage of time, their faces have gradually become clear and clear, and their conversations have become louder and louder. They are all saying goodbye to this life, before going to the next stop. This reunion-like scene of old friends made Dumbledore feel emotional, but the scene on the trial seat was completely different. The wizards behind Pickwill are almost all people who know the inside story here. They bear the endless abuse from the audience, writhing on the ground with painful expressions like a maggot, and black blood oozes from their mouths and noses. Spilling the ground polluted the pure white floor to the point of filth. The old man chatting with Grindelwald also raised his head from time to time, spitting at the dock. Pickwill is quite calm at the moment. As a retired former speaker, she has nothing to do with the affairs here. A kind of sin. After experiencing so many things in just half a day, she now has only one thought in her mind: I shouldn't have come. I remember that she was still a guy who could be called a righteous person. Grindelwald sighed. She was the one who caught me in prison in the United States, and she was an out-and-out black beauty at that time, just a little bit arrogant. No one is more domineering than you, Gellert. Dumbledore sat down with peace of mind, and when he saw that neither Nelson nor Tom was sitting on the judgment seat, his hanging heart finally let go, and came forward. The vast majority of wizards here are different. Of course, He also cares about Horcruxes, the crisis of the world, and those innocent victims. But what he cares most about is the safety of his students. He is afraid that they will be involved in something difficult to end. He became the target of public criticism. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't act on their will. For everyone, this may be the best result. How can you say that, Mr. Dumbledore? Leonard asked displeasedly. They are the most noble people I have ever seen, but I agree with your last sentence. Feel sorry. Ding, the ring on the Elder Wand hit the wand with a crisp sound, and Piquelli stood up, as if lost in his soul, and sat down on the wooden bench in front of him. The world suddenly quieted down. In the next second, more than 1,000 travelers in the auditorium, who were about to go to the next stop, straightened their backs and spoke. Open court. The combination of neat and powerful voices reverberated in the air, as majestic as Huang Zhang Dalu, and as shocking as the hammer of Magic Hammer. The train overhead was beating exciting drums, and in this pure white that could not tolerate any variegated colors, a trial of the dead against the living began. Time passed slowly. Everyone was sitting in place solemnly. Only the sound of pressing the shutter became the only noise. Chapter 361 Closing. Hey, that's much better. Grindelwald waved his shovel and sprinkled a handful of loess on a small hill standing abruptly in the wilderness. He lowered his head on the hill, overlooking the tents and flags of various countries, dropped the shovel, and waved and shouted, Albus, it's your turn. This small hill presents a rough human shape, like a man leaning on the side of a bicycle looking into the distance. His voice did not spread too far, and this casual behavior was not seen by anyone except Dumbledore. At the foot of the mountain, Dumbledore, who was negotiating with representatives from various countries, raised his head and looked at Grindelwald, who was having fun on the top of the mountain, shook his head helplessly. Sorry, excuse me. Dumbledore put the hat he was holding on his chest on top of his head, and his figure disappeared, leaving a group of powerful wizards in place, looking at each other. What's wrong? Grindelwald. Shouldn't I be called Gellert at this time? Grindelwald showed a sad expression. I obviously didn't do anything. I didn't set fire to Manhattan. I didn't make any speeches, and I even gave you free. Wouldn't it be nice to have a tent and a meal, Albus? It's Boston, Gellert, said Dumbledore helplessly. What is it? Nelson and Tom won't tell me either. Oh, this, Grindelwald said with a smile, just when he was about to annoy Dumbledore. This is a sculpture. They want to build a statue here, to commemorate the innocent victims, and to commemorate a major step forward for the wizarding world. Statue? Dumbledore supported his chin, and the hill under his feet gradually overlapped with an old man in a postman's uniform. He nodded. It's indeed very commemorative, but the progress you mentioned, have you forgotten? They are quite famous artists in the Muggle world. Grindelwald pouted, but you should be more familiar with their stage names. Oh, that's all too familiar. What did he do? Who knows? But Professor Dumbledore must have a reason for what he did. Nobby Rich raised his head, looked at the deserted mountaintop and the scorching sun, and suggested to the wizards around him, why don't we move? Let's continue to discuss the handling of the Jackson government in the chamber. That's exactly what I mean. Norton II, who was on crutches, nodded, and opened the curtain of the tent behind him. The flags of all nations were planted on the top of the tent. In fact, a similar meeting was held just a few weeks ago, and he stared at Minister Rich, said softly, but how to deal with them is ultimately our own business for the Magical Congress of America. Of course, sovereignty, sovereignty. Nobby Rich nodded with a smile, entered the tent first, and asked as he walked, are you also interested in the position of the speaker? Not at all. I'm the emperor ordered by my father. But Mr. Rich, I solemnly remind you that before the domestic political situation is stable, please do not contact other wizarding forces that do not represent the Magical Congress of the United States. No emotion could be seen on Norton's second stern face. He raised his head and looked at the two people on the mountainside, who were floating in the air on a silver metal plate, holding manuscripts and carving statues, and appeared at the conference table in the tent next to the main seat. I didn't expect that it would be the Magical Congress of America that allowed us to meet twice in a short period of time. Norton II had just sat down in silence when he heard pungent and sarcastic words in his ears. The grumpy old man in the WAS building who sprayed Speaker Jackson with fire. He is the representative of the German Ministry of Magic, August Guderian. I remember the last time I did this was Grindelwald. Of course, Mr. Guderian, you must be very impressed. After all, you were singing and dancing to remove Grindelwald from our prison 1 second, and you have to ask us for support in the next second. What are you doing? In order for us to help him catch Grindelwald again. The old witch who went together also took off her robe and sat on the chair next to Guderian, knocking on the table and said, "Of course, we didn't catch Grindelwald in the end, so we now have to wipe Jackson's ass in the tent, provided by Grindelwald under the supervision of Grindelwald's wizards." The German Ministry of Magic, which was like waste back then, couldn't see Grindelwald and finally let him burn Paris with fire. Same. The representatives of various countries are no longer surprised by this scene. Almost every time before the start of an international wizarding conference, these two people will always come to such a segment, which is already a repertoire of wizarding politics. "Mrs. Sagan, when the meeting is over, I can help you book a hotel to discuss your issues in detail." Norton II knocked on the bell on the table, interrupting the bickering between the two. He held his wand to his throat. With the help of the spell, a hoarse voice spread throughout the venue. "Our most urgent thing now is to reach a consensus on the Salem incident." Sorry, the second Salem incident. There was a burst of good-natured laughter in the venue. "I suggest that you cancel this place name in the future to avoid the third Salem incident," Minister Rich said with a smile. "I think everyone sitting here should have reached a consensus long ago, and we will help the United States solve the problem of aerosol subsequent effects of the device. The Horcrux has been destroyed. But are those who were harmed by Horcruxes sacrificed in vain?" Norton II stared at Nobby Rich, as if he didn't know him. He knew that the young minister was Muggle-born, but he had never felt such a high level of awareness in previous intersections. He understood that Rich just wanted to make use of it, taking advantage of the internal turmoil in the Magic Congress of the United States, to intervene in the internal affairs of the United States. The relevant responsible persons have already paid the price. For this reason, the Wizarding Society in the United States has been shut down for 3 days. As of today, countless vicious incidents have broken out. This is the place that needs our help the most, Nobby Rich said righteously, but Norton II clearly saw that his eyes were already smiling. The current situation is very clear. Everyone here must have read the newspapers for the past 3 days, right? The report described the incident in more detail than the person involved personally experienced, Nobby Rich said with a snap. Throwing a stack of newspapers on the table, he said proudly, "2 young wizards from England smashed the dirtiest official black magic den in the world and saved the people in deep misery. Before the tormented souls bid farewell, a 3-day trial was held against their persecutors, more than 1,000 people, and His Majesty Norton must be horrified by this number. I'm deeply sorry, but you don't need to deliberately emphasize the nationality of British. Their righteous actions have nothing to do with you," Norton II said with a frown. "The facts memorized. The problem now is that those sinners have paid the price for their actions, and the wizards in the United States are fully capable of solving internal problems. We only need to elect a new government and select qualified officials, and the disaster will only happen. Be labor pains. We don't need you pointing like Muggle colonists atop Woolworth House. We didn't invite you here to be a baton." Except for the representatives of wizards from a few big countries, the representatives of other countries participating in the meeting watched their noses and turned a deaf ear to the gradually fierce quarrel. No matter what the final result was, they were just numbers among the number of participants. "We have a suggestion." An Eastern wizard stood up and suggested, "Arguing is meaningless. Why don't we write our respective proposals on paper and vote for a vote? Although we have completed the evacuation of overseas Chinese, we must not let America the land continues to rot like this. It should have been like this long ago." Norton II thumped his cane heavily. "It should have been like this a long time ago." Nobby Rich smiled and took out a stack of parchment that had been prepared and distributed it to everyone. Norton II is really too tired. He has been acting as a prince in the name of the emperor, and he has been living a chic life with money and doing nothing in the position of director of the International Affairs Department of the Magic Congress of the United States. He even let himself go. "I took a little vacation, wrote an application to myself, approved the leave by myself, and happily went to Miami. to play alligators, but 2 days ago, after waking up, the whole world changed. Your Majesty, we need you. When he returned to the office humming a ditty and was just about to move his useless legs to the desk, the hasty knock on the door and the letters pouring out of the fireplace, almost drowning him, dispelled all his good mood. Half an hour later, Norton II raised his head from the pile of newspapers on the table, his mouth twitching, staring at his deputy with anticipation in his eyes, and asked feebly, "Where is Speaker Jackson?" He was in a coma and is still receiving treatment in the ministry. Many people said he was playing dead and didn't want to take responsibility. Where's the deputy speaker? He went to Boston with Speaker Picquery. That is to say, Serafina isn't here either. You may have missed it, because she has the highest rank, so she is the first to be judged. Where's the financial secretary? Where's the secretary for law enforcement? Where's the secretary for education? Norton II reported the names of various officials like the name of a dish. In an emergency, they are all people who can replace the speaker. They're all in a coma, sire, and now it's being said everywhere that the courts of the dead have taken their souls. Before their sins are atoned, they're okay. It's getting more and more mysterious. Norton II waved his hand and asked with a gloomy face, "Where are the 12 trees? I remember that the principal and speaker of Alvermorny should be of the same level during the war." Right. Professor 12 Trees closed the school. Just half an hour ago, he said that he didn't want the children to get involved in such a disgusting thing. "Father," Norton II asked, covering his chest, "who is the highest ranking official now? I mean, who are the remaining officials who have not been dragged to trial?" "You. Father above." Norton II anxiously rubbed the fake strips in his pocket that had been pulled and flattened repeatedly. His eyes were focused on the empty parchment in front of him, as if he was admiring some classic painting. Jingle bell. The wind chime at the door of the tent rang, the curtain was lifted, and Grindelwald led the two in point. Most of the wizard representatives sat upright, welcoming Grindelwald's arrival with a smile on their faces. Norton II silently remembered the faces of these people and their countries in his heart, and asked, "Mr. Grindelwald, what's your business? I also have a proposal." Grindelwald did not approach the meeting table. He made way for the two people behind him, and said softly, "How can this kind of meeting be without a protagonist? This is Adele, the little witch who was abducted by the second Salem, and survived all the hardships. This is I'm just an insignificant nomad, and I'm a teacher by profession," a middle-aged man in a grey suit said, stepping forward. "I didn't expect that the wizard my grandmother told me in her bedtime story actually existed. I don't know if I have the right to speak out on behalf of the survivors." When Adele appeared, the wizards didn't react at all, but after the man introduced himself, the faces of some of them suddenly became ugly. Grindelwald looked at the wonderful expressions of this group of people and sneered, patted the man on the shoulder. "Say it boldly, your savior is still outside." Accompanied by a clanging sound, pieces of gravel fell from the hill, and the rough but powerful sculpture was slowly breaking free from the shackles of the soil and stones. Tom looked at the face in front of him who had only met once, and said, "Nah, is it really over? As long as there is difference, oppression will never cease." "Really?" Tom twisted his neck in confusion, and asked, "How long will those wizards be unconscious?" "Until they atone," said Nelson, fastening the manuscript to his waist, and picked up the hammer and chisel. "I don't know, but some people may not be able to atone before the end of their lives." Ugh. Tom heaved a long sigh. The west set sun shone on the statue's face, revealing a ruddy luster like a living person, and his memory went back to 3 days ago. "We know that he is alone, and we know that you are deeply intertwined." The ghosts blocked Nelson behind them, and issued a powerful threat to the lucky, unresponsive, and cunning sinners. "We will wait here until you come back again." They protect those who try to protect them. Killing is nothing more than nodding, but the threat after death is really terrible. Tom murmured, "Death is the fairest thing for anyone." As if he knew what Tom was thinking, Nelson turned his head and said, "I have already sent them away. Because of my appearance, Haerbo's Horcrux will cause disaster. I will not waste their time after death. But those wizards." Tom saw the ring on Nelson's middle finger, and didn't ask any more questions. As the sun set, the two dropped their chisels almost at the same time, and the last gravel fell to the ground. In the darkness, a pair of shining and hopeful eyes appeared on the old man's face. At the same time, the teacher put his arms around Adele's shoulders and sat opposite Norton second, facing everyone, speaking their voices plausibly. We demand that the Magical Congress of America disclose their existence to a limited extent to people who do not master magic and fully integrate into the real society of this land. We demand that magical people have the same rights as non-magical people. We ask the Magical Congress of America to stop all magical experiments targeting the same kind and accept our supervision voluntarily. We ask. Chapter 360 to the Emperor's Kneeling Statue. Chapter content has been fixed. Adele, do you want to go to a magic school? How old are you now? Tom squatted in front of the little girl, gently stroking her soft long hair. After cleaning, her muddy hair finally revealed its true color. It was as bright golden as the sun, shining in the bright sunlight with crystal brilliance. Her blonde hair is darker than Nelson's. If Adele, Nelson, and Grindelwald stand side by side, it will be a bright gradient. They were standing at the foot of the statue of the dead at the moment, and the old postman's generous palm raised to his forehead blocked Adele from the scorching sun. In front of the statue, an obelisk in the shape of the Elder Wand with the ring of the gun to family standing quietly. It is more than 10 meters high. To be precise, its height is 13 meters and 360 centimeters. On the top of the obelisk, a silver flag flutters in the wind, and the names of the people are densely engraved on the stele. Don't talk to me like that, I'm not a kid. Adele wrinkled her nose and said dissatisfiedly that after weeks careful nursing, her complexion improved a lot. Her vocal cords also recovered, and her crisp voice like a girl's aureole was able to reappear. But when Zweig asked her if she wanted to heal those scars on her face, she shook her head and said no. Despite the unkind words, Tom just thought she was cute. Under Adele's struggle, he finished rubbing her hair with satisfaction and strongly recommended Nelson to rub her hair too. I'm not so bored. Nelson pouted, reached out and stroked Adele's blonde hair. Nelson, can you lend me your wand? When Nelson was pulling his hair, Adele didn't resist at all and even tiptoed to make it easier for Nelson to pull his hair. She tugged at Nelson's sleeve, whispered, I don't have a wand. I'll buy one for you in 2 days. Nelson felt that it felt good and secretly squeezed it again. Feeling that Adele was still tugging on his sleeve, he lowered his head and asked, do you want it now? Yeah. Adele nodded. What are you going to do? Nelson took out 3 wands without hesitation, raised them in front of Adele, and shook them at her. Which one do you want? Adele reached out and took the centermost black walnut wand that had belonged to Nelson from the beginning. What does she want to do? Tom put his hand in and walked over to Nelson, watching Adele as she waved her wand awkwardly. Under Adele's trembling manipulation, the soil trampled by everyone on the ground glued together and soon formed a lump of mud like hillock. What a cute little snowman. After being turned and glared by Adele, Tom struggled to realize that it was a kneeling figure. Adele worked hard to shape the shape of the clay embryo like pinching plasticine. With her efforts, the dynamics of the clay embryo became more and more clear, although the shape was still very abstract. That's right, Tom gasped. Nah was playing with real dirt at your age. Nelson began to seriously consider a plan to bury Tom in mud. But I can't change my face. The little girl was a little anxious, even crying. Let me help you. Tom smiled and drew out his wand. Whose face do you want it to hold? Bequery? Become. Adele lowered her head and was caught in a tangle. She hated everyone in this group of criminals, but there was only one face on the statue. Her gaze was on the face of the wizard in the camp. Wandering around, I swept past the representatives of various countries who were still in the meeting, Grindelwald and Dumbledore who didn't know what to say in the corner, the saints who were in order and were arranging the environment around the statue, and the group of Plague the American aura huddled in the corner like a chicken, but couldn't find the target he wanted. Me. Norton second appeared with a cane, bent down, put the cane by his feet, waved away the subordinates who wanted to help him, bent his one leg, and knelt in front of Adele with difficulty, letting the two of them as tall as she was able to look directly into her eyes, and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, child, for making you suffer so much in my country. Adele's eyes dodged like a deer. Although she harbored anger and hatred for American wizards, when a real American wizard approached her, Her eyes still showed the fear of a child. Norton II looked at her dodging eyes and lowered his hand to her in a lonely way. I can arrange for you to study in Alvermorny, child. I promise that no one will hurt you again. Norton II said sincerely, I swear in the name of my father, His Majesty Norton I. Adele just kept shaking her head, and this panicked look deeply hurt Norton II's heart. Let me be the sinner kneeling here, he sighed helplessly, and waved his wand. His remorseful but calm face appeared on the top of the crude statue. I should atone for their sins like them. Tom pulled the terrified Adele, and left here silently. Your Majesty, you don't have to. Nelson stretched out his hand, grabbed Norton II's arm, trying to pull him up. You have nothing to do with what's going on here. He and Norton II are acquainted. When he was studying in Alvermorny a few years ago, Norton II helped him a lot. No, thank you, Mr. Williams. Norton II politely declined Nelson's offer. Let me kneel here. How do you know I'm innocent? You are still alive in the world soberly. This is the evidence. They are fair, and will only punish those who have hurt themselves directly or indirectly. You are wrong. Norton II shook his head and said, I'm the emperor of this country, although no one admits it. Even though I'm actually only the director of the International Affairs Department, I should also be responsible for them. I don't know, there is no difference between love and inaction, and being a tiger's minion. I'm the one who deserves a share of these sins. Nelson was quite shocked. He withdrew his hand extended to Norton II, stood upright, and took off his hat to salute. Your country will surely go to light under your leadership. I can't guarantee that. Norton II closed his eyes and leaned on the shoulder of his statue. Nelson nodded and left quickly. Norton II just knelt on one leg in the scorching sun, like a proud tin soldier, and no one bothered him. After a long time, when he was almost exhausted from the sun, he finally waved his hand and stood up with the support of his subordinates. He gritted his teeth and looked at his humiliated statue. Standing on the shelf, he ordered bitterly, get the craftsmen and let them all kneel here for me. It's really despicable to ruin the children of our country like this. Your Majesty, who are you talking about? Milhouse, Pierce, and Pequary. Norton II added viciously, waving his cane. No, make them all here for me. Every man on trial. If the sentence shorter than life, I want them to wake up and see the ugly appearance of myself kneeling here. If the sentence is longer than life, I will bury them under their own statue. Find me the best sculptor, do it to restore it perfectly. Build roads for me here, erect a monument for me here. I want everyone who passes by here to see what good deeds these bloody dogs have done. Your Majesty, does this damage the image of our country? The subordinate asked cautiously. After all, this is not something glorious. The image of our country. Norton II read the words of his subordinates, as if he heard some words he had never seen before. After a while, he raised his head and asked with a blank expression, do we still have that kind of thing? His Majesty, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone at all. Milhouse has lost the face of Congress. What kind of image do we have as a country? Norton II grabbed his subordinates by the collar and roared. Then a newspaper with the same slogan on it was sent to all over the world. All over the world. Others in the camp forgot to come here one after another. After seeing that it was the interim speaker and His Majesty the Emperor who was angry. Sorry, I lost my temper. This has nothing to do with you. I blamed you. Norton II sighed. Here we go. I obey, Your Majesty. The subordinate lowered his head. For the first time, he recognized the leader who was thinking about clocking out of get off work all day long, and said in a deep voice, you are our well-deserved His Majesty the Emperor. Honestly, if my sister can be half as well behaved as her, then Merlin will really bless her. Tom really likes how he sees Adele now. Good looking hair, a soft and weak appearance hides a strong heart, much stronger than his unlucky sister. Thinking of Christian, Tom's chest passed a heart attack like pain. At the moment they are standing on the pier in Boston Bay, waiting for the next cruise ship to depart. Although tragedies or comedies happen all the time, people who walk out of the play must move forward. There are straggling seagulls floating on the blue sea, and silvery fish jumping out of the water from time to time. The boatman and traveler appreciate this peaceful picture without realizing that they are in other people's paintings. Nelson wore the white overcoat he had come in, and his attire had hardly changed, but Tom had changed into a close-fitting black suit. He was more particular, and liked to change every day when he was out. There were 2 people when they disembarked, but when they left, there was a small figure in a red cloak among them. Adele was holding Nelson's skirt with one hand and supporting Tom with the other, looking like a pair of crystal balls. The exquisite green eyes reflected the seawater. With the help of Zweig, these beautiful eyes were preserved, but under the eye sockets, the ferocious black bloodshot eyes still revealed a murderous intent. Tom liked these eyes very much. His words, like the emeralds I keep in my wallet. Nelson nodded to the saints hiding in the crowd and took out 3 tickets from his pocket. Bless by mail-in? You'd better not let mail-in bless your family. Nelson took out a copy of mail-in, governing the country and safety, but fire at home, from his pocket. Threw it to Tom and said, young man, I suggest you read more books. Mail-in's sister, Morgan Le Fay, fought with him all his life. Don't say this in front of the little girl. Tom's expression seemed to say I want face too, while taking the book and hiding it in his pocket. Speaking of which, where are we going next? Look for a ship, Tom. Haribo's last Horcrux is on a ship. Nelson's eyes flashed a cold light. I'm really excited to be able to pull out the gangrene in this world right away. What is Haribo? Adele asked in a low voice. That's an old bastard, Tom explained patiently, rubbing the top of her head. It was a piece of his soul that those bad guys wanted to study, but it was eventually destroyed by Nah. It should be. Nelson waved his hands modestly, bent down, and asked softly, Adele, what's your full name? Do you have a middle name? I'll give it to Professor Dumbledore when I get off the boat. Write a letter. I think Hogwarts should welcome you very much. Don't you know? Tom raised his eyebrows. Oh, those memories were erased by them. Yeah, but everyone underestimated me. Nelson rubbed his heart. My endurance is much stronger than they imagined. Adele wordling. Adele tugged at the corner of Nelson's clothes and whispered. Nelson lowered his eyes. When rescuing Adele, he once said, your parents are doing well. However, when sorting out the dead, her parents' names were also impressively listed. Actually Riddle. Oh, Malin's sister. This surname is really ugly. It sounds like a Riddleman. Tom tried his best to enliven the atmosphere, but was overwhelmed by his surname, and waved his hands again and again, as if to drive him away. Like the harassing gadfly. Forget it. Wildening is good and recognizable. If you get lost, I can find you quickly. Nelson smiled and rubbed Adele's hair, and said, you will be my family from now on, and I will. There are many friends. Everyone is your family. I'm not going to get lost. Dumbledore doesn't think you've got an extra daughter during your trip to America, does he? Tom's thoughts suddenly began to diverge, as if he was fabricating the upper body of Godric Gryffindor, who led the Goblin Rebellion in the History of Magic exam. No, the age gap is too small. You can't have a daughter when you were 5 years old, right? Or a sister who has been lost for many years. TSK, you have a sister, and I have one, but my sister is too old. Don't worry, why not? Let me. Tom. Nelson interrupted. Professor Dumbledore knows who she is, and he provided the Phoenix tears to heal internal injuries. Poor fox. Tom curled his lips. Dumbledore must have read a lot of Shakespeare to it. It may also be the love tragedy of 2 phoenixes. Nelson was infected by Tom, and even began to diverge. Ugh. The siren sounded on the pier, and the people of the steamship company were running around holding paper tube horns, loudly notifying passengers to get on the train. The seagulls stranded in the relocation team also fluttered their wings and flew high, groping for the direction to the south amidst the crisp accompaniment. Let's go. Nelson grabbed the sleeve of Adele's cloak and carried 2 boxes, one large and one small, in the other hand. By the way, Tom said suddenly, picking up the suitcase on the ground, do you think this time is enough for me to show my face on the chocolate frog card? Behind them, 31 people are waving goodbye under the leadership of the teacher. When the boat leaves, they will also return to the life they have not seen for a long time. Chapter 363. The ocean has a roaring look, but sometimes it also has a gentle look. For travelers who are exhausted by boats and cars, throwing breadcrumbs on the rippling sea and teasing the seagulls who are close to humans is undoubtedly a relaxing leisure. This scene makes Nelson seem to return to when he left home on the Icarus, the leisurely time of getting to know those jacks on the sea. Although the tranquility will always be broken quickly, for Nelson, this is undoubtedly a rare leisure vacation in his short life. He was wearing a British-style attire, lying on a deck chair in front of the upper deck, and there were lively water splashes on the sea broken by the cruise ship. From time to time, a few drops splashed on the ship and fell on his clothes and face. The salty fishy smell is like fresh clams that have been peeled off their shells, adjusting the bitter taste in his mouth. Tom held a wine bottle full of pumpkin juice in his hand and leaned against the railing of the bow, holding a brass telescope and looking into the distance. This is the high seas, Tom. Nelson put a copy of the Quibbler on his head, which Muggles saw as an outdated the times, and said in a low voice, "Hogwarts school rules can't control you, and America has repealed prohibition a long time ago." "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." "Nah," Tom said without turning his head. "You know I'm a heavy drinker. There must be hundreds of small silver balls that can record video watching here. Your imagination is really rich." Nelson curled his lips. "Have you seen the ship we are looking for? According to the current and wind direction, we will encounter it in the next few days." "No." Tom took the binoculars off his face and threw them at Nelson. "Look for yourself. There's nothing there. It's cleaner than my uncle's wallet." The newspaper on Nelson's face was still covered, but he still stretched out his hand and caught the telescope. He straightened up with the armrest of the recliner and held the telescope up for a closer look. The sea outside still appeared in front of him, waves mixed with foam and plankton, and delicate fish scales gleaming in the sun. Except for humans, there were almost everything in the picture. He lightly turned the knob on the telescope, and the situation in all directions appeared in the telescope, and the situation in all directions appeared in the telescope, but they had been on this ship for several days. But what Professor Bin said, the ship didn't even appear, and he couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of Professor Bin's information. After all, if he couldn't touch it again, the ship would go to Europe. Take it as a vacation. Nelson put down the binoculars, continued to lie back on the recliner, and covered his face with a newspaper. "It's not in a hurry anyway." There was the sound of bottles clinking as Tom moved away from the rail and approached Nelson. "I want butterbeer, please." "Okay." After a burst of bubbles, a bottle of cool drink was handed to Nelson. Tom asked curiously, "Why are you not in a hurry? Aren't you afraid of the situation like Second Salem happening again?" Helbo loved a loyal slave the most during his lifetime. He had a premonition that he would be defeated by the wizards, but he was reluctant to part with the slave's loyalty. Nelson didn't answer Tom's question. Instead, he slowly told the story in the tone of Professor Bin's lecture. Tom's drowsiness came to mind reflexively. He leaned on the parasol, yawned, and said, "I didn't expect him to have such a human side." "What did you say?" Nelson straightened up. The newspaper slipped from his face. He gave Tom a strange look and continued, "Helbo is not willing to part with that slave's loyalty, and he decided to give that slave greater loyalty. If you go to the restricted area of the school library, you can find a book called Deranged Dark Wizard, Beware of Black Magic. This is also the only recorded Horcrux, but people only knew this part of the past before that. Did he give his Horcrux to that loyal slave? What are you thinking?" Nelson said, giving Tom another strange look. "He made that slave into a Horcrux." "What?" "You should be familiar with the Infernal Corpse. Just like those things in Nocturne Alley, the loyal slave was made into an infernal corpse, and Hayerpo hid a piece of his soul in his body. These are been the results of Professor C's research." "Oh, it's really unimaginable. The reward for the loyal is to be made into a ghost." Tom shook his head and took a breath. "I'm afraid there is some kind of grudge. How can we understand the mind of that dark wizard?" Nelson picked up the butterbeer in his hand, took a sip, and moistened his somewhat dry throat. He claimed that he gave eternal life to loyal slaves, but in fact locking a poor soul in a rotting, but ever-moving corpse. Helbo casts an indelible curse on the slave. He will run forever, until the day the world falls. In this way Hayerbo's Horcrux will not be discovered by others. I think Hayabo thinks the same way. Nelson nodded. This guy carrying his soul fragments started running for thousands of years, and even ran to India at one point, but during the time when Hogwarts was established, because of the turmoil caused by the Dementor rebellion, many outstanding wizards in the world united to cut the connection between the misty illusion and the real world, so that from now on, except for the real dead, few people can set foot in that pure white land. The blockade took hundreds of years to strengthen, so after the poet Dant, the imagination of the misty illusion as the underworld has completely become absurd and strange talk. The Divine Comedy? Well, on the day this book was completed, the path between illusion and reality was completely blocked, making the land of the dead completely a legend. Nelson took out of his pocket a note that Binns gave him along with the note. These few days he has been watching on the boat all day, in order to find out whether Nelson's connection with the illusion will bring him into danger. Professor Binns has conducted a detailed study on the legend of the illusion. I only figured it out in the past few days. After the blockade, Hayabo, who was wandering in the land of life and death as a hub, fell into complete silence, and the Horcruxes connected to him that were lost in the present world lacked magical supplements, and lost many of their original powers, including the one who would never die. A slave that would stop running. Is he dead? No, he didn't die. He quickly decayed and dried up in India, and turned into a thin sculpture-like mummy, but because there was always a vague heartbeat in his chest, he was killed by an unknown sect. It was enshrined as the golden body left by an eminent monk after his death. But how could Hayabo's Horcrux be controlled by a group of mortals? Almost none of the people who had contact with him had any good results. He kept changing hands in the hands of Indian dignitaries, while causing tragedies one by one. Added a terrifying legend, a sculpture whose seat is unknown. Is it on a boat? Yes. In 1696, a pirate ship chartered by Elizabeth I set out from New York Harbor to the Indian Ocean, to be responsible for the defense of the East India Company. Captain William Kidd was an arrogant wizard. This infernal corpse turned into a statue was found in the collection room of a Brahmin wizard's home. By the way, Indian wizards are basically Brahmins. Nelson flipped through Professor Binns' notebook and showed Tom the pictures and related reports on it. William thought this might be a dark wizard's attempt to resurrect because he was ignorant, didn't listen to the history of magic class well, and mistakenly identified the Ouroboros mark on the forehead of the statue as a resurrection of some kind of religion. Coincidentally, several people died in the family of the Brahmin wizard at that time, and they were eager to get rid of this hot potato, so the two quickly reached a deal. William believed that the black magic contained in the statue was full of destructive power, so he exchanged the ram on the boat for this dreadful statue, which, it is hoped, will make his ship the adventure galley invincible in naval battle. Oh, he's really bold. Tom took the notes Nelson handed him, and began to leaf through them. Yeah, like the despicable Hayabo, he has a not so famous nickname called William the Arrogant. Nelson nodded. I'm not sure if it's affected by the Horcrux. This ship hasn't been in battle for a few days. There were many major damages in the first time, and the combat personnel suffered repeated casualties, so William had to snatch a French merchant ship and return to England. I read reports that William Kidd was hanged by Muggles. Is that reasonable? Of course it's unreasonable. It was his first mate who was hanged. William was infected with a disease that he liked to run, and even had to run, while eating and sleeping. He passed away under torture. The death condition was almost exactly the same as that corpse. Hiss, is it a curse? Tom turned to a disgusting picture, and quickly turned to the next page. Probably so, but he has been cremated by Saint Mungo on the grounds of avoiding infection. So we don't know what kind of curse he received, and whether he came from Hayabo. Nelson concluded. The abandoned pirate ship was originally safely parked in the Indian dock, but it suddenly disappeared on the day of his death. Since then, there have been many records of people witnessing the unmanned adventure galley on the sea. Like a ghost ship in a pirate novel, it is constantly wandering in the sea. I speculate that Hayabo's curse on the slave spread to the hull, and there are many magical objects on board to provide nutrients for it, and finally it becomes a tireless ship. A ghostly pirate ship that only knows how to run. I see. Tom suddenly realized, but if this is the case, shouldn't it be in the Indian Ocean? Good question, Tom. Nelson lay down again and covered his face with a newspaper. It may be because it is relatively free and sails around the world every year. According to the previous sighting records, it should be sailing in the Atlantic Ocean this season. Empiricism, does it work? If it's really that free, of course it's unreliable, Tom. I just said that casually. Nelson smiled from under the newspaper. It's mainly because the Knights of the Garter detected an outbreak of black magic in the Horcruxes in the Pacific Ocean. You're kidding me. Tom approached quickly, pressed the newspaper firmly, and kept knocking on Nelson with the bottle in his hand. Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you happy? Suddenly, a red figure rushed out of the cabin, jumped up and kicked, and touched Tom's thigh, but Tom was unmoved, and Adele was bounced to the deck instead. Tom quickly let go of Nelson, went to check on Adele, helped her up from the ground, and rubbed her hair with a smile. "We're just kidding." Adele smiled awkwardly, and ran away quickly. "Such a sweet child." Tom smiled, and surreptitiously filled Nelson's glass with a wand in his sleeve. "She's protecting you. She is at the age that needs protection." Nelson picked up the bottle and drank it down. "We clean up these annoying Horcruxes, isn't it just to prevent them from suffering the same suffering? But who protects you at the age when you need to be protected?" Tom gagged his mouth with a bottle and poured tons and tons of pumpkin juice without saying a word. When half of the bottle was down, he wiped his mouth. He sighed. Professor Binns was able to find clues for a sculpture from so many years of reports and records. Yes, the Knights of the Garter squatted on the ocean to detect the characteristics of the Horcrux under his early warning. If he didn't have this discovery and conjecture and let it float on the huge ocean, we would probably miss it directly. The last battle. Nelson nodded approvingly. History is the most precious legacy of time. We should remember and cherish them. We should remember all history, good or bad. Norton II threw his cane aside and stood on one leg among the lined kneeling statues, as if in a cemetery full of tombs, looking at the familiar face in front of him and the tall postman standing upright in front of him statue. He shed tears of regret. Since when did he let go of it? Seeing his home country slipping into the abyss so quickly, he felt a wave of fear and even palpitations. "Your Majesty, the sun is setting." The subordinate looked at Norton II, who hadn't rested much for a week, and wanted to put some clothes on him. "You must have a good rest. You are the only one left in the Magical Congress of America. There are vacancies there, and there will always be someone to fill them." Norton II shook his head. "But what we need to do most now is to let those who occupy those positions not follow the old path of their predecessors. Our children cannot be ruined in our own hands." The representatives of all nations had already left with what they wanted, and all that was left here were ironic statues, a frail, one-legged His Majesty the Emperor, and a field of chicken feathers. Chapter 364. Take the side battle. At night, the ocean reveals its majestic and dangerous side. There are faint fluorescent lights in the deep water, which are the bait for deep-sea predators to lure their prey, like the singing of sirens attracting ignorant fish. The water vapor evaporated by the sun condenses into dark clouds like a prison wall above our heads. In the howling of the wind, the waves rush to this precarious boat. Maybe it is indeed a huge cruise ship, but in the face of the boundless sea, its size is insignificant. Nelson stood at the bow of the ship, with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The ink-like seawater squeezed out turbid foam. They were born in the waves in an instant, and destroyed in the collision in an instant. The sense of atmosphere is really good. Nah, but please don't read it out. Tom read from the book Merlin, governing the state and security, but the house fires? Looked up at Nelson, who was posing in a strange shape on the bow of the ship, and said dissatisfiedly, "Are you trying any new opera form? The great artist Albus Dumbledore? This is a narration, Tom." Nelson turned around and said with a solemn expression, "Generally in literary works, when the protagonist is about to face natural disasters or irresistible dangers, there will always be some shocking changes in the world, such as a sudden catastrophe. The winds, the black clouds crushing the city, the spectacular lightning. Oh, that's it." Tom raised the brass binoculars under his arm and carefully turned the knob on it. After looking around, he glanced at the cabin, shrugged, and said, "There is no difference. As scary as the shipwreck sounds, the ghost ship is still missing." The lights in the cabins on the top floor were almost all turned off, and the passengers were sleeping peacefully under the cloudy clouds. Only a small porthole was still open, and a conspicuous golden color was swaying behind the porthole. Shipwreck? Nelson shrugged and said indifferently, if this ship can sink, I will eat the anchor dragged in the water. Don't lie to eat and drink. Tom curled his lips and put down the brass binoculars. I'm going to bed. How about you? I'll go when I'm done reading. The last porthole was closed. Adele should be asleep, Tom confirmed with a glance, and said, this little girl is very insecure, and she told me to keep an eye on you during the day today, and don't let you get angry. Like a little adult. Nelson glanced at the porthole tenderly. He and Tom seemed to want to make up for their lost childhood on Adele, but after the tenderness, they still had to face their mission. Nelson seriously, Tom, did you just discover something? 100 nautical miles due north, there is an old-fashioned wooden boat that runs against the ocean current faster than a broomstick. Can you be sure where it is? Without further ado, Tom stepped forward, grabbed Nelson's arm, and disappeared across the deck. The vacated space was quickly filled with air, stirring up a slight breeze on the deck, and the closed porthole opened again. Adele poked her head out and looked worriedly at the empty deck. Do not worry. A penguin with a camera hanging on its chest appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Adele's porthole, and said with a smile, while comforting the worried little girl, he raised his magic wand, and a rainbow-like coating of brilliance slowly covered the hull from the bottom of his feet. Then, several black figures appeared on the deck, standing on the penguin around. Protect this ship, and don't let Mr. Wertning be upset by the unnecessary sacrifice. The black-robed saints lowered their heads and scattered all over the surrounding sea area. At this moment, Nelson is experiencing the feeling of weightlessness. Why did you choose the landing point of the apparition in midair? He shouted at Tom, who was also falling beside him, at the top of his voice. Is it my fault? Tom responded loudly, you put the mayfly in the sky yourself. Is it my fault? Alright. Nelson closed his eyes, feeling the pain of the rapid fall. His heart was beating rapidly, almost covering the sound of the wind. After falling for 10 seconds, he reluctantly opened his eyes. The oak galley, which seemed to have sailed out of a museum, was speeding recklessly on the rough sea, heading towards the direction of the cruise ship. The position below the waterline of the ship is covered with barnacles and other unknown marine organisms, and the deck is also covered with scars and rotten stains. The fish washed aboard by the waves can be vaguely seen struggling in suffocation with. The paddles of the two rows of oars have long been corroded by seawater. Only the handles are still sliding neatly in the air, as if there are tireless sailors bravely fighting against the waves in the cabin. The mast of the galley has long since collapsed, leaving only half of the wooden stakes standing in place. The sails and pirate flags have disappeared, and the only thing left intact on the ship is the strange ramming angle of the bow. The humanoid is waving its arms vigorously, as if in an endless run. While Nelson and Tom were falling, the withered body also noticed the change, raised its head, and looked at the two falling rapidly with dark eyes. Nelson adjusted his falling posture in the air. Amidst the beeping of the gears, silver streamers began to flow around his body. With the help of the mayfly, Nelson quickly adjusted his head-up posture, looking down at the place with an expressionless face. A ghost pirate ship that should have sunk to the bottom of the ocean long ago. The Yin Corpse slave running at the bow slowed down the frequency of swinging his arms and raised his hands upwards. A dilapidated pirate flag slowly floated above the hull. It swelled rapidly and soon became bigger than a pirate ship, with a strong black magic atmosphere. Wrapped with a flag, it seems that, if you touch it, you will be seriously injured. At the same time, the ghost ship accelerated rapidly and approached the distant cruise ship, trying to get rid of the two uninvited guests. But Nelson didn't care about that flag, and he didn't even take any action when he was about to come into contact with the black magic on the pirate flag because it was completely unnecessary. A nearly black dark green light beam descended from the sky and instantly blasted a ray hole 2 meters thick. In the blink of an eye, Nelson passed through the pirate flag and approached the hull, but at this moment the adventure galleon had already sailed a certain distance, and a silver light suddenly burst out behind him, and the mayflies pushed him forward, the silver diamond-shaped platform slowly forming under his feet. The distance to the ghost ship is getting closer and closer, but catching up with it is far from enough. If it is allowed to approach the cruise ship, unnecessary casualties may be added. Standing on the silver plate, Nelson's figure is like a pine and cypress on a cliff, standing motionless in the strong wind, surrounded by seawater. In the environment, something seemed to wake up in his veins. It jumped for joy, prompting him to pull out the black walnut wand he got at the age of 11. The moment he pulled out the wand, a wave of excitement came from his mind, starting from the heart, flowing along the blood vessels to the forearm, and then transmitted to the wand. Nelson even had the illusion of holding the elder wand, as if he was omnipotent standing on the sea. Tom, would you be interested in seeing Wurtling by the sea? On the relatively calm sea in the distance, strangely dressed people came out of the cabin. Some of them were the representatives of all nations who attended the conference in Boston not long ago, and some of them were wizards newly sent to the United States. Intelligence capabilities are not for nothing. Since the Knights of the Garter can detect abnormalities on the sea, they will naturally be aware of it. The young wizard is undoubtedly a better choice. No one will believe the nonsense such as two well-meaning people passing by. They have already found out Nelson and Tom's above-board itinerary. It is aimed at the second sealer. Tom is here. But the moment they stepped out of the cabin, they found a large number of fellow travelers. Immediately afterwards, those saints in black robes appeared in front of them. The penguin closed the porthole for Adele, walked to the crowd, and walked slowly like a wizard. He said politely, "Good evening everyone. It's really unimaginable that so many wizards would be crowded on the same Muggle cruise ship. If the scene in front of me is seen by a night traveler, I'm afraid that there is a chic masquerade party on the deck, and the theme is how to dress like a normal person. Newmengard?" The surrounded wizards looked around vigilantly, and someone asked, "Is Grindelwald here?" "Master Grindelwald is very busy. He is still dealing with some things in Boston." Penguin clapped his hands, and the saint behind him held out a brass telescope and approached the crowd. "I understand everyone's curiosity about Horcruxes, but please just watch from the sidelines. And by the way, do you find it difficult to adapt to staying on this ship with Muggles for so long?" The wizards present here were not looking for trouble. They understood that the saints in front of them were not malicious. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a better way to kidnap them while they were asleep? Brass telescope. "I have been observing you for a long time, and with all due respect, you are as conspicuous among Muggles as the stars in the night sky," Penguin said while showing them how to use the telescope. "In fact, everyone understands that with the continuous development of Muggle technology, they are no longer the weaklings we slaughtered hundreds of years ago, and learning their customs is no unacceptable shame." The representatives of all nations had different expressions. Some agreed, some were entangled, and some scoffed, but no one made any high-level comments at this time. "Please leave the stage to my lord." The penguin bowed and bowed, ordering the saints to disperse. "These binoculars are products of Newmengard, and they are given to you as a meeting gift." The wizards fiddled with the binoculars in their hands. The binoculars, which were clearer than traditional binoculars, had a longer field of view, and could even bend, quickly attracted their attention. They all raised their binoculars and looked towards the northern sea. "What's your name?" A wizard with an oriental face didn't rush to watch the battle. He approached the penguin and asked softly, "We don't know much about the situation on your side, but as far as I know, Grindelwald's claim seems to be it's very different from what you said." "My name is Penguin, the correspondent for that newspaper. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." "That's not worth mentioning, sir," replied the penguin, holding up his binoculars. "We are not talking about the same person." "My god. What did I see? Mel. What the hell?" It was an elderly French wizard. He stuffed the telescope in his hand to the entourage next to him and asked loudly, "Sir, the Muggles are resting. We don't want to knock the whole boat unconscious." Penguin quickly approached, reminding in a low voice, Sorry, a little excited to see acquaintances." During the rapid descent of Nelson and Tom, pirate skeletons on the ghost ship, emitting a faint green light all over their bodies, with ghost lights floating in their iframes, climbed up from the gaps in the deck, wielding decayed scimitars, and missing bowstrings and bows and arrows. The longbows shot at the two people approaching, and their bows shot out dazzling spells, while the scimitars they swung were thrown straight away. And soon a hideous longbow made of white bones recondensed in their hands. Knife. Just as Tom was about to clear these obstacles, They were shot through by mayflies hiding in the darkness, and all the flying throwing objects and spells were also blocked, without hindering their progress in the slightest. I'll solve it. Tom's sleeves were filled with black smoke, and he accelerated to approach Nelson, offering to attack. You cover me, destroy this broken ship, and let me see the power of wordling. No problem. Nelson stopped his forward momentum, stood in place, squinted his eyes, and looked at Tom's fast moving back, and raised his wand in his hand. Come on, to fight on board. The moist air on the sea moistened Nelson's skin. He felt that the water vapor seemed to be his weapon against the enemy, but compared to the boundless and inexhaustible sea water under his feet, the water mist was undoubtedly too conservative. Wow, the sea water in front of the ghost ship rose high with the movement of Nelson's arms, and a wave that covered the sky and the sun hit the head. The bow of the ghost ship that rushed into the huge wave was raised high. In an instant, the hull of the ship was perpendicular to the sea level. It seems that the next second will be smashed into the bottom of the sea by huge waves. But the ghost ship equipped with the Hayabusa Horcrux is not an idler. It clings to the ocean and rushes up, and it feels like walking on the ground. The sculpture on the bow directs the pirates to fight back, hindering Tom's footsteps. It even looked back and smiled, with a strong sense of sarcasm on its dry face. A ship worthy of a megalomaniac. Nelson laughed too. If it was daytime at this moment, the ghost ship would definitely find that the sunlight above its head was completely covered by a ship-shaped shadow, but in the dark, it didn't notice that on the high waves, a large ship made of seawater was unfolding. The sail, with its dragon head like ramming horn, swooped down fiercely with strong murderous intent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. What a magnificent ship is that. The thick body of the ship is covered with the texture of the trees over the years. It is moist, firm and flexible, as if the hull was carved from a completed towering giant wood. The vortex accumulates energy in the branches and leaves, and they are ready to lock the ghost ship erected in the huge waves at the foot. With his hands behind his back, the metal plate under his feet took him into the air quickly. He stood on the top of the big ship, overlooking the rough battlefield. Just the confrontation between the flagships gave people a sense of tension from ancient monsters fighting hand to hand. 3 obscure black lights together with smears of silver light flew out from all parts of his body. Some hid in the bottom of the sea, some hung high in the sky, and most of them turned into tiny parts and merged into the sea water. The condensed body of the large hull becomes its tough keel, the unstoppable ram, and the huge horn that stands proudly on the bow and whimpers in the wind. The sharp light of silver shone in the blue hull. This big ship seemed to be waking up from the ancient battlefield. Compared with the gorilla and plundered pirate ships, its hull protruding from the waves was already full of the art of real warfare. There was a sound of an arrow piercing the air, and the branches around the ship swayed gently like a graceful dancer, but flexibility means that more potential energy is accumulated after bending. The second arrow pierced the night sky with a swish, and the silver light, the brilliance of the dim stars and moon above the dark clouds, was covered up for an instant, and accompanied by the long cry of the silver falcon, the hull of the ghost ship can be seen in full. In the next second, those leaves made of seawater stood on the waves and shot towards the adventure galley below. The rotting hull of the ghost ship was torn apart like a torrential rain. Be scary. The soul-like pirates on the deck of the ghost ship were shot by leaves one after another, as if returning to the time when the ship was still in service and human beings could not resist natural disasters. After hitting the pirate's armor, the leaves were like real water splashes. It splashed, but the murderer saw like a sharp blade shone in the scattered water droplets. Snapped. A sailor with a bone sword fell, followed by a cry of relief as the remains of the combatant shattered into bones. The long-lost tranquility appeared on the deck, cleaned by Nelson. Although bone sailors emitting green light continued to climb out of the holes in the deck, the cleanup of black magic was the purpose of Nelson's round of trials. Tom held the magic wand, like a black lightning flashing through the sea. He approached the hull of the adventure galleon in an instant. His figure was erratic like a phantom, and he escaped the hastily organized counterattack of the ghost ship like a mirage. His figure remaining in place was captured by other tentacles rushing out from under the sea surface were torn apart, but quickly turned into balls of black smoke and dissipated. On a dark and stormy night, his beheading was even more imperceptible than the night itself. At this time, Nelson's big ship showed its true face. It stood proudly on the huge waves, exuding a faint silver light all over its body. The buildings on the mountain stand on the boat, with carved beams and painted buildings on the buildings, depicting the beautiful lines of flying clouds and flowing clouds everywhere, like a paradise for the nobles to enjoy. But the flags and knives and guns planted all over the hull are silently explaining the meaning of its existence, crushing all obstacles in the sea. The 3-story building is surrounded by solid parapet walls. In the open holes, arrows shining with cold light stare mercilessly at the enemies, who have been dead for many years at their feet. With just a glimpse, one can feel the power of this war machine. The wild soul of the war machine wrapped under the gorgeous skin. What a big ship. On a distant cruise ship, a wizard holding a binoculars murmured, "Is this something young people like this can do? You can't imagine the power of Wurtling in the water." The French wizard who called out Mergen's name said proudly, "This isn't even Wurtling by the stream, it's the one by the sea. Wurtling. This wooden schooner is really. Don't show off, if you don't know much, it's called a boat." While the representative of all countries was still making jokes, the adventure galleon had already launched a counterattack. A thick tentacle covered with suction cups rushed out of the water, slightly blocking the momentum of the boat's dive. He was not affected by this futile resistance like a mantis arm as a cart. But the ghost ship did not choose to give up. In the face of death, the person who is least afraid is the dead. Darker shadows flowed under the pitch black sea, and countless tentacles moved towards the tall ship above them like bushes. They followed each other, defiantly obstructing the progress of the tall ship, vowing to dispel its arrogance. Save yourself. At the same time, it is also turning the hull, slowly diving into the waves, trying to dive into the bottom of the sea, and escape under the protection of the unknown underwater sea monster. And the details of the building ship are also being completed by the endless mayflies released by Nelson. The edges of the hull are firmly wrapped by silver metal, and the ramming angle of the bow is also revealed by the assembly of some unique black mayflies. Its true appearance, a black tower depicting complex runes. It is different from the iconic black tower of Nurmengard, but it looks like the Tower of Babel in myths and legends, like a battle in chess. The car endows the boat with an indomitable momentum, and the halo of magic power flashes, reflecting the sea under the feet into fantastic and magnificent colors. The bow of the ship was lifted high under the impact of the tentacles. At this moment, the towering ship stood proudly on the top of the waves, like a proud and warlike Valkyrie in Norse mythology. The clouds were her mysterious veil, and the entire ocean was her gorgeous skirt put. This long dress is more beautiful than any god known for beauty. It is vast and magnificent, just like all living creatures inhabiting the ocean, those sperm whales, sharks, sponges, starfish, crabs and octopuses, and even thousands of miles away. The squirrel that accidentally fell into the water outside became the pattern and embellishment on her long skirt. Standing above the sky, Nelson was not anxious because of the stagnation of the building ship. On the contrary, he was patiently waiting for the mayflies to fill in the final parts. In the faint, the roar of the giant resounded like thunder between the sea and the sky. Nelson finally, he raised his hand and recited the incantation that had been written in the center as early as the beginning of the design. Wang Shen is translocated. In an instant, the sky and the earth hung upside down, and the silver plate under Nelson's feet and the collision angle of the bow of the building gleamed with exactly the same complicated runes. In the next second, Nelson's figure appeared on the top of the tentacles and was instantly swallowed by them. But the building boat also showed its majesty in the air, appearing where Nelson was standing before. A dense chainsaw-like sound came from the tentacles, and the engulfed Nelson stood safely on the spot under the guard of a group of mayflies. There were densely packed mayflies flying around him, and the speed of the sharp paddles was so fast that it could not be seen clearly. And the building boat that has lost its obstacle is falling from the sky with the momentum of Mount Tay. The adventure galleon gave up summoning those skeleton pirates. Tentacles that were more ferocious than before rushed out of the holes in the deck. In the middle of each washing dish, there was a wide-eyed eyeball. Its essence is like a huge octopus or squid or something hidden in a decaying wooden box. but this time it's a real mantis holding a car. The powerful and sinking potential of the boat is already unstoppable, and the black magic that hastily condensed has also been crushed into powder by the densely packed runes on the boat. The tentacles shattered as soon as they were touched and turned into powder scattered in the air, as if turning in a stone mill. "Smells like a fishing port," said Tom's nostrils, a bit like stale squid. After all, Hayabo's slaves are still Hayabo's old tricks. If Nelson used this trick against anyone other than Hayabo, he might not be able to achieve such a remarkable record. Wrapped in the keel of a tall ship, the Elder Wand suppresses the souls of the dead with the power of death. The resurrection stone is inlaid on the top of the ram, absorbing the energy of the present world and the illusory world at the same time, and the souls of the pirates that make up a part of the ghost ship are also stunned into confusion, causing the ship to enter a temporary stagnation state. The magic power of the invisibility cloak wrapped the hull, and Hayabo's magic power was like scratching the surface of the skin, unable to cause any effective damage at all. The lost fog belonging to Nelson set off the hull, and the tentacles that collided with it were instantly melted. The swooping power of the whole ship is just like a ferocious silver falcon pouncing on food. It belongs to the magic power of the patron saint. For thousands of years, wizards have summed up Hayabo's nemesis, the mighty falcon, although Nelson has not been able to restore its form, but its legends are everywhere. The building boat fell down with a shattering momentum and fell heavily. The keel of the galley wailed as it was dying. The expressionless Horn touched the muscles of his face at this moment, revealing a rare look of horror. He didn't understand that in the age when his master called the wind and rain, he could easily defeat most wizards in the world, even if he only learned the superficial. But why is this century-old galley so vulnerable at this moment? He might have to be in hell to discuss attribute restraint with Hayabo if there is really hell in this world. The magic of the patron saint melted all the filth and evil on the ghost ship, and the hull of the galley broke in two, as if it had been broken by something huge. From the fracture, cold black blood sprayed out, and a painful scream that only the soul could hear came out from the fracture, resounding through the sky. Have you ever been hit by the sea? After tonight, Tom would be able to answer that question. He'd been half hit by the sea. The ship fell head on, and the deck under his feet was broken, but Tom seemed to be bathed in the rain. The ship fell from the top of his head, but it didn't hurt him at all, and didn't even wet his clothes. There is nothing in front of him, nothing, only the panicked Horn in his vision. The wood covering the body is flying and shattering, revealing the lower half of its dry body contrary to its dryness. Its lower half is very wet, and greasy, covered with suckers. It was a green tentacle, and in each sucker was a face of despair. The ghosts who died under the hands of this ghost ship, which has been out of law for so many years, drifting on the sea, harvesting the lives of the sea lunatics, growing himself, and finally extending the twisted body that belongs to the sea, filling the entire galley. No matter what the actual combat effect of Hayabo's magic is, the visual effect can always be obtained. Guaranteed. Disgusting in its own right. The building boat and the ghost boat smashed into the water together, like a meteorite hitting the ground, splashing a monstrous column of water. Boom. 100 nautical miles away on the cruise ship, a buzzing sound came from the ears of the wizards who were watching. They quickly covered their ears, but the feeling of nausea and dizziness lingered in their brains until the cold touch came to their hearts. They opened their eyes, and the soaring water spray pierced a hole in the clouds above their heads. The god was furious, and the torrential rain fell on this sea area in an instant. On the distant battlefield, both the building ship and the ghost ship sank into the bottom of the sea, and Hayabo's slave broke free from the hull. Its image made the creatures in the surrounding sea feel instinctive fear. A cluster of twisted and waving the tentacles are knotted together to form its round torso. At the top of one of the strongest tentacles is a dry and thin person. At the bottom, the tentacles are bundled like muscle fibers, condensing into two thick, skinless tentacles. Thighs, in a running pose. Instinct makes them run away quickly, but the monster's reaction is faster. It generally avoids the pursuit of the silver magic power above its head in horror. While stretching out its tentacles, it rolls up the huge sea beast hidden in the sea, and stuffs it into its torso. Amidst the numbing sound of chewing, fresh blood filled the sea water, and the fresh blood food was quickly repairing its injuries. Taking advantage of the turbidity caused by the splashing of mud and sand on the bottom of the sea, it sneaked out of the bottom of the water to observe the environment on the water surface. But the moment it stretched out its head, the back of its head was blocked by a sharp object. Tom stood on the sea behind it, and a black horn as thick as an adult's arm gushed out from the tip of the stick. It was penetrated by the surging magic power, spirituality. The soul spell developed by Salazar Slytherin on the basis of the Patronus charm has a more powerful lethality, and has an extraordinary effect on Dementors or Hellbow himself. You look disgusting, Tom said softly. A condensed ball of black light condensed on the tip of his staff, right inside its hollow head. There was the sound of thunder and gale faintly. Tom's wrist shook lightly, and the black horn lighted silently. It exploded and expanded rapidly, swallowing half of its body like a black hole. General, Wang She position may be a cowardly defense, but it is often a fierce killing move. See you at 1400 hours. Chapter 366 Unlucky 13. The upper part of the human body was blown to pieces by Tom's magic. On the section of the tentacles, faint green light surged, like a different kind of blood mist spreading in the water. If Hayabo's magic would be defeated so easily, then he would not. It's called Despicable Hayabo. The half of the tentacle swelled rapidly, as if something was flowing under its smooth skin. I lied to you. Tom smiled. He completed the most important part of the hunting plan, and retreated quickly under the surging black smoke. The moment his figure disappeared, the tentacle exposed on the sea quickly shrank, and suddenly expanded again. A dark green ball of light appeared on the water in an instant, and disappeared silently in an instant. The original sea surface was sunken into an arc-shaped pothole, and all the substances in the green light sphere were easily annihilated. Tom was suspended in midair, watching the scene, and nodded. As an old opponent who has been dealing with for many years, Hayabo's underwear is almost seen by Nelson. Tom still remembers the speculation about the ghost ship in the notes that Nelson gave him, the dead soldiers with bound souls, the slave's body, and the self-detonation. After breaking through the hull, in fact, during the years when Hayabo was a black wizard doing whatever he wanted, his moves had long been studied clearly by the wizards who suffered from it. For an opponent of his age, all the standard dances are written in the history books. It depends on whether his enemies will grasp it. Hayabo loves 3 kinds of beasts the most in his life. This is related to his suspicious character. The basilisk is his exclusive car and pet, and the other 2 animals will be rewarded by him in cruel ways. They are respectively the gregarious hyena and the tenacious octopus. This is a rumor recorded in the unofficial history. For Muggles, these ancient books that have fallen into the antique market are just absurd fantasy, but for wizards, it may record the most authentic history. Now, Professor Bin's speculation is being confirmed step by step. It's just that the vitality of this little known slave seems a little tenacious. God knows how much blood and soul it devoured while wandering in the ocean. The bursting of the human form drove the huge octopus into madness. Although pain was nothing to this creature, its core was a human soul after all. The fleshy ball of the tentacle swelled and contracted violently like a heart. It seemed that something was struggling inside and wanted to break out of the shell. Tom stood on the sea against the backdrop of the black mist. Being agitated by the crazy monsters under the water is like the end of the world. In the storm under the night, the cold air above the head and the blazing murderous intent under the feet seemed to bring people more fear. Nelson and Tom were also a little uncertain. They had never worried about failure, but octopuses were the best at surviving by docking their tails. Biological instincts slipping away with the currents. What a waste of work and a disgrace. Fortunately, they were prepared, and Hayabo's slaves also fell into the set trap step by step. In fact, destroying its human body and making the octopus instinct replace thinking in the curse set by Hayabo was exactly the plan. First, there are too many escape routes for humans, but for an animal, hunters thousands of years ago have already found a good way to hunt it down. Valentine? Tom said softly. This is the slave's name, and he made the final confirmation. But the ocean was just churning violently, and the tentacles crushed under the boat waved like a real beast, just wanting to escape. Thinking about it, the torture of 1,000 years of immortality is enough to drive anyone crazy. Tom turned his head to look at Nelson, who was still standing on the waves, and nodded. After receiving the confirmation, Nelson raised his wand, and the boat that hit the water quickly deformed above the octopus's head. The thick planks of the boat slowly opened to both sides, covering the underwater monster like a birdcage. Aware of this scene, the octopus struggled more violently. It clearly knew that its tentacles full of black magic and death breath would be melted by the restrained magic power when held on the hull, but it still did so. When some kind of creature, when he wanted to cut his tail to survive, it proved that it still had a chance of survival, and he wanted to protect something more important, and that thing might be the turning weapon that Hayabo left him, the heart-like object wrapped in tentacles. Those devoured by it are being chewed and digested by its shell, nourishing the last hope. But Nelson and Tom don't seem to want to give it a chance. Tom was wrapped in black light and dived into the sea filled with poisonous blood. He buckled the ring on the horn, and a green book appeared in his arms. The pages of this book were almost glued by him. It can't be opened, only the middle pages can be opened, and there is a chapter on Horcruxes in detail. In a long time, when Nelson was dealing with Hayabo in the illusion, he had already obtained this magic book from him, and not long after, the book came to Tom, but Tom was completely unaffected by the black magic inside. Attractive, in his words. Why would a rich man like me buy inferior goods? Hayabo himself may not have thought that this book would become his biggest flaw. Tom held his breath and held the ring in his hand. The magic power unique to the word spirit spread from his arms to his whole body. He used the simplest floating technique with a ramming angle to get close to the exposed keel due to the opening of the hull. Open. The internal structure can be seen at a glance. The keel is densely wrapped by the fast rotating gears, but I don't know what it does. This is obviously a wind-powered ship, and Nelson's use is like a projectile. Tom follows the plan, moved the chariot-like ram to the top of the keel, and those gears approached by themselves, as if they were summoned. They were adsorbed at the bottom of the ram, connected to each other and rotated, pulling the ram close to the thick and straight keel. Amid the click sound of the lock, the ram was tightly fitted on the keel, spinning slowly like the tip of a javelin. But it seemed a little blunt, as if it couldn't kill people. Tom raised his fist to the top of the ram, and let go of his hand. The magic power of spirit speech all over his body floated to the tip of the spear along with the ring that came out of his hand, and gradually condensed into a thread-shaped light blade. Call. The two let out a long sigh of relief almost at the same time, but they were overwhelmed by a heavier gasp. One hand, a huge, steel-cast, and steam-spewing hand grasped this alternative spear, and in the night, a towering giant suddenly appeared. Alexander. The sun-like heat and light burst out from the furnace in its chest, instantly illuminating the sea area. Amidst a burst of dense metal friction sounds like drum beats, it bent down and crouched, and with all its strength, raised the sea area with both hands. The spear was beyond everyone's imagination, and straight and fiery blue flames suddenly gushed out from the vent holes between each joint, and the sea boiled when it fell into artificial daylight. The metal body groaned as the levers broke, and the bolts fell off. The armor covering the thick arms turned red and twisted under the huge force. Even Alexander could not bear the weight of this gun. The octopus wailed under the rolled up hull, setting off a tsunami that quickly ended. On the surface of the sea like Lang Lang's day, a red one-eyed suddenly jumped out of the water, followed by the shoulder, the torso, the hot furnace, and finally the simple but magnified spear. The octopus is fighting desperately, but how can the suppression of the integrated deathly hallows be resisted by a humble soul like it? Streaks of silver light that belonged to the invisibility cloak spread out from the ship, firmly restraining the waving tentacles. Alexander raised his spear high and pointed at the live target under his feet in an unpretentious manner. A giant eye encased in tentacles could be seen through the gap in the hull, but it was pierced with perfect precision before it could get a good look at the world. The tip of the spear fell to the bottom of the sea, accumulating downward without hindrance, until its sinking momentum was interrupted by Alexander with the same mighty force. But it obviously had no strength to pull it up, and even the furnace on its chest was much darker. Those twisted and overheated steel plates seemed to be the result of a tired warrior after a fight. Heaving chest. On the sea at this moment, the huge waves had quietly fallen, and the storm that had been stimulated also ended silently. The sleeping travelers on the cruise ship did not know that such a thrilling hunt took place 100 nautical miles to the north of them. Alexander's body was wrapped in silver mist, which slowly dissipated, and he had already returned to his station. There was only one straight keel standing proudly on the surface of the sea, as if someone had planted a flag in the puddle. Grumbling. Dense bubbles suddenly surged on the surface of the sea, and immediately afterwards, fluorescent green blood covered the surface of the sea, but the top predators in the sea did not follow the smell of blood. On the contrary, several sea beasts in this sea area turning its belly, it slowly floated up to poison in the blood. The audience on the cruise ship teased lightly that, although wizards have a lot of experience in fighting large creatures, if they are attacked by such a final surprise, I'm afraid that anyone will be thrown off their feet. Nelson and Tom were not in a hurry to visit their prize, but stood on the surface, silently gazing at the quiet bottom. Puff. A line of ink shot out from under the rolled up hull, but they were not moved by it. Sure enough, the line of ink dissipated quickly. Puff puff. There were a few more noises, but Nelson and Tom were counting silently. 10. 11. Nelson raised his wand. 12. When the number 12 ink line rushed out, he waved his arm, and a moonlight clear silver light chased the ink line and rushed northward. It was indeed more difficult to entangle with the previous bait. Behind it, it was chasing like a cat playing with a mouse, and even Tom's eyes were attracted by this funny scene. 13. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a black lightning bolt fell from the top of his head, and fell straight to a cute octopus on the bottom of the sea. I lied to you. Tom giggled again, and patted Nelson on the shoulder. 13 is the favorite number of the mean herb, Nelson explained, as if a narrator. The wizards of ancient Greece regarded 13 as an unknown number, and that's why. Tom could feel the little octopus glaring at him, and he grinned, crushing it into powder without mercy. I've decided, that next semester I'm going to be an excellent student in history of magic. Professor Binns will be very pleasantly surprised. He won't be pleased, I swear. Nelson waved his hand, and the keel standing on the sea gradually turned back to the azure blue of the sea, and the parts that served as key parts also transformed into mayflies, and flew back to his pocket. The elder wand in the ring broke through the water, and rushed towards him. Come, be held firmly in his hands. What about the invisibility cloak? It's invisible, you didn't see it. As soon as Nelson finished speaking, the hull that restrained the huge body of the octopus quickly decayed and collapsed, as if it had been fast-forwarded hundreds of years, and finally turned into seawater, and merged into the ocean, attached to the boat. The silver light on his body flew towards Nelson like a catastrophe, and clung to his coat. He just smiled like Tom. I lied to you. Tom shrugged, he was too lazy to bother. The corpse of the octopus, which had lost its restraint, slowly floated up, and the twisted meatball loosened, revealing a shriveled eyeball that was pierced, from which the green venom spread. The tentacles that were no longer under the control of the slave spread out, revealing the true face of the monster. It was really a normal looking octopus, except that it had more tentacles, became more curious, and grew bigger, which was different from the normal octopus. It doesn't make any difference. 13. So Herbo still suffered a bad luck, and died a terrible death. Tom looked at the unorthodox octopus floating in the sea, covered in fluorescent green, and said, no, saying that there are only 12 Horcruxes, he shouldn't be so unlucky. No, 13 is here with me. Nelson touched the little finger of his left hand, and a circle of green Ouroboros-like patterns emerged quietly. After many years, he still couldn't get rid of the scar, but it seemed to have no effect. Maybe it was related to the lightning on Harry Potter's head. The scar is average, a medal for a winner. Oh. But Tom, do you know what's more interesting? Can I choose my pose on the chocolate frog card? Professor Binns told me that these two Horcruxes are in the illusion, but this ship is traveling in the present world. The information is wrong. This is more interesting, Nelson said briskly. His voice was hidden by the sea breeze, so that only Tom could hear. Second Salem has no Horcruxes. I went to the Mirage, although the illusion there is even more dangerous than Horcruxes, but the dissipated magic power only comes from the cocoon that breeds the Dementors. Okay. In short, it should be regarded as the end. Nelson shook his head. The story belonging to Herbo is completely over. Is it really over? At least he finished it by himself. Nelson looked at the newborn son and murmured, what an unlucky dark wizard. He died aggrieved like that. Sure enough, the number 13 is quite unlucky. When the first rays of sunlight hit the sea surface, the body of the octopus, which was constantly floating, had already fallen to the bottom of the sea again, but this time it did not bounce up, but passed through a sudden light door and disappeared. Tom glanced casually, and at the moment the octopus entered the light gate, a corner of the black veil emerged from the light gate, and then quietly disappeared. Chapter 367, 31 people. What? Are you crazy? We can't accept this kind of proposal. These are all reasonable and legal, and we have a wealth of cases to support them. Our national conditions do not match those of other countries. Isn't this your problem? Supporting a puppet terrorist organization to provoke the relationship between wizards and non-wizards. On the top floor of the Woolworth building, on the large wall behind the Congress Hall, the huge portrait of Speaker Jackson has been urgently removed by the officials, rolled up and thrown into the trash can at the entrance of the hall. In the upturned corner of the portrait, Jack Chairman Morey continued to wink at passers-by, exuding his suffocating charm. But the picture frame that had been cast with a strong adhesive spell was hard to shake. The emblem of the Congress behind it only showed a border and a pair of yellowed wings. In desperation, Norton II had no choice but to stuff a picture of Josiah Jack in the picture frame. SEN's photo, the one thing that helped bring Milhouse Jackson to power, his venerable great-great-grandfather who founded Congress. Ironically, it was Milhouse who took down the original portrait of Josiah Jackson and threw it away because he liked the place. Norton II rubbed his temples and sat on the high-back chair in the head seat, almost buried by the parchment paper. He was still working in the office at first, but the frequent meetings forced him to move all the documents to the conference room. Come on, there are piles of empty bottles piled up at his feet, which used to contain euphoria and palliatives, but he always feels that he has drunk fake medicines. Even if he swallows a whole bottle of euphoria, he still feels depressed. As for he didn't feel the soothing effect of the palliative. On the contrary, he became more and more anxious. For him, the only good news he has received these days is that the chairs of Milhouse are very high grade. As an idle director, whose job content is to sit in the office, sign, and smile, he has profound research on the comfort of the chairs. He knew Milhouse's enjoyment-loving nature at first sight of the Milhouse chair, at least as enjoyment. But at this moment, the quarrel coming from ahead made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles in this high-end chair. While no one noticed, he secretly lifted his butt up a little bit, squinted his eyes, and looked at the already blurred vision everyone. Compared with the time when it was crowded with representatives before, the Congress Hall at this moment looks empty. The cruise ship that Nelson was on was still floating in the Atlantic Ocean. How could he find so many people who could withstand the crisis in such a short period of time? What about the backbone? However, even the people who accounted for less than 1/3 of the seats were divided into two distinct camps. The attendee on the left is wearing various wizarding robes, wearing a wizarding hat, and holding a wand. And the people on the right look like a motley crew. Their attire covers all classes and different occupations. The leading man is showing a stack of paper documents, talking like holding a torch high. He was the teacher who appealed to Norton II on the day of the second Salem trial, and the only cultural person left among the victims, Mr. Jeremy Mueller. International friends from the British Ministry of Magic have provided us with a precious and great material, gentlemen. Mr. Mueller stepped down from his seat and was about to distribute the materials in his hand to the wizards opposite. The wizards all showed disdainful smiles when they saw the No-Mag's injured legs and feet. They only needed to wave wands would do the trick, and No-Mag's looked no different to those house elves running around serving tea. The wizard representative sitting directly opposite Mr. Mueller snorted coldly, waved his wand, and those documents flew into the hands of each wizard precisely. "Thank you, Mr. Warren," Mr. Mueller said gratefully. "You should be able to see that in this world, the United States is the last and only country that completely separates wizards from non-wizards. In the Wizarding Society, even the young United States is establishing a legal system that is in line with international development trends, and was even considered to be the country with the fastest social development at one time, but our fellow wizards are passive because of some conspiracy." The word fellow wizards came to the ears of the wizards on the opposite side, and some people finally couldn't hold back their laughter, but Mr. Mueller just stood there with a smile, just like when he was working with a pointer, patiently waiting for the mischievous and naughty children have had enough trouble, and then gently teach them. It's just that perhaps in the wizard's eyes, the no-maj he represents is the insatiable stinky kid. No-maj, what an ugly word. Norton second squatted enough and sat back on the chair. That made him extremely uncomfortable. The sound of the bench legs scraping the ground echoed in the meeting room, and the wizards quickly shut their mouths. I admire your efforts, but allowing you and the participants in the solemn incident behind you to understand the existence of magic is the limit, the old white man Warren said slowly. I will tell you, my fellow wizards, we have made efforts similar to yours. Many years ago, the land we lived in did not have the current Rappaport law. Our ancestors once offered olive branches to your ancestors, but they were ejected, brutally betrayed. The word fellow wizards appeared in the conference room again, and the wizards behind Warren smiled again, but this time the smiles contained completely different emotions from the previous one. I know the Rappaport law. From a legal point of view, it completely coincides with the scope of the International Statute of Secrecy. You got one thing wrong, Mr. Mueller, Warren said, shaking his head. Maybe you don't believe it. It's to protect wizards. I know what you want to say. Mr. Mueller blinked and took out another material written on parchment from the table. Judging from the material, it should come from a wizard. The wizard who saved our lives, Mr. Wertning's archives, to help us win equality. What? Warren asked blankly, but he secretly thought that something was wrong. The name Mr. Mueller said was the one who caused the meeting room to be so empty. The former owners of these seats are being placed in Wooer in the basement of the WAS building. There are 3 shifts of auras and doctors to watch over. Norton second ordered that, if they wake up, they still need to go to the wizard's prison, to sit in the prison of the sun for as long as the coma. This historical material revealed to us the truth of the so-called 12 Trees incident. We never thought of persecuting our fellow wizards, and Miss Dorcas 12 Trees never betrayed. The culprit who caused this disaster is a descendant of the scavenger before the establishment of the Magical Congress of the United States. Miss 12 Trees just fell in love with the wrong person. What's more, in the past 100 years, the reason why this misunderstanding has intensified and finally turned into a feud is the conspiracy of those criminals who have been tried. The Magic Congress of the United States has been secretly funding and supporting the illegal organization Second Salem. Their terrorist activities continue to harm the people who also grew up on this land. This is just their personal behavior, not sponsored by Congress. So, even if the person responsible for the 12 Trees incident is not a descendant of the Purge, it can be explained by personal behavior. Mr. Mueller used Warren's logic to launch a forceful counterattack. Warren was at a loss for words. He turned his head and looked at the chief. Your Majesty Norton. Speaker. The representatives on both sides looked at Norton second at the same time, and it seemed that he had returned to that terrible morning when he asked that terrible question and got a terrible you. He suddenly felt his head was as big as a bucket, and a mosquito-like buzzing sound echoed in his head. I think we can take a break and continue the discussion. The spinning Norton second couldn't even hear what they were saying. Under the supervision of the international community, almost all follow-up work has been arranged, but this public proposal has always failed to reach a consensus. The wizard representatives left talking and laughing, leaving only the 31 victims sitting in place, even waiting for the staff to bring their meals. Mr. Mueller sighed and walked out of the door of the meeting room, but was stopped in the corridor. Would you like to try it? The wizard's good smoke. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Warren leaned against the wall with a tired face and handed Mr. Mueller an exquisite silver box. This is also a way to share the wizard smoke. The magic has come to fruition. Mr. Mueller smiled and took the box with his hand. As soon as his hand touched the closed lid, it opened by itself, and a smoke that had never been seen before flew into his mouth with a swish. It has ignited by itself. He took a sip in surprise and exhaled a puff of smoke in the shape of a star. The War of Independence commemorative money, although the War of Independence has passed for a long time, but this does not prevent them from issuing commemorative money. Warren shrugged and said, I see that your fingers are blackened, and you should often hide in the corner when you are in class. Let's smoke here. How about it? If you like it, I will give it to you. Mr. Mueller pressed the cigarette holder and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to learn magic by doing so. There's no need to do this. I'll give it to you. This cigarette case is a high-end product from Nuremberg. Thank you, Mr. Warren. Mr. Mueller exhaled a big puff of smoke, letting his head be surrounded by dense stars, and the voice came from the stars. Thank you for willing to talk with us as equals. After so many days, everyone should be familiar with it. Warren leaned against the wall and sighed. They don't even want to discuss issues with you, but they don't know that the truth is getting clearer and clearer. Not to mention that we have to carry out the discussion no matter what. Partial disclosure, otherwise those countries staring at us, as well as Grindelwald, will find excuses to interfere. Instead of being passively beaten at that time, it is better to fight for more now. Oh, by the way, you may not know Grindelwald. I know that his subordinates participated in our rescue, and Mr. Wertning is also from there. This international organization similar to the Red Cross is called Nuremberg. You are wrong. Grindelwald's most radical idea in the past few years was to kill all muggles and turn this planet into a world ruled by wizards only. Warren glanced at Mr. Mueller and said, isn't it now? Think the Rappaport law is kind of gentle? My god. With all due respect, Mr. Mueller, your efforts will not have any good results. Warren said patiently, even if you succeed. Yes, the Magical Congress of the United States has disclosed itself to the no-mag government according to your demands. What does that change? It's just that some wizards can oppress no-mages in a more blatant way, but no-mages will get nothing. You don't have your own wands, so you can't really talk to wizards live as equals. But I can't just sit back and watch my compatriots be taken away by inexplicable organizations like me, go through such torture, and finally have to pile up their ashes together. Mr. Mueller suddenly became a little excited. After being caught, I saw the first wizard in the world was Mr. Wertling. I thought he would be a savior, but he told me that everyone is equal, and those wizards have no right to bring us suffering. I know about equality. What is it? But for the first time I feel that it is so far away from me and so real. The truth is, if it weren't for two wizards passing by, you wouldn't even have a chance to stand here and talk. That's why we want to change this situation. Mr. Mueller said with excitement, but lowered his voice. Nuremberg also provided us with a piece of data. Every year thousands of compatriots are sacrificed because of wizards, but the perpetrators did not get the punishment they deserved. Not a single one. But we are naturally different, and isolation is really the best outcome for us. Warren shook his head. My mother was a no-mag-born wizard, and she returned home the second year after giving birth to me. Visiting relatives, almost being taken away by the Puritans. The barrier between us is not only in magic. That was many years ago. A strange voice suddenly broke into their conversation. Warren looked up and greeted in surprise. Professor 12trees, didn't you close the school? I can't help but feel embarrassed when I see a student. Professor 12trees shrugged and said, Warren, I didn't expect you to become a member of parliament in the past 20 years. That's because of my boss, you know. Warren laughed awkwardly. I have something to ask His Majesty Norton. Professor 12trees was about to leave when he saw this. You continue? Professor 12trees left in a hurry, leaving the two of them staring at each other. By the way, he took 2 steps, then turned back, stared at Mr. Mueller who had just been ignored, and asked, is it Mr. Mueller? Hello. Someone asked me to tell you something. Professor 12trees looked at the silver cigarette case in Mr. Mueller's hand, smiled, stretched out his wand against his finger, and pressed the knob on it, and the same scene as when he just let the cigarette happened again, but this it was a no-mag who was manipulating the gadget. Mr. Mueller stared blankly at the silver box in his hand, and the voice of Professor 12trees sounded in his ears. What you lack compared to wizards is a magic wand. Don't keep staring at these. You have to think that you have more than wizards. What? Sometimes weak can be used as a weapon, let alone strong. His attention was completely attracted by the cigarette case in his hand. This time, he pressed the button by himself, and the flame was also lit. Occlusion can never make progress. I just came back from a ship and saw something interesting. Professor 12trees patted him on the shoulder and left quickly. Times are about to change soon. Chapter 368 Big news. Okay, everyone, I believe that after a noon break, everyone must have a deeper understanding of the topics discussed before. But before that, Please allow me to introduce 3 new members who joined this meeting. Miss Scamander, appointed acting head of the Department of Law Enforcement. Professor 12 Trees, headmaster of Alvermorny, and Mr. Dagu, representative of the New Salem Mercy. The wizards here are no strangers to the first 2. The former just had a big fuss in the archives. The auras who stayed behind were tortured by this old colleague and her husband. The latter is almost everyone's former teacher. But just as the last participant was named, more than a dozen magic wands and 2 guns were pointed at his head, etc. 2 guns. The wizards looked at the team of 31 people, and the knowledgeable people broke out in a cold sweat. Within this distance, as far as guns are concerned, human beings are all equal. I understand your hatred, but I was expelled from Second Salem a long time ago, Dagu said, holding up his hands. Under the instructions of Mr. Te, to collect the evidence of the obscure in Second Salem, I have the most direct and true evidence in my hand. Gentlemen and ladies, I'm here to atone for the crime. But no one would take his self-report lightly, so the meeting finally started under the vigilance of a dozen magic wands and those 2 guns. Crack. The newly replaced door was locked from the inside, and no one knew what the people in the conference room were talking about. But after that night, documents about the self-reported crimes of the Magical Congress of the United States floated around the world like snowflakes. This official report did not mention the accident that took place in Salem Town, where nearly half of the officials were involved. It only stated that they were serving their sentences, and the main content was divided into 3 parts. The middle part of the Magical Congress of America plans for people to manipulate and exploit Second Salem. Second Salem's nearly 60-year record of the illegal trade in people, both wizards and non-wizards, and the final highlight, a detailed account of Second Salem's illegal business. When he saw the detailed bill, Nobby Rich, who had just returned to the ministry triumphantly from the United States, and his buttocks were still hot, like the leaders of wizards in many countries, almost passed away with anger. With Dagu's help, many of Second Salem's products are selling well, and their customers are naturally all over the world. According to Dagu himself, this list is even bigger than the teacher's timesheets detailed. Nobby Rich roared angrily and called back to the secretary, who had just left the house, and ordered him to fetch the files of the Nocturne Alley explosion a few months ago, and the Muggle trafficking case in the Scottish Highlands not long ago. When the relevant persons in the case were corresponded one by one, he almost fainted, because he himself issued the order to pardon Galacticus Burke a few months ago, and he also made a lot of reports at the time, on the grounds that the magic outstanding contribution of the department. Minister Rich, what shall we do? Catch it back, catch it all. Nobby Rich leaned on his forehead. He understood the sinister intentions hidden under the nice guy's appearance of Norton II. I'm feeling uncomfortable, so don't you too. People who didn't know the inside story were amazed at how the Ministry of Magic suddenly started to settle old accounts, while those who knew the inside story didn't even have time to run away. Not long after those wizards who thought they were safe and secure were arrested, an official statement was sent to every reader's home by the Daily Prophet. From the related reports of the Quibbler, readers can only get a glimpse of the heroic appearance of the 2 righteous passers-by, but they have little understanding of the whole picture of the incident. At this moment, people are full of shock when they receive such a detailed explanation of the incident. They were shocked by the madness of the criminals, and they were also afraid that their children and even themselves had been shrouded in this danger when they were young. But all this is too far away from the happy wizards, and their focus is more on the last one. The United States will, as the last country, to implement the Muggle segregation policy, explore a new racial openness policy that is in line with the development of the times. What exactly is open development? Is the United States going to expose the existence of wizards to all Muggles? So what about the UK? Are you forced to participate? These are the things that may directly affect their lives. Under the call of relevant people, the big discussion that was permanently shelved before the signing of the International Statute of Secrecy was once again put on the table by wizards, whether wizards should continue to hide in this world. As the leader of the British newspaper industry, the Daily Prophet certainly couldn't give up on this hot topic. So when they received the news that the Magical Congress of America was about to abolish the Rappaport Law, they also sent reporters to understand the public's views, preparing to launch a special topic. This is a big event. After all, the United States is the last bastion of the Muggle isolation policy in the world. This is a big event for both conservatives and liberals. In this way, that annoying quieter who always likes to play the anti-tune and expose the shortcomings of others should understand what the pattern is, right? Reporters with heavy responsibilities set out to travel across the country, but what made them feel suffocated was that the vast majority of wizards didn't even know what their Rappaport law was. Is the news so closed now? The reporter who set off for Diagon Alley was the one who felt the most suffocated. Didn't we do that? Said the bald, red-haired interviewee, who appeared to be a Ministry of Magic official, and his answer was extremely formulaic. Seek the advice of the Muggle Prime Minister. The Ministry of Magic adheres to the principle of protecting the rights of Muggles, and conducts regular inspections of officials and Auror teams. Nothing nutritious. The reporter scratched his head, glanced at the automatic writing quill, and began to look for the next interviewee. I don't feel anything. Our family lives in a remote village in Cornwall. The only neighbors are wizards and those nasty elves. A witch who just emerged from the communal fireplace in Diagon Alley showed blankly to the camera. Looking at the empty basket in her hand, I use the Flu network to travel. I have never dealt with muggles in my life. Is there any difference? It was quite new. The reporter nodded and polished up the passage. I think it is necessary. When I was studying at Hogwarts, the other 3 friends in the dormitory were all Muggle born. Under their influence, I fell in love with football, which is far more competitive than Quidditch. Odd sport. If wizards make their presence known, can we watch football from the top of the field on broomsticks? His answer sparked protests from passing Quidditch fans, and even fans of rival teams such as the Kinmer and the Mondras Magpies joined forces and threw dragons they had just bought at the interviewees. Shit, the young interviewee was dressed avant-garde, with a silver necklace with the Deathly Hallows logo hanging on his chest. While answering reporters' questions, he shouted Quidditch needs to introduce advanced techniques and tactics from modern football, while avoiding the attacking dragon dung. When asked about his necklace, he appeared ignorant of wizarding politics, replying blankly, "It's a decoration I bought at Hogsmeade's Fair. Don't you think it's cool?" The reporter was silent. The interviewee was a little too distracted. He copied this passage exactly as it was, and was looking for his next target surrounded by troublemakers. This is crazy, sir. Revealing our existence to muggles? I will definitely not agree. If the Ministry of Magic really did this, I think I will choose to immigrate to a country that respects the rights of wizards. I have never read Muggle literature, and in their perception, wizards are as evil as vampires and werewolves, creatures that must be eliminated. A bearded old man waved a cane and shouted loudly. The prophet, the reporter from the Daily, obviously didn't interview him, but he still squeezed through the crowd of onlookers, and his loud voice overwhelmed the real interviewees who were organizing their speech. His ideas are as obstinate as a purist pureblood nobleman, but his slovenly appearance looks like a squib who can't take care of himself. The old man can yell at the real interviewee that Hogwarts should keep those mudbloods out, which soon branched out into a plan to kill all Hufflepuffs, because Hufflepuffs had the most Muggle-born students, and by the end, he had lost himself in his own world, proposing to make Slytherins independent, to keep young wizards safe from unclean blood. The crowd of onlookers said nothing, but the anger in their hearts had been accumulated for a long time. Among other things, some of the passers-by walking on this road were Muggle-born Hufflepuff students. Soon, a spell shot out from the crowd and hit the old man's buttocks. He dropped his crutches, clutched his buttocks, and howled. The reporter couldn't stand this kind of atrocity, so he hummed a song and ordered the cameras to turn their backs together. A few seconds later, the sound of whoosh, 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 whoosh spell resounded over Diagon Alley. Before the Aurors arrived, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving and mingling with the larger crowd. Only a pig with 4 tails was left grunting on the ground. Did Hufflepuff eat your bread? The reporter of Daily Prophet hummed a song, turned into an alley with the camera, took out the film from the camera, carefully found a negative with a magic wand sticking out from the crowd, wiped it with his hand, and the picture on it. It became a mess. Hey, what are you doing? The Auror who was looking for the assailant quickly rushed to the entrance of the alley and saw 2 suspicious people standing inside, yelling loudly. Oh, sir, are you an Auror? Can you accept our interview? About the topic that has become popular recently. The action of taking pictures is also very fast. Picking up the camera, it is just a photo. The aura blinked blankly, his eyes blinded by the flash, and did not forget to stroke his hair that was crooked due to the strong wind. What topic? Is a Chudley cannon seeker accused of modifying broomsticks? At the same time, Nelson and Tom finally ended their journey of drifting in the Atlantic Ocean and took Adele off the boat. Tom's legs were weak when he disembarked, but he was unmoved and even felt a little sick. I don't understand, why the sea was fine when we went to America, but the waves are so big when we come back. This may be related to ocean currents and cyclones. As a person who often takes boats, Nelson didn't feel too uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that the refreshing journey after solving Hey Erbo was like a vacation. He rubbed Adele's head and said, "Are you uncomfortable? I don't have anything to vomit anymore." Adele tried hard to pretend that she was also seasick, but the concern made Tom even more uncomfortable, and she whispered, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you want to apparate. It says in the book that apparition is not suitable for children." Tom suppressed his nausea and said with a pursed mouth, "Saying this is disgusting and that disgusting, and now I'm really disgusted. People's physiques cannot be generalized." Nelson smiled and handed Tom a bottle of seasickness potion and said to Adele, "To become a powerful wizard, one must start with physical exercise. Why didn't you take out the medicine earlier?" Tom complained, taking the medicine bottle. "Tom, I just found this out of your potion bag," Nelson said helplessly. "Do you think I will prepare seasickness medicine? It's evil, it's annoying, it's forgotten by nausea." Tom unscrewed the cork and gulped down the potion. As expected of Professor Sloan's favorite student, the effect was immediate. "Are we going to Hog? It's Hogwarts," Adele said the recovering Tom, taking his suitcase. "But it's still a while before you leave school. You can enjoy your lost childhood, and you'll just be like us in the future, looking forward to the holiday when school starts. I'm going to rent a few houses in Diagon Alley, and I want to check some things," Nelson planned. "I can help Adele purchase some things for the start of the school, such as magic wands." There were stars in Adele's eyes, imagining what she would look like when she got the wand. Seeing this scene, Tom and Nelson looked at each other and smiled silently. Once upon a time, they had the same vision, and their childhood is about to be realized in the little girl. Whoa, there was a sound of fluttering wings above his head. Nelson looked up and saw an owl. "Oh, and pets. I think owls are good, at least practical. It's better not to buy strange animals. Be careful of strange animals hitting you." Tom curled his lips. "That pet shop is gone. Let's look elsewhere. I think the bar-headed owl is pretty good." The workers on the pier looked up and went to work on their own business. For them, all kinds of strange birds have become familiar. But the owl didn't pass by. It looked around in the air and jumped straight at Nelson. This kind of scene is much rarer. Many people tiptoe to look here, but the owl passed by Nelson and has already flapped its wings and flew away. It seems that it just got tired of flying and turned around. No one noticed that there was already a thick stack of newspapers in Nelson's hands, and its not so serious name was written on the front page quieter. And the headline on the front page read, "Poll by a certain newspaper, see real public opinion, interviews with 20 British Muggles, it's really big news." Tom looked closely at the headline and said, "What happened while we were at sea?" Chapter 369, the newest, richest black family. Seeing the headlines of the newspaper, Nelson always felt that something was wrong. He opened the front page of the first page and saw two familiar names, Jacob and Martha, of respondents. Although Muggles are everywhere on the street, Penguin almost always chooses interviewees who are somewhat related to the wizarding world. It can be seen that he has hidden some careful thoughts, but such a blatant violation of the secrecy law may bring him serious problems. No small trouble. Has Jacob's memory recovered? How could a penguin go to Martha? Nelson was a little annoyed, but also looking forward to it. "I hope I won't be asked to hunt him down then." Before I could take a closer look, a warm greeting came from the front. "Gentlemen, welcome home." Before the cruise ship that Nelson and Tom took arrived at the port, Boraux waited at the port early in the morning with his two sons and daughters. Standing in the sea breeze, the Black family did not feel the cold at all. On the contrary, his heart was very happy fiery, but the source of this fiery mood is slightly different. Borlux touched his pocket, and when he touched the parchment that was covered with body heat, his beating heart fell back into his stomach again. This kind of action has happened too many times this morning. Ever since Phineas passed away, the Black family has fallen into the embarrassment of having nothing but money. The so-called oldest and most noble family has long been left behind by other pure-blood families due to the decline of their population. A group of up-and-comers such as the Potters and the Malfoy family are developing unstoppably, harvesting coveted wealth in emerging industries such as potions and alchemy. In the complex emotions that coexist with loneliness, and those unbreakable alliances have long since broken, after smelling the smell of new wealth intuitively speaking. Apart from the gold coins and jewels piled up in the Gringotts vault, there is no one in the Black family in the Ministry of Magic. Being in an important position, they don't even have a share in the business in Nocturne Alley. Even in Diagon Alley, the only thing that Black's family holds a part of the shares in is the long-running Lehen bookstore. Even after visiting Ermengarde, Borlux, who has some novelty sources, can only sell his own goods through some hidden channels. The money is indeed a lot, and the ancient Black family is still a wizard at the banquet from time to time. He is our guest, but when it comes to business, he is always out of hand, so he is scolded by Phineas, who goes home from time to time every day. Obviously you left a mess, the most unpopular principle. To be honest, if Phineas hadn't been too disliked at the beginning, and the family's extreme purity style pushed away too many friends, the Black family would not have fallen into the current situation. Borlux thought countless times to refute Phineas like this, but he swallowed it every time. Facing a portrait of a deceased elder, what else could he say? But all that changed today. Borlux never imagined that the small businesses in Nocturne Alley that the family had lost in his hands would become the biggest protection for the family from the Ministry of Magic's arrest. When the Dark Wizard was taken out of the house by the Aurors, only the Black mansion in Grimmauld Place was deserted. This kind of desolation is something that every ambitious family would not like to see, but in the past few days, they are hard to protect themselves. Only envy is left. Aren't the Black family also very keen on black magic? Why are you okay this time? How much did that Borlux guy give Nobby Richie? Why doesn't the ministry take its own money? Some wizards who wanted to save themselves tried to inquire about the news of the Black family as much as possible, but thanks to Phineas, Black had been isolated for so long that it was difficult for them to find out anything nutritious. Finally, when the wizards related to Borgenbok were about to be caught, they finally found out. It turned out that this guy who always showed his mediocre appearance had signed a secret agreement with Ermengarde early on. Those high quality alchemy products circulating on the market were officially produced by him. International market. He actually got on Grindelwald's line directly, and now even if Nobby Rich himself fell, the Ministry of Magic would not do anything to him. Borlux's act of giving up the black magic business in Nocturne Alley in the early years has also become far-sighted and insightful. They are eager to find out the real reason why Borlux can successfully board the ship and save his life wisely, but Borlux is ambiguous. King's ambiguous attitude was confusing, and soon, when Azkaban was about to be full, an endless stream of visitors knocked on the lonely door of number 12, Grimmauld Square for many years. But before the visit of the British wizarding families, Borlux had just received an important guest. "You can just call me Andre," he said. "Mr. Black, we all see your sincerity to Ermengarde, so today, I brought a good deal for our good friend. Gift, go to his noblest and oldest black family." Borlux could not suppress his excitement, secretly said, "From now on we will be the newest and richest black family." Ermengarde, who had won a big victory in the United States, was full of confidence. When receiving guests later, he handled this confidence just right. In just a few days, those wizard families who were like sharks smelling blood were happy. The earth bleeds a lot, as long as they can get on the same line. Even if they are off the line, life can be much more comfortable. This piece of parchment in my arms is the new life money I received this morning, a proposal sent by the Malfoy family, recommending him to be the new director of international affairs. The previous director just used his position to cover up the wizarding population. The cartel was taken into Azkaban by Nobby Rich. How can this be called life money? This is almost a certainty, which means that after many years, someone from the black family can finally hold an important position in the Ministry of Magic again, and the position of the Director of the International Affairs Department can serve his own interests better. Business provides convenience, Boralx thought happily, and looked at Nelson even more fervently. This should be a small gift of friendship, Malfoy, my dear friend. Nelson stuffed the newspaper in his pocket casually and greeted the black family with a smile. When Adele saw the stranger, she hid behind him in fear. You actually came to pick us up in person. Nelson and Tom stepped forward and greeted equally enthusiastically. Nelson still remembered the last time he was greeted when he disembarked from the Icarus and was surrounded by dozens of saints. When I ask you to eat, it's my honor to welcome our hero. Boralx shook hands with the two and gestured behind him. I saw your heroic appearance in the newspaper, and to tell you the truth, I also dreamed about it when I was young. To have this experience of being a hero. Just passing by on a tour. Nelson smiled greenly, and he always had the same expression when he was interviewed by various newspapers these days. If it was you passing by, you must have done better than us. Tom would always pick up his masterpiece emotional intelligence after being alone with acquaintances, which made the atmosphere of this meeting even more cheerful. Thank you very much for coming to pick us up. Nelson thanked again. I have caused you trouble. How could it be troublesome? Alfred and Wahlberger missed their good friends too much, so they inquired about your return flight. Boralx smiled gracefully and said, it's just that I do this fathers is fine. So I came with the two of them, but fortunately I came, otherwise this silly boy and silly girl would really be frozen. After all, the almost invisible manservant standing behind them stepped forward and put two thick cloaks trimmed with gold thread on Nelson and Tom. It was only then that Boralx noticed the red corners of Nelson's clothes, squatted down, looked at Adele who was trying to hide, raised his eyebrows in surprise, took off the cloak he was wearing, and handed it to Nelson, explaining said, I have self-regulating magic on every piece of clothing, it's just decoration. Nelson thanked him, took the cloak, and wrapped it around Adele. After saying hello, Boralx didn't say anything extra, but stood aside to make room for his son and daughter. He looked at the young people with a smile, and he was in a great mood. After their father left, Alfred and Wahlberger stepped forward reservedly. But Alfred's reserve lasted less than 5 seconds before disappearing. He pressed forward urgently, approached Nelson, and asked in a low voice like a secret agent, where is the thing I want? You won't forget it, right? Nelson rolled his eyes, struggled to take out a small gadget wrapped in oiled paper from the box, and stuffed it into Alfred's arms. You don't even care about what we went through in the United States. Whether you are tired on the road, just keep an eye on that shit of yours. This thing is very important, and it is a specialty of America. You have seen the explosive potion last time. With the fangs of the Peruvian Vipertooth, I believe I can successfully blast Ravenclaw's tower while Dwight is sleeping. Alfred diverted his thinking seriously and dragged it back to the runway when the thinking was most dangerous. I was quite interested at first, but my father has been talking next to me these days. I feel that it is important for you. The experience is already more familiar than your own. How familiar? Tom asked curiously. Seeing that Alfred had already started to recite Penguin's first report, Nelson quickly covered his mouth. Penguin's report was good in everything, and the degree of restoration was very high, but some words were too exaggerated and too disgusting. Tom, I feel that your complexion is a bit off. Wahlberger walked up to him like a lady with a smile on his face and asked, are you seasick? How is it possible? Tom did a chest expansion exercise with disdain. I feel really boring, now that I'm down to earth. Adele was the first to laugh, and it took only a second for her to attract Wahlberger's attention. Let's go, Boralx said. Go home and warm up first. Standing on the pier is not a problem. Alfred dragged Nelson far behind the line, looked at Tom who was chatting with his father in front, and his sister who took off her ladylike disguise, and ran around holding the struggling little girl. He lowered his voice, and asked in a low voice, said, are you sure the goods are alright? Why are you pretending that we are trading some illegal contraband? Nelson said, spreading his hands speechlessly. It's just a few ordinary teeth. You don't understand. If my father finds out that I want to blow up the Ravenclaw tower to the sky, he will definitely not let me go. Nelson turned his head slowly, and an emotional question mark popped above his head. Are you really going to blow up the Ravenclaw tower? Do you think I'm joking? Aren't you joking? Nelson made a gesture to snatch back the small bag. I'm just kidding. Alfred sneered. I only keep a little bit for digging a secret passage belonging to Slytherin. I'll give you the rest. By the way, what's the effect of the explosive potion before? Well, it worked great, Nelson said, rubbing his chin. I added a bit of targeting formula to it, put it in a gun head, and almost killed an octopus that was hundreds of feet long. Almost. It's a pity. Alfred thought it was just an ordinary octopus, sighed, but quickly pulled himself together, touched the small bag in his hand, and said, to be honest, from the first time I saw you, I knew you must have the same interests as me, but I still want to confirm one thing. This fang is only so small, there will be no problem, right? When you said the name Peruvian Vipertooth, I thought you had studied a bit, but now I'm really suspicious. Nelson curled his lips. This kind of dragon is only 15 feet long in adulthood, not much bigger than a horse. That's it. Alfred's expression was a little dazed. I thought all the dragons were the same size as the ones raised on our farm. Good boy, you pretended to be Boda quietly. What's the matter, Nelson? Nothing. Nelson shook his head and asked secretly, is there anything your father wants from us? It's nothing, Alfred said like a silly boy. It happens that there are some friends at home, so I invite you to visit. An old man came to Nermengard earlier. He looks old and scary. Please take care of my father. Don't worry, I will take care of you. What's wrong? Are your ears uncomfortable? I may have been poisoned by holding the fangs for too long. Alfred's out of the box thinking can finally create a big communication barrier. By the way, where did the little girl you brought back come from? Alfred looked forward to Adele, who was struggling in her sister's arms. It seems that she is of school age. I heard that Professor Dumbledore intends to hire you as a Quidditch teacher of the strange class. Is this the new student you helped Hogwarts find? Her name is Adele. This year just happened. Nelson's thoughts were quickly dragged into the logic that Alfred is good at, but he quickly reacted and grabbed the back of Alfred's neck. Wait, what are you talking about? Quidditch teacher? Alfred, would you like to fly back to London with me on my broom? But compared to Nelson, who had been bouncing on the sea for a long time, Alfred's movements were undoubtedly faster, and he dodged slipperily like a golden snitch. Chapter 370. Boom. A bang sounded in an underground cavern outside of London. Although most of the sound of the explosion was absorbed by the rock formations and soil on top, the sound of the explosion that escaped to the ground still alarmed many residents living around. Are the Germans coming to bomb again? They ran out of their homes one after another. The experience brought by years of wars allowed them to quickly find the direction of the air raid shelter. But when they looked up, it was cloudless, and it was a rare good weather in London. Not to mention the German bombers. There was even a bomber in the sky. Even the birds could not be seen, but the constant tremors under the feet emphasized that the abnormal noise just now was not a hallucination. People who walked on the street dragged their families and gathered on the road, and the aftermath of the explosion showed its power step by step. The ground collapsed, the road cracked, and the drainage pipes of the nearby factories were squeezed and broken by the restless soil. Fortunately, today is Sunday, and the factories here have basically shut down, so there is no wonderful scene of sewage flying all over the sky. What's the matter? What happened? Neighbors who met on the road anxiously asked each other what happened. Are the Germans bombing again? Blame the Maginot Line. The war is over. Don't scare yourself. It shouldn't be a bombing. It might be a natural disaster, a small earthquake or something like that. A well-educated resident pushed his glasses, and his reasoning made it easier for him. Convinced. Thank God it was an earthquake. For people who are shrouded in the shadow of war, even a rare natural disaster in a century is gentler than a man-made disaster that does not know when the bomb will fall on their heads. In the cave far away from the surface, Nelson and Tom didn't know how much their little actions had affected the ground. I should have set the testing ground farther away, and the amount of potion is too much. In the cave at this moment, the damp and cold air has long been replaced by green fog. The rocks above the head are constantly collapsing, falling into the underground river below, stirring up amazing splashes. Nelson is wearing his down jacket with his hands folded. Dusty overalls stood on the protruding platform of the rock wall. 10 silver quills floated in the air, writing and drawing on the floating parchment in front of him. Although the cave was about to collapse, the platform he was on was as solid as ever, and even the poisonous mist could not pervade the position where he was standing. This is already the most hidden place we can find. If it is further away, someone may follow. Tom walked out of the thick green poisonous mist, holding a pottery pot in his hand. Except for the serpentine pattern on it, that raised the price a little, the rest of it looked like an ordinary sauerkraut jar. At this moment, the poisonous mist in the cave, they are quickly converging into one group, and they are going into the jar by themselves. This is the alchemy item that Salazar Slytherin found for him from the Chamber of Secrets, in order to prevent Tom from using the disappearing cabinet and other outrageous hits. Just that the old and cunning Slytherin didn't tell Tom where the secret room in the Chamber of Secrets was, for fear that the only child of the Slytherin family would lose all the things he left behind in a few days. The effect is amazing. Nah, is this really something Alfred can do? The pottery pots continuously absorbed the poisonous mist in the cave, which finally revealed the true contents of the collapsed cave. The falling gravel is only the product of the aftershock of the explosion, and the original rocky dome seems to have been specially built at this moment. The stonemason had flattened, or even polished it, showing an extremely smooth arc. From Nelson's perspective, a spherical space was forcibly opened up in the hole. The stones that were inside the sphere before were all destroyed by the explosion just now. Annihilated, the remaining stone powder was quickly washed away by the underground river. This was where Nagini had been hiding. If she revisited the old place and saw the changed cave, she would think she had gone to the wrong place. Yes, he used the teeth he got randomly from the Forbidden Forest before, but even so, the explosion of 3 pints of potion is powerful enough to destroy the inside of the octopus, Nelson said, looking at the result in front of him. This time I replaced it with the teeth of the Peruvian viper tooth, which is known for its explosive power. I didn't expect it to improve so much. Tom nodded, agreeing quite a bit. This time Nelson only used a quart of explosive potion to achieve several times the effect of the previous one, and there was poisonous mist hidden in the explosion smoke. What does Alfred want to do? Does he really want to blow up the Ravenclaw Tower? Is there such a big feud with Dwight? But there is no need to poison other Ravenclaws. The last ray of poisonous mist penetrated into the clay pot. Tom took the lighter with blue flame from Nelson and used the flame to draw the flame towards the mouth of the pot. Affected by the toxin, there was a dangerous green indistinctly. Tom skillfully turned his head to avoid the heat wave and snapped the lid on the clay pot. Then, the cold water in the underground river was triggered by Nelson's magic wand and poured over. Tom took the opportunity to tie the clay pot with 2 green chains and put it behind him. Soon, popcorn-like bang 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 sounded continuously came from clay pots. He may not know the specific power himself. After all, it is just an incomplete formula, Nelson explained. Before the holiday, he and White accused each other of snoring while sleeping. At the dinner party at the end of the cup, I secretly added sleepwalking potion to Alfred's pumpkin juice, which made Alfred sleepwalk all night while snoring. So Alfred asked me to buy some Peruvian venomous dragons on the train. When I went to the United States, thanks. Prepare to be ashamed. Is this the world of pranksters? It's so big. Tom took out his wand and pointed at the clay pot that kept ringing behind him. The chain was tightened and it immediately fell silent. But when did you go to Peru? Lord Riddle, it's not enough to become rich by selling antiques. You have to understand the market, Nelson said with a smile. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Peruvian venom tooths live in groups and are very aggressive. Besides goats and horses, the favorite dinner in the recipes is human beings, which have been flooded in Peru and even Brazil and Chile, not to mention that people usually buy dragon teeth for decoration or to make potions. Their teeth are poisonous, and they are sold stay home. It sounds like a good business. I just need to go to Peru to scour this kind of dragon tooth at a low price, and then resell it. I guess I can make a lot of money. Tom, Nelson shrugged. I told you, this thing can't be sold. Who are you going to sell it to? Sell to you. What's wrong? Nah. Your learning ability really surprises me. Nelson complimented dryly, wishing he could kick Tom into the underground river below. You are simply an economist among wizards. To be honest, it's very promising. Tom rubbed his chin, kicked the clay pot that was starting to move around again, immersed in his imagination of making a lot of money. It's a match made in heaven with your bold construction team in Nurmengard. Blast in 1 second, rebuild in 2 seconds. By the way, what are you going to use it for? I'm going to fill them into my Mayfly and Alexander, Nelson said with a shy yet satisfied smile. I can no longer bear the tired life of holding a small ball and injecting magic into it every day. As long as the raw materials in place, they can produce ammunition by themselves, and the effect and power are very good. Wizards still have to look at magic. These are demons and heretics. Tom patted Nelson on the shoulder earnestly. You can practice magic spells with me. Don't worry, I will definitely teach you to be second only to me. Master of dueling spells. By the way, how do you like this title? To be placed on the introduction page of my chocolate frog picture? Tom, there is a limit to the ability of a wizard. From my short life, I understand a truth. The more the wizard pursues the power of the spell, the more the spell will not be able to plague you, to lack of aim or fatigue effect, unless we find something beyond the curse. What are you trying to say? Nah. I don't. No, I mean, as long as I can take my energy away from those alchemy dolls, I can free up my hands to practice the spell. Not to mention the effect is not bad, isn't it? Nelson waving his wand, a glittering stick figure appeared in the cavern's air. Look, let's assume this is some powerful, like Grindelwald. As he spoke, he painted a dot of silver on the top of the stickman's head in the air, and lit 8 light spots around him, that could be connected to form a cube. He's very strong, right? He's also very flexible, but as long as I use the ancient rune on the Mayfly to block apparition, and make the explosion cover no dead ends, he will have to shed his skin no matter what, Nelson imagined. What's more, in the face of the desperate situation of few to many, we don't have to use magic spells to target people. Merlin's sister. After reading the book Merlin, Governing the Country But House Fires, Tom's most recent modal particle has been replaced by Merlin's sister. I think people are much more fragile than stones. Just in case, Tom, I don't want to hurt anyone. You know, I'm a pacifist, Nelson said in a deep voice, but we don't have much time left. Things that should be slowed down are sped up, and anything that might be useful to us now has to be used. Isn't it going in a good direction now? After pulling out the most stubborn magical Congress of America, they can't stop. Wait, is this a prophecy? Yes, Tom. Even at that time, prejudice and estrangement still stubbornly grew in everyone's heart. Our world was still separated in two by an unshakable iron curtain, and internal prejudices focused people's energies on internal friction. In that case, the peace that Jonas expected will never come, and even if there is, it will only be a short and gunpowder flavored confrontation, even when Voldemort is invincible. Tom laughed dumbly. Voldemort, what a stupid title. PFFT, the clay pot behind Tom, made a very disturbing, fart-like sound. He turned his head and finally couldn't help kicking it out. Why bother, Tom? You'll have to get it back when you're done. It's okay, I set a permanent flying spell on the jar. When the two left the cave, they were even more surprised by the damage to the surface. The explosive potion of Alfred was more powerful than imagined. It not only destroyed the protective spell set in the cave, it even had penetrating power. So destructive. The vigilant Mayfly found the approaching municipal department, and Tom and Nelson stuffed some gold coins and emeralds in the damaged roadbed, which was regarded as compensation. The collapse of the geological structure allowed the treasure buried here to reappear in the world, and part of it was divided. Road repair should be no problem. After confirming that the clothes were perfect, the two looked at each other and disappeared. Less than 5 minutes after they disappeared, a group of wizards in strange costumes appeared on the damaged road. The person who came was their old acquaintance, Mr. Weirlie, who had dealt with road repairs. Looked at the devastation. He scratched his head and discussed with his subordinates, is this a magical accident? At this moment, Nelson and Tom have already returned to Grimmauld Place. After being invited by Bullocks, Nelson gave up the idea of booking a room in Diagon Alley and chose to stay until the start of school. Anyway, it is more convenient to have a room in the Black family's house. The Flu Network. Adele also has a room full of specially selected books to read, not to mention that he can study those interesting potions with Alfred. How did it work? As soon as Nelson and Tom entered the backyard, Alfred rushed down from the improvised Quidditch field on a broom, where two servants wearing similar costumes to Nelson and Tom flew around. Alfred jumped off the broom and asked eagerly, "Can you blast through the walls of the castle? You may have to give up this plan." Nelson poured cold water on it. "If you really use it in the castle, you may have to spend your next life in Azkaban." Alfred became anxious immediately and began to confirm the situation of the potion with Nelson. "It's insane," Tom whimpered. "A potion genius who got an O, excellent, from an exam and a potion genius who reviewed for a week and got an A, pass, on the exam. And it sounds so alike. What happened to this world?" Tom. Wahlberger flew slowly from the field at this time. She didn't like to play Quidditch at all. She just held her nose and played all day for Tom's request. Not to mention his skills on paper, which made her feel as depressed as if she had watched the home team's 0-4 series. Now seeing Tom, she feels better. The little girl can't stay anymore. She wants to go to Diagon Alley. She glanced at her boastful brother with disdain and whispered, "She is very good and has been enduring it, but a child of this age can't hide it. Hold on to your emotions." "Our problem." Tom sighed. Back then, he and Nelson were children who had no control over their parents, and they could do whatever they wanted, but since Adele was picked up by Nelson, they can also be regarded as children. Her guardian was gone. He thought of his hapless sister again, and sighed again. The little girl was left out. "Are they here yet?" "I wrote to Myrtle at noon, and she said she would be in London tomorrow morning," Wahlberger replied. "I can't persuade you. When they arrive, let's go to Diagon Alley tomorrow," Tom suggested. "We can play for a few more days. I don't know which college Adele will be assigned to. I hope it's Hufflepuff." Nelson popped out suddenly. "Hufflepuff people are very nice, and she will have a very comfortable life. Ravenclaw is fine too." Alfred also joined in the fun. "Go undercover at Dwight's and poison me. I'm going to tell Adele the good news." Wahlberger left with her face covered. She really had nothing to do with this clueless brother. Chapter 371 Familiar plot and familiar people. First year freshmen are not allowed to bring broomsticks to school. In Diagon Alley, Nelson squatted in front of Adele, carefully brushing the dust off the shoulders of her cloak. The little girl was very curious about everything here, and just ran wildly in the cauldron store for a while, knocking over a pile of the shelf with a crucible that has been accumulated for many years, although the person has nothing to do, has attracted Ash. At this moment, she was standing at the door of the Quidditch boutique store, looking at the exquisite brooms in the window, unwilling to leave. "Just buy one if you can't," Wahlberger suggested. "We can take the broom into the school and give it to her when school starts." Adele raised her head, staring at Nelson's big eyes and blinking non-stop. Nelson felt for the wallet in his pocket, as if he had been cast with an imperious curse. "Adele." Tom patted Nelson on the shoulder, gave him a disdainful look, and said softly with a "still have to let me" expression on his face, "You know why Nelson doesn't want you to ride a broom?" Adele shook her head ignorantly. "He can't ride a broom," said Tom seriously, "so he doesn't like to see other people ride brooms, because he will be jealous of it. Don't worry, I'll buy you a broom, the best one, and be in front of him every day." "Ride? What? Okay, I'll take her to buy a broom." Tom dragged the little girl into the Quidditch shop and said, "You can go buy books first. Lehan bookstore is diagonally opposite." Jingle bell. The wind chime sounded at the door of the store, and Adele walked into the Quidditch boutique, looking at the dazzling array of broomsticks hanging on the wall, showing a longing expression, but she quickly grabbed Tom's robe, shook her head. He whispered, "I don't want it anymore." "What?" Tom pretended to be deaf and dumb, and continued to choose the brooms displayed in the showcase, pointing to the most classic one, the silver arrow, and said, "How about this one? It is said that many famous athletes will choose this balance the silver arrow as the first broom in life. You have a good eye." The clerk came out from behind the counter and complimented loudly. Laura Andronicus, the famous seeker for the Chudley Cannons, was the favorite broom before she retired. She is also a female player with superb flying skills. This lovely little lady can also use this old silver arrow for outings on weekdays. She must be very cute when flying in the air in a red cape. Almost, that's because the artillery team is too poor. Tom waved his hand, not listening to his intention to sell. First, get me the one signed by all the members of the tornado team that swept the 7th generation, in a gift box wrap-up. The clerk bid farewell politely, and left angrily. It seemed that the customer this time was a bit knowledgeable, and not easy to deceive, but he soon became excited. The price of the signature model was much higher than this ordinary silver arrow. Months can make a lot of money again. Adele, Tom asked with a smile after the clerk left, how about this lunar dream? It's the best looking broom. I don't want it anymore. Adele's voice was a little louder. I don't like flying very much. I just haven't seen it before. While teasing Adele, Tom made a smug expression, while she couldn't see his face. Oh, why? Asked Tom aloud. Don't you think it would be nice to fly around in front of Nar on a broomstick? He has to stand on something to fly. Adele shook her head and didn't speak. She was silent, before waiting for the clerk to take out the wrapped broom. Tom teased her one after another. It's getting worse. Jingle bell. The wind chime rang again, and this time it was Nelson who pushed the door open. He looked around the Quidditch shop first, and showed the same yearning gaze as Adele at the broom on the wall. But unlike most wizards, Nelson, this life may only be the life of a fan. How did you choose? What did you choose? Comet or sweep? I think Comet is very good, safe. It can be seen that this is still a brother. Adele is still struggling. Tom chuckled. My evaluation is not as good as Moondream. It's not impossible. Moondream is indeed a beautiful broom. I really don't want it anymore. Adele ran out of the Quidditch boutique covering her ears helplessly. She even closed her eyes to avoid nostalgia. You bullied her? Nelson raised his eyebrows. Haha. Tom patted Nelson on the shoulder, teasing. She doesn't want to tear your scars. The kid's thoughts are so simple, just like Hagrid who went to Grimmauld Square in the dark. What? Nelson didn't quite understand, so Tom had to explain it to him in detail. After listening to Tom's explanation, he smiled and shook his head. You should be self-willed at this age. Not to mention, Tom, you are what far-fetched reason? At Alvermorny, if it wasn't for my studies, I would have been a Quidditch player. It's been 3 minutes since I've heard the story of Mr. Williams wreaking havoc on the Quidditch pitch. I feel like ants are crawling all over me. Nelson smiled and punched Tom in the chest. At this time, the clerk who had just gone to pick up the goods from the warehouse arrived late holding a beautiful long wooden box. A gift for Minerva, shrugged Tom. I think it should make her feel better. Hopefully. Nelson pondered for a moment, looked at the clerk who was paying at the counter, and took out a stack of long codes on the table. Take a lunar dream, the one with the fairy pattern on it, and send it to Hogwarts after school starts. Hereby, the consignee is Nelson Williams. You are really a Quidditch master. Tom asked Nelson for a small silver ball, stuffed it into the gift box, and said teasingly, when you buy a broom, you should choose the one that looks good. Nelson shrugged non-committally. The two left the shop without hesitation, leaving behind the clerk with a happy face. Today, to him, he was as happy as picking up money. A group of people were waiting for them outside the door, especially the tall Hagrid. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've got everything we need to buy, but our princess needs a wand and an owl. I'll take her to buy a wand. Nelson rubbed Adele's head. I'll see you at the robe shop in half an hour. I think everyone needs new clothes. He looked at the tall Hagrid at the back of the team. He had grown a lot this holiday. Adele's loss of missing the broom was quickly dispelled. For every little wizard, the wand is undoubtedly the thing they most desire. This made Adele, who was following Nelson and heading towards Ollivander's wand shop, extremely focused, and even the magic shops on both sides of the road did not attract her attention. Soon, two people, one big and one small, arrived at the door of Ollivander's small shop. The furnishings here were the same as a few years ago. Even the lonely wand in the window was the same. The rich aroma of wood in the store mixed together and condensed into a magical and intoxicating smell, which floated to Nelson's side through the concealed store door. He took a deep breath, and the time seemed to go back to the moment when he got his first magic wand here. By the time this semester starts, he will be in the 6th grade, and it seems that he is not far away from graduation. Let's go. He patted the little girl on the shoulder, and Adele took small steps, eagerly pushing open the door to the magical world. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, Mr. Williams. A voice floated faintly from the depths of the store. Nelson had long been accustomed to Ollivander's strange style, but the wooden boxes piled up to the ceiling. Adele, who caught her attention, was taken aback. 14 inches long, the extraordinary combination of black walnut and dragon heartstring. That fog impressed me so much that, whenever there is fog in London, I will think of it. You. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ollivander. Nelson stood up straight and greeted politely. We just met at the Triwizard tournament, and I didn't expect to trouble you again so soon. No onlooker would consider the honorable act of providing wands to wizards a nuisance, said a pair of big light-colored eyes that floated out from behind the shelf like the moon, staring at Nelson, but he was very concerned. Adele, who was next to Nelson, quickly attracted his attention. Oh, so I want to find a suitable partner for this little witch. Yes, Nelson said. The tape measure on the workbench flew towards Adele and completed the measurement. Before she could react, it would be better if you have time to help me care for the wand gone. It is obligatory, but this is another price. Ollivander blinked and said in a joking tone, but helping the wands find their new owners may be more important, isn't it? Of course. Her name is Adele, please. Adele, Wurtling. Adele added in a low voice. Oh, let me think about it. Miss Wurtling, which hand is your dominant hand? Ollivander looked at Adele, and before she could speak, he seemed to have the answer himself. Try how about this one? Mahogany and unicorn hair, 10 inches long, feels good in the hand. A wooden box flew out of the shelf, and the beautiful mahogany wand slipped into Adele's hands, and immediately, a cluster of plump peach blossoms bloomed on the tip of the wand. Not enough, not enough. As a bystander without the excitement at the beginning, Nelson can finally appreciate his own appearance back then. Under Ollivander's nervous movements, the wooden boxes piled up in Adele's hand are already half as tall as her. Picky customers, aren't you? Ollivander looked at Nelson and smiled. You and Mr. Riddle were also so picky back then. It really gave me a problem. Mr. Ollivander, I think customers who are not picky may be in the minority. Oh. Ollivander thought about it seriously, then nodded. You're right. Being picky is the norm, and wand makers must be picky too, so that they can find a suitable home for their hard work. After a few words, the magic wand beside Adele piled up again. It's really a problem for me. It's a problem. Aren't you British, miss? Ollivander scratched his messy hair, but his eyes became more excited. Suddenly, his hands closed vigorously. With a crisp sound. Try this. How about it? A white magic wand flew out of the shelf and got into Adele's hand. Immediately, sparks flickered like fireworks in the store, like a mischievous elf. After all, the tip returned to the correct direction flush with the handle of the rod. Aspen, unicorn hair, hints another 1/4 of an inch. There may be unexpected surprises. I only brushed tongue oil, so it still looks the color of the wood itself. Ollivander said with a satisfied smile. I thought that this kind of material that is not straight can't be used to make wands, but now it seems that its will is very tenacious. Miss Wurtling, and the flowers that bloom after the tree suffers, will be more beautiful. Adele held the wand and didn't hear Ollivander's words clearly. Her thoughts were completely immersed in those joyful fireworks. Okay, Mr. Williams, now let me help you maintain your wand. Nelson pulled out a black walnut wand and placed it on the soft cushion beside the workbench. Ollivander took off his glasses, pinned an instrument similar to a watchmaker's lamp into the eye-frame, put on gloves, and carefully held the wand. Observed carefully. It's well maintained. You love it very much, and I don't seem to need to do anything. Mr. Ollivander, my wand seems to have undergone some changes, Nelson explained. It doesn't work the same as it did before. Oh. Ollivander raised his wand and asked, is it good or bad? It is good. Hold it in your hands more, Mr. Williams. As I said, black walnut is a sensitive material. You need to ask yourself a lot. Although Ollivander's lifelong pursuit is to find a good home for his works, business always needs to be paid. After receiving galleon, he sent the two of them to the door of the store with a smile. Adele seemed to have ADHD, also kept waving his wand. Ollivander's big silver eyes reflected the back of Nelson rubbing his wand, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Joyful time always passed quickly, and within a short while, Nelson and Adele stood at the door of the gown shop. After waiting for a few minutes, the people with big bags and small bags arrived late. "Have you bought it yet?" Tom glanced at Adele's wand and said, "It looks so recognizable." "Indeed, like in the crowd." Nelson looked around and suddenly saw a familiar dreadlock on the opposite side and a dark-skinned witch was walking quickly with a dirty package. Seeming to have sensed Nelson's gaze, she raised her head and looked at the opposite side, and the eyes of the two intersected in the crowd. "Jacunda." "What?" Tom followed Nelson's gaze like a crowd. "You know my number. I'm going to chase an acquaintance." Under the stunned eyes of everyone, Nelson raised his arms high, and a silver light flew out of his pocket, over the heads of passers-by, and flew straight to the opposite side of the street. Jacunda Sykes, who noticed this scene, lowered his head, hugged the package tightly in his hand, and ran towards the alley in the corner at a trot. Nelson squeezed through the crowd, showing agility that didn't match that of a wizard. He stepped on the elf sculpture in the middle of the road, flew up, and, waving his wand, with silver lights shining at his feet, passed over the heads of two passers-by who didn't know what happened, rushed in the direction of Jacunda. "Who is that?" "A man who almost made a fool of Nar." Tom shrugged. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Running in Carnival. Jacunda. "Stop." Accompanied by Nelson's leap, Jacunda put on the hood with one hand, accelerated suddenly, and got into the crowd of Diagon Alley. As school begins, the place is full of parents with their children shopping for books. Those little wizards who are as active as Adele are running around on the street, so that the chaotic road from Lehen bookstore to robe store is blocked. Nelson weighed the pocket of his coat. Once the corner of the coat full of heavy objects was thrown up with the running, he might hurt many unlucky people passing by. Jacunda jumped up from the crowd and saw a little confused in the distance. Nelson grinned and made a grimace, as if to say "can't catch me," then lowered his head and disappeared in the crowd again. At this time, Tom, who was chasing after him, broke through the crowd from behind panting and came to Nelson. "Have you lost your follow?" he asked intermittently, while supporting his knees. "I almost lost it," Nelson said lightly. He took off his coat to reveal a shirt with a brown vest under the coat and threw the clothes on Tom despite his resistance. "Reminds me of a hapless boy who loves to laugh. Can you pack a little less stuff?" Tom was so immobilized by the coat that he had to lift it up with the levitation charm, but when he looked up, Nelson had squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. In the sky above Diagon Alley, a silver dragonfly hidden in the sunlight is flapping its wings, locking the bun of Jacunda, who thought it was perfectly hidden with the red spot of light from its one eye. A few minutes later, at the corner of the back street of the robe shop, Jacunda, who had been around for a long time, hid in the shadow under a bay window, carefully surveying the quiet surroundings. "No one came, so go a little further, son. You can enter Nocturne Alley. It's so dangerous." She let out a long breath, patted her chest, hugged the package tightly in her arms, and walked quickly towards the direction of Nocturne Alley, sighing. "I was almost discovered by the elementary school boy." After crossing a dirty black brick wall, the ear-piercing shouts from Nocturne Alley came to her ears. She took off her hood with confidence, patted the ashes on the package, and smiled happily. "It's okay, I know the way." "Really? Sister Jacunda?" Nelson's voice came from in front of her. She raised her head and passed the black wizard vendors who were crowded in front of her. She saw Nelson, who had taken off his coat, standing beside an old witch. In front of the stall, he was playing with a lacquered sterling silver cross that was said to be able to restrain vampires, and looked at her with a smile. "It was really hard for me to find for a while. Remember? You have something left behind. I'm here." "Damn it." She hugged the package tightly, and those annoying peddlers had surrounded her at the moment, while enthusiastically selling those seemingly unreliable goods. The escape route was blocked, but she did not give up resistance, gritted his teeth, and waved his wand under the cover of the crowd. There are many obstacles. The weak wizard who was selling the kidney tonifying magic medicine in front of him was instantly blasted by the spell, and flew towards Nelson like a cannonball. The crowd was stunned. They had never seen such a customer. "Can you hit someone if you disagree?" The crowd's stupefaction caused the originally tight encirclement to disperse. Without hesitation, Jacunda hugged the package, turned around and rushed towards the wall that came in earlier. From the corner of his eye, Nelson had already caught the wizard, who seemed to be suffering from kidney deficiency. He placed him beside the old witch, but remained motionless, looking at Jacunda with a smile. Jacunda's secret path was not good, and he turned his head to look at the wall in front of him. There was an indistinct murmur from behind the wall. "Did you find the wrong place? Didn't you say that you can enter Nocturne Alley from here?" The entrance and exit were blocked by Nelson by some means, but Jacunda had no time to slow down, so he had to turn around, protect the package in his hand, and hit the wall with his shoulder sideways. "What is that? More important than life?" Nelson's face showed a trace of doubt, and Jacunda, who observed this expression, felt a little joy in his heart, held the right hand of the package, and clenched his wand, and silently recited the magic spell in his heart. Boom. This was not the sound of her thin body hitting the wall. The silent spell had been successfully released 1 second before it touched the wall, and the powerful spell blasted the thin brick wall into a hole big enough for people to pass through. She lowered her head, ignored the scolding on the other side of the wall, and rushed over with a cat waist. Nelson was stunned. He didn't even think about what to do to Jacunda. He just wanted to ask for clarification, but he didn't expect her to be so determined. Could there be any hidden secrets about what happened back then? In this case, he wanted to catch Jacunda even more. Throwing the cross in his hand back to the stall, Nelson walked through the astonished crowd and returned to the area of Diagon Alley. But on the other side of the wall, there was no one on the street, except a fat wizard who had been blown across the street. But Nelson was not worried at all. Layered gears slowly emerged in front of his right eyes, and a layer of water appeared in the gaps between the gears. Jacunda's running back was clearly shown in front of his eyes. She was hiding in a road full of garbage, panting heavily in the alley, waving his wand, as if preparing to use apparition to escape. He moved his steps. The feeling of a hard foreign body made him lower his head, and picked up a strange hard piece. "I have a lot of experience in running, and it seems that I have been chased a lot." Nelson shook his head, flicked his wand casually, and appeared directly below the mayfly watching Jacunda. Under Grindelwald's teaching, Nelson's fastest progress is apparition. He can even attack all directions in the battle situation at the same time through continuous rapid flashing. He used to play tricks like this on those dark wizards, making them dizzy. Compared with Grindelwald's unique skill, the apparition of ordinary wizards is undoubtedly much slower, so that when Jacunda didn't even figure out the 3Ds, Nelson had already hanged the 3Ds again under the mayfly's positioning. A smiling face that made her extremely uncomfortable appeared in front of her. Jacunda interrupted the spell casting, turned around and ran with the package in her arms, but when she ran to the entrance of the alley, she saw the ghostly Nelson again. "Grindelwald?" She raised her wand vigilantly and turned sideways to block the package behind her. This was the first time she spoke to Nelson proactively after meeting. "Well informed, Jacunda. You don't have to. At least let me finish." Nelson shook his head, sighed, and chased after Jacunda, who turned into another alley again. After confirming that Nelson was more skilled in apparating than himself, and had the ability to locate himself, Jacunda gave up his plan to apparate and leave, after leaving the battlefield, and rushed into the cobweb-like alleys of Diagon Alley, constantly in different places, drilling back and forth in the alleys, going around in circles with Nelson trailing behind him. Jacunda specializes in small alleys. Compared with Nelson, she is much more familiar with the environment in Diagon Alley. As the first witch to cross the Atlantic Ocean on a broomstick, her skills also show a vigor that does not match that of a wizard. With dirty braids flying behind his head, quickly passing through one street stall after another. But every time she turned her head, she could see Nelson following behind her like a ghost, and he didn't seem tired at all, so she would be caught sooner or later. She looked at the fruit stand by the roadside, and a bad idea came to her mind. 10,000 bullets fired. Jacunda, who has the right location, waved his magic wand, and the fruits placed in front of the roadside vendors flew towards Nelson like angry sparrows. Nelson sideways avoided an apple that hit his face, and there was a crisp bang sound behind him. He didn't care about the passers-by behind him, and reached out to catch another apple that flew towards his shoulder. He casually stuffed it into the hand of a little boy who was sniffling and continued to chase forward. Followed by Tom's favorite fruit, small tomatoes. There are several ripe persimmons mixed in the barrage, all aimed at tricky angles. Nelson raised his arm, grabbed the top of the soft felt hat, and took it off the top of his head. Then he tilted his head, and the persimmon flew behind the unruly blonde hair, and he turned casually. He put his hat on his head again, and raised his wand, to draw a smooth curve in the air. Under the control of the wand, one of the little tomatoes suddenly rebelled, shuffled among his comrades in arms like lightning. Those little tomatoes and persimmons were smashed into pieces, but Nelson passed through this round of barrage unaffected. This operation dazzled the passers-by, but their clothes were ruined, but no one cared about it. Instead, they talked about the skills of the wizard who just ran past with relish. "It's a good thing you didn't dirty my hat, otherwise I might really not let you go." Nelson ran briskly. He hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. Except for Jacunda in front of him, no one could run with his legs for such a long time. "But I'm a man called London Jackie Chan. Could it be dirty?" He seemed to be talking to himself, but the voice came from the mayfly that was tracking Jacunda, and it rang in her ears. She was startled, nervous, and looked around until she saw Nelson behind her. With the figure chasing after him, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Etc. Why should I worry? Isn't he still chasing after?" Jacunda was so angry with her own thoughts that she didn't think about who London Jackie Chan was. She quickened her pace and rushed forward while controlling the fruits on the side and throwing them behind her, hoping that they would hold him back. This time, Nelson simply did not dodge or dodge, letting the fruits hit him, including a rare pineapple, which was about to be hit on the head by the pineapple, but those fruits passed through his body, as if through a waterfall. A few drops of water were usually stirred up, and Nelson's body became flickering, sometimes as if in water, sometimes as if in fog. He passed through the bullet screen unharmed, but it hurt the innocent passers-by. Behind him. Damn it. Who threw the apple? Why are there apples? An unlucky guy fell limply, and everyone laughed and helped him up. All the wizards who saw this scene, including the vendors who lost the fruit and the pond fish that were affected, regarded this as a rare festival, and followed Nelson. He ran up, cheering and encouraging loudly. "Come on. That's how I chased after my wife back then." An old wizard with a pipe in his arms was hugged by his burly wife and ran wildly with Nelson. "Come on, little girl." His wife shouted loudly to Jacunda in front. Give the man a little more test. They actually regarded the two as a playful couple. Only Jacunda, the person involved, understood the danger. She once escaped from a group of American auras by relying on her superb escape skills. Only she understood what Nelson had. Able to chase people. More and more people joined the run, cheering for the two leaders with their own imaginations, and even those at the end of the line didn't know that there were two people chasing desperately ahead. They just ran with the flow. Stand up, looking at the spacious but crowded street ahead and the familiar robe shop. Jacunda put on the hood and rushed into the crowd with joy in his heart. Going back to the original starting point and making a circle, Jacunda once again squeezed into the crowd on the main road. It was on this road that Nelson chased her for the longest time. She understood that for a person who can always find herself people, the crowd is her most powerful protective color. Jacunda is not a big man like Hagrid. When she bowed to hide, it was difficult for Nelson to see her in the crowd. Even the mayfly's vision was temporarily vacant, so he simply stepped on the drain pipe. The buckle turned over to the roof, hoping to use a wider view to lock on the traces of Jacunda. During the chase, mayflies flew out of the robe shop, blocking the aerial view of the main road. Soon, Jacunda's carefully bowed figure appeared in Nelson's field of vision. She was already approaching the direction of the Quidditch boutique with the crowd. Coincidentally, the clerk was holding a broomstick. "Come out and clean up the dust from the broom head." More and more passers-by were affected by the festival atmosphere, ran and fell into the carnival, even though they didn't even know what the theme of the carnival was. "Got you." Nelson stood on the roof, wand raised. "It's finally here." Jacunda's hanging heart finally fell. She rushed straight to the clerk, snatched the broom in his hand, and straddled it gracefully, kicking the ground with her sore legs, like a young eagle generally take off with a bang. At the same time, a silver curse similar to skylight rushed out from the tip of Nelson's wand and followed Jacunda. Jacunda realized that the magic spell was approaching. She raised the broom handle and accelerated into the air, but it was a bit difficult to control with one hand after all. The magic spell still brushed off her right hand holding the broom. Jacunda didn't notice that a falcon shape imprint quietly appeared at the root of her little finger. It flapped its wings and soon disappeared. Accompanied by Jacunda's almost vertical liftoff, the passers-by erupted with huge cheers, and surrounded by the sound waves, Jacunda soared straight into the sky, and Nelson has returned to the gown shop. Although the two instigators have left, the revelers are still immersed in the absurd joy, and the running team is getting longer and longer. Did you lose track? Tom saw Nelson, who pushed open the store door and came in. He threw back his coat angrily and asked the same question as before. No, I left a mark to make sure I could find her at all times. Now she stands out to me like the moon at night, Nelson said softly, and I've made an interesting discovery. The fragment left by Jacunda on the rubble appeared in his hands, with a unique texture and rich colors, like a piece of irregular scales, and like an overly hard shell. Oh, that's fine, but it's not easy to see the moon at night in London. Tom looked over his head, quickly lost interest, and asked without interest, when are we going to catch her? Let me see what she is doing first. Nelson once again saw the water curtain surrounded by gears. I stopped like that. The hint has been written on her face. Why is she still running so desperately? If you chase like that, anyone will definitely run away. Tom pouted and reached out to take two pink sweaters from the hanger. They were of the same shape, but with different patterns. Choose one, the witchbird or the pygmy puff. Chapter 373. A sniff. Pygmy cattail. After thinking for a full second, Nelson looked at Tom's resolute eyes, picked up the sweater with the dwarf puff on the chest without hesitation, and explained far-fetchedly, I can't always wear and running outside. The pygmy pampas are at least a little cute. Holding the clothes hanger, he ran to the full-length mirror at the back of the store and made gestures twice. The pink thread was shaking in the air, just like the long hair of a pygmy pampas. It even feels pretty nice. Resigned to his fate, Nelson nodded in satisfaction. There is no difference in the appearance of this kind of sweater worn under the robe. Even wearing it on top of a shirt and wearing it under a coat can give people a refreshing look. People always try different styles of clothing. Yes, I think pink complements my macho temperament. Alfred's voice came from behind Nelson, and he turned his head, dazzled by the connected pink. Nelson rubbed his eyes and looked intently. On the shoulder of Alfred's pink sweater, an extremely embroidered hexagonal salamander was bubbling with wide-eyed eyes. Tom, and the sweater looks noisy. To celebrate our children entering school, this year's theme color is pink, Wahlberger said, walking up with her arms around Adele, the most normal looking of the group in a beautiful flamingo sweater, and Adele, who was hugged by her, was wearing a pygmy cattail sweater of the same style as Nelson, and Wahlberger pulled out a woolen end that stood out abruptly from the back of his younger brother. Tom has just been said. You will definitely choose that pygmy puff sweater, so Adele chose the same. Adele twisted her shoulders, but she was still unable to break free from Wahlberger's claw. At the suggestion of the store clerk, she bought a slightly larger sweater, and she looked like a large dwarf cattail. Speaking of which, your sweater won't get up in the middle of the night to eat budger like a real pygmy puff, will it? Alfred said suddenly. This torture that hit the soul stopped Hagrid and Myrtle, who were approaching behind. Everyone in the store, including the customers and shop assistants who were choosing clothes, all turned their heads and stared at Alfred in the center of the crowd, dumbfounded. The air froze. Only the sound of click of the wall clock was witnessing the passage of time. After a long time, Tom took a deep breath and said with a ferocious smile, "You are disgusting, Alfred. You can get full marks in the study of magical animals." Nelson said with a dry smile, "You even know such a remote, such knowledge." "It's none of my business." Alfred realized the weirdness of the atmosphere. He waved his hands again and again, pointing at Hagrid behind him, who was trying to hide himself behind the hanger. "Rubus told me." Hagrid's movements rose. He was wearing a large pink sweater that a tailor had made impromptu. Yes, there is a pink starfish printed on his chest. "I'm just telling you, I didn't ask you to speak out so loudly." The good-tempered Hagrid was also anxious, and he said in a low voice, "I didn't expect you to be so shameless." Myrtle, who emerged from behind Hagrid, pushed her glasses, and looked at Alfred with the same disgusted eyes as Wahlburger. The pattern on her chest was a juvenile Chinese white dolphin. According to Alfred's theory, the sweater should be grey when it is first knit. Wahlburger was still gritting his teeth to help Alfred pull the end of the thread, as if he hadn't noticed that a large ball of wool had already been rolled in his hand. Seeing a group of pink friends, Nelson cast a questioning look at Tom. Tom understood, raised his arm, and showed the paper bag in his hand, which contained the sweater he bought for Christian. Although they haven't spoken for a long time for some strange reason, Tom, the old brother, still misses his sister. Are we going to stand in the store like this? It feels a little bit occupied, Nelson asked briskly. Hearing his words, Alfred put on his coat, turned around and ran, looking like he really wanted to leave this embarrassing place. But he moved so fast that Wahlburger froze as he stared at the ball of wool in his hand, from which a pink woolen thread was protruding out of the shop, and following the Alfred's principle is getting longer and longer. Judging by the length, there might only be 2 sleeves left under his robe, and everyone present was also aware of this problem. On the bright side, at least it's not easy to get lost with a robe. Tom smiled awkwardly and chased out in the direction of the pink wool extension. Little thumb. Nelson rubbed Adele's hair with a smile and chased after him. I saw that. When the group found Alfred, he was standing at the door of the cold drink shop shivering, not knowing why he was so cold. Seeing this, Wahlburger, who was winding the ball of yarn while running, secretly stuffed the ball of wool into Alfred's pocket and said softly, "My sister treated you badly before. It's my sister's fault. My sister treats you to shaved ice. Are you sick?" Alfred reached out to his sister's forehead. "I'm starting to talk nonsense." Wahlburger's rare tenderness disappeared in an instant, and he grabbed his brother viciously by the ear and carried him to the store. 5 years ago, the Black brothers and sisters met Nelson and Tom for the first time in Sheldon Fusco's cold drink shop, and even the raspberry sundae in front of Tom was the taste of the year. It's just that this time it's no longer the lonely Nelson and Tom who are hanging the spoon. By the way, where is the pet you bought for Adele? Wahlburger helped Adele mix her shaved ice and looked at Tom. I paid the owner to send a letter to Hogwarts with that spotted owl after school starts. Tom calmly suppressed everyone's IQ so that you don't have to bump into the train station with an owl in your arms. Wall, that looks so stupid. Everyone recalled when they hit the wall and expressed their shock. While eating the sundae, chatting casually, the topic quickly returned to Alfred's shocking speech in the clothing store. Rubus told me, he argues, teeth chattering, eating the sundae without a sweater makes him even colder. Speaking of which, little Hagrid knows a lot about magical beasts. Little Hagrid, as Wahlburger called it, was sitting on 2 chairs by himself, almost catching up with Adele's head-sized shaved ice bowl in his hands as miniature as a playhouse toy. Tom explained, before Na gave me a set of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them written by New York. I saw that Hagrid liked Fantastic Beasts very much, so I gave him that set of books. McGonagall and Flitwick once entrusted Hagrid to Nelson, but the irresponsible Nelson ran away in the 2nd year. Tom has been taking care of him for the past few years. I have to say that he still takes care of him. He was skilled, not only knew how to knit sweaters, Hagrid had half the credit for growing so fast. Newt Scamander's book is really good. This is the only book I can actively read repeatedly. Hagrid rubbed his round nose and said shyly, the descriptions in the book and the pictures fascinate me, and it would be nice to actually see those amazing animals. With a proud face like a kid asking for credit, he said softly, the Magical Beasts study class in the 3rd year is the only class I can get first, so I know that Pied Me Puffy will be at night. Okay, Hagrid, let's eat. Tom patted Hagrid on the shoulder. This kid is obviously a kid who asks for credit, but he's just a little older, so most people don't see him as a little wizard. That's very good. Don't tell Alfred in the future. Hagrid scratched his tan curls and smiled cheerfully. Hagrid may become a master of Fantastic Beasts like Senior Newt in the future. Nelson called for Fusco, added another bowl of shaved ice for Hagrid, and began to tell about Newt's magical box, which made Hagrid so fascinated that he even murmured, it would be great if there was a box with dragons in it. Haha, it will be very aggrieved. It seemed that Hagrid's hobby was picked up at an early age. So you plan to take the study of magical beasts? Myrtle suddenly asked a question. I want to choose. Hagrid was the first to raise his hand. You don't have to choose, Rupert. Tom snapped off his hand, which had been raised up high and had stuck to the parasol. After the 6th grade of Hogwarts students, they will choose the courses they need to take according to their career plans. A person's time and energy are limited, so a trade-off must be made. Some courses are prerequisites, and some courses even start from scratch. I probably won't choose. Tom shook his head. Seeing that Hagrid was a little disappointed, he said hastily, but I'm not worried at all about problems related to fantastic beasts. After all, there is our encyclopedia, Mr. Hagrid. Well, Hagrid was a little shy by his compliment, so he munched on shaved ice to ease his embarrassment. My father asked me to take this course, and our family accepted a farm the other day, Wahlberger said, but unfortunately, there is no one in the family who knows how to do it except the house elves. I'm not sure yet. Myrtle shook her head, as if struggling. Me too. This is Alfred. He really doesn't know anything, but I will definitely choose potions and spells. The rest will be decided by lottery. None of the 4 took fantastic beasts except for Wahlberger, and even Wahlberger seemed to be out of interest, so Hagrid had to look expectantly at Nelson. I didn't plan to choose it before, Nelson said, but he quickly took out the fragment that fell from Jacunda from his pocket and said, but if I don't choose courses, I may not be able to check the information in the forbidden book section. From today at first, I was full of curiosity about magical animals. Hagrid's hanging heart was relieved. At least fantastic beasts was not a subject that no one was interested in, and a sense of identification with Nelson emerged spontaneously, and soon, his attention was attracted by the fragments Nelson placed on the table. Then what class are you going to give up? Tom asked curiously. As far as I know, your class schedule is full except for your own vacation. Do you want to take up the rest time? I'm going to give up the divination class, and the related arithmetic divination is not in my consideration, Nelson said, spreading his hands. Now I don't have to bother to make up my own death. You know, Tom, I always feel that learning divination is a waste of time. Mrs. Clemens will be sad. I will regularly report my own death to her. I'm really happy for her. So my timetable is history of magic, transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, ancient runes, alchemy, and fantastic beasts. Okay, most of them overlap, but are you really going to give up potions? I think I'll have to be savvy and give up on Professor Slughorn before he gives up on me. Haha, Tom said with a smile, remembering Nelson's creation of mud made of rare medicinal materials at the end of last semester. How about herbal medicine class? Forgive me, you know, I can't tell the difference between dark green and light green, Nelson said, even with the help of your glasses. It's a pain, and every time I come out of the nursery, I see the sun as green. Is there such a thing? Alfred looked at the sun, as if imagining what a green sun would look like. But Nelson, said Myrtle suddenly, what about astronomy? What? There's still this class. Nelson scratched his head. If you don't tell me, I'll forget it, and I won't take this one. A useful star map is enough, but you may be the only student in our class who chose history of magic. Tom laughed. I don't know what Professor Binns will think when he sees you alone in the classroom. He's used to it. Nelson shrugged. In 1664, only one student from Gryffindor chose Professor Binns' advanced class. He studied for 2 years and told Teacher Binns when he graduated. He chose the wrong one and originally wanted to choose Muggle studies. Ha ha ha. Alfred, who was tired from looking at the sun, thumped the table and laughed. I chose too, said Myrtle suddenly. Too bad, eh? What? Tom looked at Myrtle in amazement, with what the hell written all over his face. Nelson, may I have a look at that eggshell? Said Hagrid, staring at the fragments on the table. Eggshell. Nelson followed his gaze, picked up the fragment, and handed it to Hagrid. Is this a piece of eggshell? I think so. Hagrid nodded, and took the eggshell carefully. It should be so big that the curvature is not obvious. This was a pleasant surprise for Nelson. He squinted his eyes, white mist surged in his eyes, and his soul quietly sank into the illusion. Standing on the top of Alexander's head and looking westward, a silver beam of light that shot straight into the sky was visible. glittering at the end of the endless white plane. That is the beacon he left on Jakunda's body. In the ordinary and blurred illusion, it is as dazzling as a firefly in the dark. The light of the beacon was moving westward at a constant speed, and the cautious Jakunda seemed to be planning to fly away, but suddenly, the beacon stopped. He opened his eyes and wait, a puppy-like animal was staring at the metal studs on his booties. Hey, it's a sniff. So cute. Everyone noticed it quickly. Nelson bent down and hugged the snuffer with his hands like lightning. Its 4 short legs kept flapping in the air, but it didn't panic like wild magical animals. Can I eat it? Probably not. Nelson took out a small silver ball with regular red light from his pocket, gently wiped the red spot with his fingers, sealed the light spot, and stuffed the small silver ball into Snuff's arms. Galen is not bright at all. Take it to find your master. After finishing speaking, he put Zixiu on the ground and washed his hands with clean water. Master? Is this raised by a wizard? Well, Nelson nodded, holding the spoon in his mouth. The condition of the fur is exactly the same as that of senior newts. It is observing the situation for its master. I've never seen anyone running away like this. A strange smile appeared on Tom's face. It's a lot of courage. Nelson nodded and said loudly, she ran in a hurry. Maybe she left something in Diagon Alley. But I'm going to school soon. So what should I do? Zixiu, who had already run across the street, turned her head, looked in Nelson's direction, and burrowed into an alley beside her. You're so bad, you can even light a Nixie, Tom teased, putting down the sundae, but it's really stupid. At the end, he added, it's even kind of cute. Chapter 374. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you for calling me dad. It's time to wake up, Jojo. Jakunda was writhing on the soft bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Half of her head sank into the pillow, revealing her soft blonde hair like a sunflower, and her fair skin was like snow against the background of her pink pajamas. A chubby Niflo was squatting by the pillow, nibbling at a gleaming clockwork. No, Dad. Jakunda writhed in the quilt. The sunlight entered the room from the drawn curtains, and under the filter of the veil dotted with crystals, it presented a beautiful rainbow color like a fairy tale. I haven't slept enough yet. It's already 9 o'clock in the morning. Your mother made breakfast. A corner of the gauze curtain was lifted by a slender white hand, and the man's gentle voice came from the bedside. Didn't you say it yesterday? I want to go to the farm this morning to see. Look, if you don't go, those horned camels will be sent away. Huh. It's over. It's over. It's over. Jakunda sat up suddenly from the bed. Her head hit the head of the bed too hard. Tears flowed from her eyes quickly, but she didn't bother to wipe the tears. She quickly put on her clothes, and the man put down the veil at the right time, leaving a private space for the little girl. Steal. Why are you playing with my alarm clock again? No wonder it didn't go off. Jakunda snatched the spring from Zixiu's mouth, stuffed it back into the alarm clock, and the hands fixed at 45 began to rotate. It seemed that this Zixiu had already dismantled the mainspring since last night down. Kyokyo, don't leave Zixiu in the room. The man beside the bed smiled. Didn't it steal your earrings last week? That's not stealing. Jakunda had already put on his clothes, lifted the veil, poked his head out, and stuck his neck and retorted, I gave it to him. Got it. The man held a pocket watch. His pale golden hair was so conspicuous under the sunlight that he couldn't even see his face clearly. He looked at the big, round and bright sun outside the window, blinked and said, Dad made a mistake before and almost sold your Nixiu, but you know, Dad can't tell them apart. They look so much alike. It's not called my sniff, it's called steal. They have names. Jojo, people will laugh at us. The man bent down, stroked the girl's soft blonde hair, pinched her immature face, and knelt on the ground to help her tie her shoes. No one who raises magical animals, I will name them magical animals, that are about to be slaughtered, and this work will be left to their owners. Jojo, there was an owl that refused to listen to its owner last week, and I found out later that it was you who chose the name. Then what? It's fleshy meat, Jakunda said dissatisfiedly, puffing up his cheeks. They are not good to those small animals at all. Dad, let's not sell them, okay? Let's raise them ourselves. How happy we are together. The man didn't respond to her request, but just shook his head and smiled. He tied his shoelaces and let go of the girl, Compared with small animals, I would rather raise my own daughter and buy you a new broom. Just put it on the shoe cabinet. Go and have a look." Jacunda turned his head away and clapped his hands angrily, not wanting to talk to his father. "Jojo, you have to know that everyone thinks differently, not to mention magical animals and people." The man tapped on Jacunda's forehead, his face pulled closer, his blue eyes seemed to be rippling with seawater. "Last week you dressed the elf in the house. It almost scared to death. House elves are born to serve wizards. That's their instinct. Maybe it's unreasonable, but you can't force your ideas on them head." "Jojo, that's not love." Jacunda shook her head. She didn't know how to refute her father. "And you have to treat everyone equally." The man straightened up, walked to the desk, and picked up Jacunda's diary. She was about to stop her, but the man had already opened it, and he seemed not interested in the contents. Only a stiff specimen of the winged demon was shaken out from inside. The big green butterfly spread its wings and lay stiffly on the table. "Jojo, why did you hurt the winged demon so much? It's ugly. Ha ha ha, don't do this next time. The winged demon at home may be the last pair in the world." The man stuffed the specimen of the winged demon back into the notebook, turned and left the room. "Go to the restaurant. You mom should wait." Jacunda picked up Zixiu, shook it by its hind feet, and a bunch of shattered but gleaming gadgets fell out of its arms and spilled all over the bed. "You are not cute at all." As if venting her father's gentle preaching, she threw Zixiu on the bed, but Zixiu couldn't see her displeasure and instead climbed up her skirt along her shoulders. It held tightly. Jacunda had to take it down the stairs to the restaurant. The mother was picking up the wool that was not put away last night. The man sat at the dining table, a copy of the Daily Prophet covering his face. Jacunda walked slowly to the table. There was only one breakfast on the table. It was for her. "Jojo, pets are not allowed on the table." Mother's shouts came from the living room. Compared with her father's voice, her shouts were ethereal and unreal, intermittent like a badly damaged tape. "It's okay." The man put down the newspaper and threw a galleon at Jacunda's feet. Seeing it, he jumped off the little master's shoulder without hesitation, threw himself at the gold coin, and played with it lovingly. "Eat quickly." The man blinked his eyes. He had already prepared his clothes for going out: a clean soft felt hat, a black dragon-skin hooded coat, and, strangely enough, a pink coat under the open collar sweater. A pied me puffball is jumping up and down on the chest. "This outfit is a bit too advanced, but it doesn't feel out of place in this room." The man's gaze was fixed on the words of the newspaper, as if there was something special about the ordinary news. "It's time." He put away the newspaper, looked up towards the door, and saw an earthquake-like dense noise coming from outside the house, and it was getting closer. Jacunda raised his head with a piece of toast in his mouth. His heart was beating wildly, and he turned to look in the direction of the living room. I saw the bright floor-to-ceiling windows shattered into crystal clear residue like snowflakes after a bang, and a dark green curse rushed to my mother from outside the house and hit her in the chest. The toast that Jacunda was talking about was split in half by clenched teeth and fell into the milk glass on the table. The warm milk splashed on Jacunda's face, just like her mother buried in glass shards. Boom. 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 The wool ball fell from her mother's hands, bounced on the ground, and rolled to her feet. The white wool was stained red with blood, just like the pink wool ball she saw in Diagon Alley a few days ago. A few days ago. But before she had time to think about it, the north wall of the home was smashed by a huge force from the outside, and the debris of bricks and stones rushed towards the two people on the dining table like a torrential rain, and the panicked little girl turned her head to look at father, but saw that he was still flipping through the newspaper calmly. "Don't be afraid, Jojo, I still have 7 minutes to live." The man smiled, and behind him, the clock was pointing to 12:38. A crazy horned llama rushed out from behind the broken wall, but was knocked away by an inexplicable force. Behind it, a group of angry horned llamas were blocked by dragon dung that suddenly spilled from the air, as if there was an invisible it was, as if someone was protecting Jacunda. Soon, 2 masked wizards broke into the door, perhaps not appropriate. After all, there is no door in this house. "Jojo, think about what I entrusted to you." The man was sitting at the table reading the newspaper calmly. Bricks that were blown away by the spell hit him one after another, but they passed through, as if they were hit by fog, and his body condensed into a billowing white mist, after being smashed into white mist. It looked like it was reading a newspaper. It's funny how big the Daily Prophet was 10 years ago. He clicked his tongue in amazement, and took a small sip of the coffee. He didn't know where he got it. Jacanda's heart was filled with fear. In the living room, 2 intruding wizards were fighting fiercely with non-existent enemies. They laughed wildly, and asked about the whereabouts of a certain key. What did I say, Jojo? The man sat at the table and urged, and layers of memories and nightmares flooded into Jacanda's mind. She hugged her head and cried bitterly, and the steel-shaped Nixiu gently licked her temples. I want to make the little master more comfortable. What did I say, Jojo? Time passed by, and the non-existent protector in the living room was at a disadvantage, and blood dripped on the floor, making Jacanda's heart extremely fragile. Crack, click, click. The second hand moved steadily, and the time soon came to 43. There are still 2 minutes, Jojo. The man said gently, don't let mom and dad's sacrifice go to waste. Jacanda raised his head and said incoherent nonsense in a trembling voice, hide the key, hide the address, hide yourself. Great, the man nodded. Where do you hide the key? What lock does the key open? Father's secret recipe. Let my sister, give it to my sister. Is it necessary to let my sister read? The man nodded, rolled up the sleeves of his coat, and pressed the soft felt hat on his head. And in the end, how do you hide yourself? Armadillo. Go find the armadillo at my sister's place. You are well prepared. The man lowered the brim of his hat and stood up. It seems that he knew that he was going to be attacked a long time ago. Did you simply arrange the retreat of the 2 daughters? The resistance in the living room became weaker and weaker. He followed Jacanda, who was moving on her own, and came to her room. He unplugged the alarm clock, hid it in the smock that he was wearing next to him, and took it out of the drawer. He took out a small blue egg that had been secretly hidden, and held it in the palm of his hand. He picked up the diary on the table, stuffed it into his pocket, and followed Jacanda's footsteps, stumbling back to the living room. When the time of the clock came to 45, the small window under the dial opened suddenly, and a canary pulled by a spring made a noisy and strange cry. This strange cry was exactly the nightmare that Jacanda had visited every night for many years. Her eyes were full of tears, and her body trembled violently like sifting chaff. The broomstick her father bought for her was floating in front of her, but she didn't dare to ride it. She lied. She didn't know how to ride a broom, but told her father she was so talented that when he asked her to use it to escape, she couldn't move an inch. If he hadn't lied to his father, he wouldn't have wasted his last life trying to push her into the fireplace. If he had gotten up earlier, the abnormality of the horned camel could have been discovered early. If he hadn't lost his temper, the transparent man who resisted the enemy in the living room was his father, and he practiced flying skills day and night, and even flew across the Atlantic Ocean, just to leave a peace of mind for his past self. She fell into the sorrow of the cycle for 10 years. The hand holding the broom was trembling, and the man supported her shoulders and sent her to the broom. She recognized the person in front of her, Nelson Williams, the junior who left with the winged demon. She was annoyed more than once for his leaving without saying goodbye, but she never thought that her actions would result in the death of a student. She remembered the chase in Diagon Alley that day. She was obviously guilty, but she didn't dare and didn't want to admit that she was wrong. But Jacanda's mood at this moment was completely occupied by nightmares, and the broom moved. She can change the ending. Go to your sister, Jojo. Nelson's whisper sounded behind her. When 45 came, his figure had turned into an amorphous thick fog, which was about to drift away slowly, but the white mist was bound in the sweater, maintaining a simple human figure. But Nelson's voice became as ethereal as a mist. Go to Melissa Sykes, get on your broom, and go. Don't make daddy sad. Jacanda held the broomstick wrapped in the lost mist, kicked her legs hard on the ground, and for the first time in more than 10 years, she flew up in the cycle of dreams. The scene in front of her changed rapidly, as if in fast forward. She crossed the mountains and crossed the ocean, repeating the pioneering flying feats of the year, until she hovered over a high mountain surrounded by dense fog that Nelson was familiar with. Mount Greylock, the highest mountain in Massachusetts. is where Alvermorny runs its schools. But she didn't stop, getting farther and farther away from the mountains, and lower. Jacunda flew to the foot of the mountain in confusion. In an ordinary house, an old man and a lady were sitting opposite each other across a tea table, and they didn't notice the unexpected visitor outside the window at all. Two missing Hogwarts professors, former headmaster Armando Dupont and former charms professor Melissa Sykes. Thank you, Jojo. The lost mist that wrapped Jacunda dissipated, and the second half of the sentence was swallowed by the wind, and the young girl fell to the ground holding Zixie. In her room, the alarm clock that lost its spring and continued to move finally stopped its hands, and the time remained at 45. Everything turns white until nothingness. Jacunda lifted off the damp and cold quilt and woke up from the moldy hardboard bed. The steel iron in her arms was the only warmth she had. Her pillow was soaked, and she didn't know whether it was tears or sweat, and it might even be from that place. Raindrops from a broken window. Sniffing and licking her cheek, Jacunda wiped it with her hands, and it was wet. She always felt empty in her heart. She reached out to touch the neckline, and pulled out the still shiny spring, which made her feel relieved. Don't spit. She crossed her hips and said angrily, he didn't know what he dreamed about last night, but she was used to it. But the dream last night seemed a little different. A burning pain spread from her little finger all over her body. She lowered her head, but there was nothing there. How's it going? Nah. I agree with your evaluation, Tom. Nelson touched the top of his head. There was no hat there, only a bunch of bristling hair. I'm really good at finding people. Chapter 375 The Disaster of Destroying the Door. Mr. Black, do you know anything about the Sykes family? Sykes. Melissa Sykes and her sister Jacunda? Borlock sat alone at the dining table, and leisurely cut the steak on the plate. He had been happy for nearly 2 weeks, and his appetite was also high. This morning, Gauze nodded to Nelson who came down from the stairs, pushed the hot milk that had been kept warm by magic to the seat reserved for Nelson, thought for a moment, and said, Melissa, that's your wanted charms professor. I studied with me at Hogwarts for a while, but I'm older than her. I only heard that Ravenclaw has a good student. Sister, mine will graduate after a year. Borlox put down his knife and fork, shrugged, you know, Albus Dumbledore is known as the best student Hogwarts has ever seen. His radiance concealed most people's figures. Speaking of which, there was a scandal circulating at the time, and Melissa seemed to have some thoughts about Dumbledore. No, I shouldn't talk about this with minors. After finishing speaking, Boraux picked up the whiskey glass on the table and drank it down along with the ice cubes in the glass. It's okay, Mr. Black. Stories like this are very common in Hogwarts. Nelson nodded and said with a smile, then what do you know about her family? I mean her parents' generation? Oh. Borlux picked up the napkin, wiped his mouth, leaned forward, and became excited. Did you receive any news? Is the Ministry of Magic going to liquidate what happened back then? What's going on around here? What happened back then? Nelson became interested. Can you talk about it? Of course. Boraux nodded, looked at the servant standing beside him, and said coldly, I want to have a private chat with Mr. Williams. The manservant nodded, stepped back and left the room, closing the door gently. After everything fell silent, Boraux unscrewed the bottle beside him and looked at Nelson. Do you want some? No, thank you. Nelson raised his hand, and Borlux's whiskey glass was filled with ice cubes. The pile of ice cubes melted and solidified quickly, constantly changing shapes. Borlux grabbed the glass, and the pale yellow liquor poured out of the bottle and fell into the glass. The Sykes family is also a long-standing pure-blood family. Its history can even be traced back to before the Wizarding Society in England was formed. At that time, there were many differences among wizards, and even magic wands were not popular, and the Sykes family was one of them. A rather special family. Borlux shook his wine glass, staring at the ice puck that collided with the glass wall, and said in a storytelling tone, it is said that the Sykes family made their fortune with magical animals. Unlike most wizards who are still studying magic spells, they were those magical animals that are as magical as wizards. They have grabbed a huge amount of wealth, prestige and status. They have a unique magic that can communicate with magical animals, which is a bit similar to the legendary druid wizards. After the order was established, they also slowly integrated into the Wizarding Society, but that kind of magic was widely used in raising magical animals as a unique secret, but they were exterminated later, and all the adults in the family were killed died. Not even the employees and servants escaped, and there is no one left in the family except Sister Sykes, or the name has died out. I know about Meeman, Nelson said. I'm curious about the inside story. The Ministry of Magic sent a few Aurors to investigate the scene, and concluded that it was a Fantastic Beasts riot. Borlux shook his head, but at that time, almost all the materials for our family's alchemy industry were supplied by them, so when the Aurors left afterwards, the wizards of our family went to the Sykes house, and saw obvious traces of wizards fighting. So that particular magic was the source of their destruction? Nelson asked. Many people think so. Boraux nodded and shook his head again. I was still young at the time, but over the years, I have always had a few questions in my mind. Okay, since the Fantastic Beast magic of the Sykes family is so tempting, why didn't they grab it sooner or later? But why did they grab it at that time? Makes sense. Plus, for a long time after the attack on the Sykes house, the magical animal material on the market was not replenished by the beneficiaries, and the share was just there. No one seemed to get that hidden magic at all. This also caused our family's business to be hit so badly that it became the half-dead look of a few years ago. Of course, thanks to you, it's much better now. Seeing that Nelson was about to speak, Boraux hurriedly said with a smile. Even later, when Melissa Sykes was wanted, I learned that she still had a steady supply of winged demon venom, but before she became a professor at Hogwarts, their family had already appeared on the market. It's the venom of hers, Boraux said firmly. That's obviously their exclusive product, so it can be seen that the secret recipe for raising magical animals is completely in her hands. But why didn't the people at the beginning kill the grass and roots? Why didn't they go from her hands? How about taking that magic? It's really suspicious. Nelson nodded. That so-called magic might just be a cover. I have a guess. Boraux shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. You might find it funny to say it. You speak. The demise of the Sykes family may be related to an absurd speech made by Melissa's father, Dr. Sykes, at a certain banquet. Drive Sykes. Nelson noticed the unique title of Jacinda's father, but he didn't get entangled here, and asked, what speech? He believed that wizards were magical creatures. The hair on the top of Nelson's head stood up. I've never heard of such a view. Me too. Boraux smiled, but I can't think of any other reason. In terms of wealth, there are more families richer than theirs. For example, our black family is richer than them, and among wizards, especially, there is a tacit understanding among pureblood wizards that they don't rob other houses for wealth or a certain magic like Muggle robbers, and such people are not accepted by those who may also be victims. Nelson nodded, somewhat agreeing with Boraux's point of view. Some people say that their family was recruited because there was only one male master. Boraux filled his glass again. But there are more families with it than Sykes. Just take that time. Say, your good friend Mr. Riddle's middle name is taken from Marvalo Gaunt of the Gaunt family, the only one in the Gaunt family who is only a crazy old man and a pair of insane children, as a person who often calls himself Slater. The descendants of Lynn. There are things in their homes that are more attractive to wizards. You know, what wizards value is never galleons, but precious magic. That's right, those who have power control everything. This is a bloody fact among wizards. Of course, this also applies to muggles. Yeah, if it's for magic, why don't they rob the Gaunt family? Based on their weird lineage theory, it's already a high incense to produce a Tom as powerful as Tom in 100 years, and it can be called complete defenseless. So for the Sykes family, it must be for something more special, and not for possession, but for destruction. Nelson nodded, following what Boraux said. I noticed that you just mentioned the Sykes family. Doctor, does his doctor title have anything to do with that passage? He is called a doctor because he is a bit deviant. He got a Muggle doctor's degree. He often says that people are transformed from monkeys, and he likes to do some strange and disgusting experiments. Animal knowledge, he was the most prestigious master of fantastic beasts before Newt Scamander, so it was a mixed title. Boraux recalled, at that dinner, Dr. Sykes seemed drunk. He talked loudly with the people around him about a certain discovery and claimed to have found the origin of magic power. A wizard is a kind of magical animal that looks exactly like a muggle and essentially possesses magic power like goblins and trolls. Monsters are indistinguishable. The origin of magic power. Nelson pondered for a moment, then said, "This seems to be a taboo topic. I can tell you unequivocally that even the Department of Mysteries that is being prepared by the Ministry of Magic has no right to study this issue." Borlox said, "It is forbidden to study it, and usually it does not produce any results. So that Dr. Sykes may have really researched something before being. I'm not sure about that, but that was indeed the last time I saw him." Boralx scratched his chin and said, "Speaking of which, our family took over a magical animal farm a few days ago, and I remember there it used to belong to the Sykes family, and I arranged for people to check it." "Don't bother, Mr. Black," Nelson declined politely. "It's not the will of the Ministry of Magic or Nermingard. It's just my own interest." "Then this needs to be paid more attention to." Boralx raised his glass with a smile. "Don't worry, I will tell them to dig 3 feet into the ground." Boom. The still warm milk collided with the cold whiskey. After breakfast, Nelson got into the room and pulled out a piece of parchment from the luggage that Tom had just packed. "What are you doing?" Tom's voice came from the door, and after going out for a stroll, the luggage was messed up. "I have something to do for Penguin," Nelson said without looking back. "What the hell?" Tom stretched his neck, looking at the content on the letter paper. "Go to the town at the foot of Isle Vermorny to spy on 2 people, Principal Dippet and Professor Sykes." "You tell me who I found? That's them? How did you find Dippet from Jacunda? This is outrageous." "Coincidentally, yes." Nelson dipped his ink. "I still have to ask him to explain the matter of interviewing muggles. Even though Martha said that she doesn't remember being interviewed, it's too serious. It is recommended that he go to the Sahara Desert to study magic cactus for 2 years." Tom curled his lips and continued to read. "Organize the hunt for Jacunda Sykes, but don't really catch her, and make sure she won't get along with her. Meet Professor Sykes. You are so inhuman. Nah, that this kind of exhausting life is terrible when you think about it. She almost turned me into a fool. It's not too much for me to let her run away." "Yes, Lord Dark Lord." Snapped. Nelson added a few more strokes, put the pen down on the table, quickly rolled up the parchment, and walked outside the house. Wahlberger could vaguely hear the voice of Wahlberger calling them to get ready to go. "Mr. Williams, you can wait inside for a while. It's cold outside." Just as he was about to open the door, the old butler of No 12 in Grimmauld Place floated over from behind Nelson like a ghost, holding a well-crafted dragon skin cloak in his hand. "If you must go out, please wear this." "Thank you, I want to go out and have a blast." Nelson nodded and went to pick up the cloak, but the old butler had already put it on for him. Nelson was a little uncomfortable with this kind of service, so he shook his shoulders, but thanked him nonetheless. The Blakes will make every valued guest feel right at home. Nelson pushed open the gate of the old house and stood on the empty Grimmauld Square. He finally understood why the old housekeeper didn't want him to go out. It was so cold that even a dragon skin cloak was not enough to resist the cold. "Come out." Nelson wrapped his cloak tightly and said to the empty square, but half a minute later, he started to shiver, and he still didn't respond. "I saw you, and I have something to tell you." In less than half a second, a wizard who seemed neither humble nor overbearing, but actually nodded and bowed, appeared in front of him. Nelson shook his head helplessly. Penguin didn't know where this group of subordinates always felt a bit strange. "Master Wertling, is something really wrong?" Nelson stared at his face, remembering who this was, his former subordinate in the Krakow Central, who was sent to keep an eye on lest the moody Mr. Wertling would do anything strange again. But he was caught by the same "I have been lied to twice by my words," and because of a work error, Andre was almost dispatched to the North Pole to echo with the penguins. "This time it's true." Nelson smiled as warmly as he could and gently handed the wizard a rolled up parchment and said, "There are no prisoners here for me to release. Give this letter to Penguin. He'll know what to do." "Understood, Master Wertling." The experience in Krakow made the wizard put his feet together subconsciously, and he was about to give an untimely military salute. Nelson hurriedly held him down and asked, "It must be delivered to the penguin by hand." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.